disappeared. I want to start this story off by saying I am a 22-year-old guy living in a small town in upstate New York. My name is Kevin. I won't use my last name for obvious reasons. My father, Steve, was a doctor and a brilliant man. He also died to save my life. Just a little over a year ago, I was desperately broke, not a penny to my name. You see, although my father had money, he really had more of the just 'cause I'm rich doesn't mean my kids are rich kind of attitude. Sure, he'd buy me food and give me a place to live, but he never bought me a car or paid for anything that wasn't necessary, like going to a concert with my friends or something. But he did do one thing, and that was find me a job. I was 100% against it when he first told me about it. Being one of the biggest doctors in our area, he had tons of connections to the community, especially in his field of work. So his grand idea was to have me work at a psych ward. Father of the Year. Well, anyway, like I said, I was 100% against it. What are you, fucking crazy? I think were my first words in response. $25 an hour, was his response. That was enough for me to break, especially when my bank account balance was looking like a string of Cheerios. Before I said yes to him, however, I needed to know what I had to do. He told me I would basically be a janitor, to which I scrunched my face at. But that $25 an hour was way too tempting. How the hell did you get me that wage? Do you know the guy or something? Sure do, he said. Bob Conti. I already talked to him on the phone yesterday. You walk down there tomorrow and you tell him your pop says, lay off the gold chains. I was never going to say that to him. The next day I rode my bike the 6-mile journey to Williams Asylum. The bleak white painted building had no life to it. It gave a crawling feeling to my skin. The front doors creaked when I opened them, the peeling paint crinkling under my fingers. I was immediately greeted by a 30 to maybe 35-year-old woman sitting in a small lounging area.
Hello. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm Kevin, I said uneasily. Yeah, so I think I'm supposed to meet with Bob? Bob Conti?
Oh, yes. Bob is in his office right now. If you follow me, I can bring you right to him.
Okay, I said as she was standing from her desk. She walked in a calm fashion, her high heels echoing off the corridor halls, clacking on every step, her brown hair bouncing along with her rhythm. A little overdressed for her job, I thought.
Bob! Bob, you have a visitor! What's your name again?
Kevin.
Kevin is here to see you! I'm Tammy, by the way.
The door opened moments later with a tall man standing on the other side. Hello there, Kevin, he said in a tired voice. How can I help you? Yeah, my father talked to you on the phone about starting work here. He told me to talk to you, I said, unsure of the actions to take next. Oh, right. Well, first off, I should start by showing you around the place, he said, leaving his office. Your main job will be feeding the patients and washing the bathrooms and generally just keeping things clean around here. Feeding them? I questioned, uneasy of the task. Well, really, all you have to do is just put a lunch tray through the feeding slot in their cells. It's not like you're spoon feeding them, he explained. I gave a sigh of relief. His way of speaking of the patients gave me chills. He referred to them almost as animals or something. Conti, is that Northern Italian? I asked, just trying to get to know him a bit. What's that? He said with a twist on his face. Conti, that's Italian, right? I asked again. Oh, Conti, I thought you said Monty, he said jokingly. Yeah, Northern Italian. Good guess. I laughed and asked him to tell me a bit more about the job. There are only 10 patients here, one of which is in a 24-hour solitary. Not to scare you, but I must tell you, he is a murderer. He is clinically insane and not allowed in prisons. And under no circumstances are you ever to talk to him. He is very manipulative and violent. Please, for your own safety, if you ever have a concern or question about him, come to myself or Tammy, he said with a serious look in his eyes. I could instantly feel the direness of his words. I understand, I said with a gulp. Okay, anyway, he said, right now the other 9 patients are in their rooms and will get to come out a little later for their nightly hour of common room time. Believe it or not, most of them play board games while a few play with the imaginary bunnies that walk around with them. It will take some time getting used to it, but trust me, it's not as hard as it sounds. I guess I'm going to have to take your word on that one, I said. This is the common room, he said as we rounded a corner to a small room with a few tables and chairs strewn about, a few different board games on the shelves. All you have to do is sit right there for about an hour and make sure nobody kills anybody. My jaw dropped, unable to say anything. I'm kidding. The other 9 inmates are all non-violent. They have 0 records of physical altercations. They've got some foul mouths though, so be ready for that, he reassured. He showed me the bathrooms and the holding cells and the rest of the grounds until finally the tour was over and we were back at his office. So most of the time I'm in my office, doing the paperwork for invoices and making sure I've made the orders for food shipments and whatnot. You know, ownership stuff. Anyway, you can talk to Tammy if you need anything. She's usually at her desk. Think of her as your sub-boss. Welcome aboard, he said with an extending handshake. What do I do now? I said in an unsure voice. Talk to Tammy, she will run you through the specifics, he said as he slowly closed the door. I walked down the winding, confusing hallways, finally making my way to Tammy's desk. So,
this is more than half the job. Sitting on your ass and waiting for the day to end.
Wait, really?
Yep, you're looking at it.
So, what am I supposed to do?
You know what? I can let the patients out early tonight so you can see how that works. Bob shouldn't mind.
I agreed, since I really had no other choice. We walked down the maze of corridors to the long, narrow stretch of hallway extending from the common room. The long hall had 5 doors on each side, all identical, solid in white with a tint of yellow from the aging. Each had a small slot in the door which led to a tray-like feature on the other side. The decaying tiles on the wall had faded colors of a pale brown. Tammy walked in front of me, jingling the keys in her hands while opening the first door on the right.
Here's old Jackson.
A shadow-eyed man with gray hair slowly rose to his feet, his back hunched and purple bag sagging from the hollow sockets dug into his skull. He seemed to hardly have the energy to saunter by me with an indifference to my existence. I was overwhelmed with feelings when I saw my first patient. The next few doors were the same story. Shells of human beings walking down the narrow hallway, dead-eyed and distant. Zombies. On the 6th door, finally, there was a change. An older black man with an obvious scar running its length down the side of his head. He had short hair and one whitened eye. His appearance shocked me at first, but later intrigued me. I was desperate to know what happened to him. What's up, man? I see you looking at me. You know I popped 3,000 or 4,000 people when I was on the streets. The man spoke in a quick manner, his words spitting from his mouth. He stood to his feet and walked by both Tammy and myself, still bantering about his stories. I had 6 tigers, 4 lions, 17 mountain lions. You know, the ones from the mountains, not the ones from Africa. Homeland. Shit, man. Lions and tigers and bears. Tammy interrupted him. I assumed she was sick of his ramblings, as was I.
That's Rick. He probably won't answer to that, though.
Damn straight I won't answer to that. Scar's the name, he said with a twisting face. Tammy rolled her eyes.
Moving on.
Cell 7 and Cell 8 had 2 older women who seemed to be very twitchy, flinching and ducking at things that weren't even there, and eventually sprinting down the hall.
Anne and Kate,
she called them. Cell 9 held a young woman with fiery eyes. She had a tight muzzle strapped around her face, muffling her screams. Her eyes pierced straight through me with terror. Tammy had to practically drag her from her cell.
Oh, come on, Renee. He's not going to hurt you.
The woman was desperately trying to scream words towards Tammy and myself. She finally broke free from Tammy's grasp and manically sprinted down the hall. Tammy was swift after her, tackling her to the floor and crashing into the common room. The other patients watched in surprise. Tammy forcibly ripped the frightened patient to her feet, walking her back down the hall. She shoved her into her cell and slammed the door shut.
You can just stay in there until you learn how to act in the common room.
She slammed her hand on the door 4 times in clear anger. I had no idea what to do. I was frozen. I gulped as I watched the scene unfold. Tammy finally removed her attention from Renee.
I'm sorry.
Look, Tammy, I don't think I can do this, I said, as I slowly turned my back to her and began to leave the building.
No! You can't leave. We desperately need the extra help around here, as you can see.
I now heard the haunting screams of a deeper voice. The man in cell 10. Also muffled by what I assume was a muzzle. I took a deep breath, followed by a long stretch of silence.
Come on. I can show you some of the games we play with some of the other patients.
Okay, I finally broke. It may have had something to do with her attractiveness. Her face was the definition of perfect and her body wasn't far behind. She smiled wide with my acceptance to the rest of the job. We made our way to the common room where the patients had been still dazzled by what they had seen.
Who wants to play house?
Tammy broke the silence with her question. Surprisingly, Jackson, Scar, Anne, and Kate all happily volunteered to join in on the game. The old man, Jackson, feebly rose his hand as if he was too afraid to ask a question.
Yes, Jackson.
Can I be the baby? His raspy voice seeped out.
Well, of course you can, Jackson. You've already got your diapers on.
Jackson had a dopey-eyed smile on as he pulled his pants down to show his shit-stained diapers. I instantly retracted on impulse. I gagged as the smell hit my nose. I almost puked all over them.
Kevin! You can't act like that around the patients. Oh, look, now he's crying.
The skinny man sobbed uncontrollably and finally ran to the other corner of the room to sulk. Tammy left in a huff after the man, picking up a spare diaper on the way.
Aw, did baby Jackson make a poopy?
He giggled and lifted his legs in the air. She stripped him and proceeded to change his diaper in the middle of the room. Once again, I was frozen in disbelief. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. This couldn't be legal. I was disgusted to the point of nausea. Meanwhile, Scar was lying on his back, panting like a dog and kicking his legs in the air. I'm the pooch, yo! He laughed hysterically and he started barking.
Yes, you are, Rick. You're a good boy.
I'm Scar! He screamed. Jackson clapped his hands when Tammy was done changing his diaper. She slipped his pants back on and stood him to his feet. She quickly ran over to Scar and started rubbing his belly. He slapped his tongue out and rolled from side to side. Scar continued to giggle and make barking noises. Kate perked her eyes and exclaimed that she wanted to be the wife.
Wife? To me? That would make you a lesbian. You're not a lesbian, are you, Kate?
No. I'm his wife.
She said this while pointing at me. I didn't know what to do. I looked to Tammy for guidance. She just raised her eyebrows at me as if I should play along. Kate started walking towards me, a wide smile on her face. I stepped back a few feet and she finally reached me. Her arms coiled around me tightly and squeezed. My hands shook as she squeezed even harder. I glared at Tammy, waiting for her to do something about it.
She's just playing, Kevin.
Are you sure? I hardly managed to squeak out. Finally, Kate loosened her grasp and stood back. I took a breath in the momentary calmness. Her hand struck back up and clenched my face.
Now, fuck me.
She said as she pulled my face towards hers. I twisted my body from her and shoved her away. Tammy quickly intervened and reprimanded Kate. I stormed out of the room, unable to process what was going on. I ended up sitting down in the front lobby, breathing heavily and staring out the front door. Looking back, I have no idea why I didn't just walk out at that moment and just be done with it. Something told me to stay. I could distantly hear Tammy's screams to the patients, sending them all back to their rooms, clearly angry with Kate's behavior. Finally, she came to the lobby, a fluster in her breath. I said the first words before she could say anything. "This is fucked up," I said. "I seriously can't do this shit."
Listen, Kevin. They're just excited to see someone new in here and just acting erratically. They're almost always calm and controllable.
No. You know what? Everything is fucked up. You're playing house with a bunch of loonies and one of them wants to have sex with me.
You really should not refer to the patients like that.
There was a long stretch of silence in the small lobby.
I think you should go home for the night and think about it. But I urge you to give it another shot tomorrow.
I said nothing as I walked out the doors. The first thing I did when I got home was tell my dad about the events that had just happened. I explained to him that I couldn't do it. He insisted that I go back. Come on, Kevin. Don't make me look bad. Bob told me over and over again how they were struggling to find good workers around there. And here the man offers you $25 an hour, and you say you can't do it? Just please, for your father, go back tomorrow. I just couldn't tell him no. Noon the next day, I was right back at it. Tammy was glad I was back. She even cooked me a lunch. A few thinly cut pieces of venison between 2 thick slices of white bread. It was worth it coming back just for that sandwich. Damn, that was amazing. I haven't had venison since I was like 6. I forgot how good it tasted.
Thanks.
The next few hours, Tammy and I just sat talking, waiting for the common room time. Talking about just mindless stuff. Finally, she decided it was time to let the patients out. We walked down the winding hallways to the common room. She told me to wait there while she released all the patients. She was back shortly after, a flood of wackos behind her. Some of the quieter ones began playing checkers with each other while the more livelier group came towards Tammy and myself. "Have I ever told you I used to have 8 Komodo dragons?" Scar chimed in. "Bitches' names were Charlie, Bruce, Lil Terry, Big Terry, Sebastian."
Okay, who's ready to play house?
Tammy asked, cutting Scar off. They all jumped for excitement when she suggested it. It just creeped me out. Their facial expressions chilled me. I just needed to leave the room. "Where's the bathroom, Tammy?"
Oh, just down the hall past the cells rooms.
I quickly left the room, jetting past the cell hallway, hearing the haunting, muffled screams of the man in cell 10. Chills ran through my whole body. I finally made it to the bathroom. I didn't even have to go. I just sat on the toilet for about 10 minutes until I could gather my thoughts. I walked back down the hall slowly, not even really wanting to get back to the common room. The man had seemed to have stopped screaming. I got closer to the hall and my spine tingled. Before long, I was standing at the end of a long, dead-end hallway directly in front of cell 10. I was strangely curious, with the same longing feeling to look down when you're standing on top of a towering ledge. I was staring at the pale white door. There was no sound whatsoever. No movement, no breathing, no screaming. Nothing. I crouched down, slowly moving my face to the feeding slot, peeking through with my eyes. I could barely see anything, mostly shadows and an obstructed view from the feeding tray. I knelt down to try to get a better glance. As I repositioned myself, I noticed something on the floor just by the doorframe. A small puddle of deep red blood pooling a few inches out from the door. I lost my breath. As I looked back up through the slot, I was staring at two bloodshot eyes split open in terror. I fell onto my back, fear engulfing my body. My head slammed on the door of cell 9, directly across the hall from cell 10. I had forgot there was a patient in cell 9, that is, until she started her screaming again. The man in cell 10 started slamming what I assume was his face or hands against the door. I quickly scrambled to my feet and started making my way back to the common room to tell Tammy the patient was bleeding. At the end of the hall stood Kate. Her eyes pierced me.
Hello, husband.
She started walking quickly towards me. I didn't even hesitate to burst by her. I slammed her body against the wall and ran the narrow hallways to the common room. Tammy was sitting on the couch with her back to me while the patients wandered, free to do what they like. Are you even paying attention? You got crazy fucks running all over the place and you're sitting in here. My words were cut off from the shock of what I was seeing as I walked to the front side of the couch. Jackson laid on his side, his head in her lap, while he sucked on her exposed nipple. What the fuck is going on in here? Tammy quickly jumped up, putting her breast back in her shirt. Feed the baby, Jackson happily exclaimed.
He's just playing.
I shook my head in disgust. No, I'm going to tell Bob.
No, you can't!
She screamed as she followed after me. I made it to Bob's office much quicker than she had, opening the door unannounced. He was sitting at his desk, the barrel of a pistol in his mouth. He looked at me with surprise and pulled it out of his mouth swiftly. I was in shock. He quickly turned to anger. Never interrupt me during my private time! His voice shaking in rage. His face turned red with fury as he stood from his desk. The photo on his medical license hung in contrast on the wall behind him. His calm, smiling face on the document seemed to mock him from behind. I looked at the photo with more focus. Dread seeped into my soul, for I came to realize the man in the photo on the wall and the man behind the desk were not the same people. My heart sunk. I had no idea what to do. I backed out of the office slowly until I came into contact with Tammy. She was hysterical and screaming that I not tell Bob. The intense skittishness of myself at the time caused me to backhand her with reactive fear. She fell to the ground instantly, the keys to the cell sliding across the hall. My gut wrenched as the gears in my head started turning, piecing together what I thought was happening. I snatched the keys and sprinted down the twisting halls, dodging the wandering, dead-eyed patients. I went straight to cell number 10 and twisted the key in the door. My suspicions were confirmed when I saw the man. The same man from the photo in the office. Bob Conti. My stomach twisted and I nearly threw up when I realized what I had eaten earlier in that day. He had multiple hunks of meat removed from his thigh, blood running down his legs and pooling on the ground. Before I could even react, I glanced down the long, tight hallway to see Tammy, standing still with a petrifying twist in her eyes, a knife with dried blood dangling from her right hand. Her head tilted and a soul-killing smile crept across her face. I tried to step away, my back hitting the dead-end wall. She moved with inhumane speed towards me, the knife raised with intent. She hissed at me with loudness. I stumbled over my own feet and fell into the cell. She slammed the door shut and made chilling cackles of laughter.
Did someone get scared?
She jabbed the knife through the hole repeatedly, laughing with insanity. She finally walked away, leaving us locked in the room. I had the keys, but they served no purpose from inside the cell. I removed Bob's muzzle and he explained to me what had happened, and that the woman in cell 9, Renee, was his receptionist. There was nothing we could do. I spent the next 18 hours in that fucking godforsaken cell, waiting for my death. I'm sure most of you are wondering about my father, and why I started this story off explaining that he died to save my life. When I didn't come home that night, he must have been extremely worried. He wanted to speak with Bob in person to see if he had heard from me or knew where I may have gone. The man who had impersonated Bob... The man who had impersonated Bob shot and killed my father. But not before he called the police to let them know something was wrong. The man behind the desk died in a shootout with the police, and they had to use a blowtorch to open the doors to both cell 10 and cell 9. Renee was somewhat back to normal within the first year, but Bob never recovered. I honestly don't think I have either. The police say there was never a woman in the building or around the area that matched the description of Tammy. It's been a year now. The reason I'm telling this story today is because last night I saw Tammy. There's no mistaking it. Her face has been burned into my mind. She was standing in front of my house, just staring with those cold eyes. I have no idea how she could have found me, no explanation whatsoever. I'm in serious fear for my life. I've already contacted the police and they'll be keeping an eye out on my house day and night. I can't live my life like this. I've heard of a place out here where this story didn't happen to me. This is the story about how my dad accidentally solved a murder, and I want to get his story out there one way. Hey everyone, before I start the video I want to thank Lazy Masquerade for collaborating with me on this video. When I first started he was one of the bigger guys in the scary storytelling community, and he still is, so it's awesome to finally be able to work with him. If you haven't heard of him, make sure you go check out his channel. He provides really unique and amazing material. Also, make sure you check out the collaboration video we did on his channel for more of these kinds of stories. I'll leave an annotation at the end of this video and a link in the description.
Old, I was at a very low point in my life, and I ended up getting hospitalized for 4 months over the summer. The doctors were afraid that my heart would give out if I did so much as walk, so if I wanted to go anywhere, I had to call a nurse to take me in a wheelchair. My mum and dad visited me every day, not always together. Whenever my mum came alone, she would take me out in a wheelchair to the beach access behind the hospital, so I could get some fresh air and look at the lake. One day, my mum had come by to visit, and she took me out to the beach as usual. While we were waiting for the elevator down from the ward, a man stopped my mum and me. "Your daughter has such beautiful black hair." The way he said it gave me chills, kind of in a Buffalo Bill-esque, I want to wear it kind of way. My mum thanked him and chatted a bit, but I just looked the other way and ignored him. I could feel his eyes on me though. We all pile into the elevator, and as soon as the doors close, I feel something tugging at my hair. I glance over, and I realize that the guy is playing with my hair. I'm pretty creeped out here, but I don't want to cause a scene just in case he has a mental disorder and can't help himself. So I just leaned over as far as I could in my wheelchair, so that he couldn't reach me without alerting my mum. Anyway, we reach the bottom, get off, and my mum and I start wheeling over to the beach, while the guy just stands there by the elevator and watches us go. I told my mum what he did, and she said that she would make sure to do something if we ever saw him again. After that, we kept seeing him. Always by the elevator. He'd make a comment about how beautiful my hair is, and my mum would nod politely. We'd get inside the elevator and he'd try play with my hair, but my mum would move in the way so that he wouldn't be able to. We'd get off and he'd just watch us roll out. This happened quite frequently. It was creepy, but we decided he was harmless. That was until about a month later. We went down to the beach as usual, and this time we didn't see him at the elevator, but we didn't think much of it. At some point, my mum had to use the restroom, and it was mutually decided I was old enough to take care of myself for 3 minutes. I was sitting in my wheelchair, looking out over at the lake and enjoying the sun, when I started getting pushed. Thinking it was my mum, I turned around to ask for 5 more minutes, but no. It wasn't my mum. It's the fucking guy. He's pushing me towards the bushes, and the look on his face is predatory. I scream, but the only other people out there are in a canoe in the water. They can't hear a thing. So I make a decision. I decide if I'm going to die, I'd rather it be of heart failure than by this dude's hand. So I get up out of the wheelchair, and I start sprinting towards the restrooms. I look behind me to see if he's following, and fortunately, he's not. He's just standing by the wheelchair, looking shocked. I guess he thought I was paralyzed. I make it back to my mum, who'd run out of the toilet as soon as she heard me screaming. We both look back, and the guy is running away like there's a rocket up his arse. My mum carried me on her back to the wheelchair, and then we rushed to inform the hospital staff. They put a watch out, and for the next few months, there's security hanging around the elevator on my floor. But he never came back. Number 2. Back in 2009, I lived in the greater Cleveland, Ohio area. I was really into the card game Yu-Gi-Oh!, which I'm sure as you all know is an animated TV show as well. For the few amongst you who don't know, it's your standard fighting, deck building card game, but that's besides the point. I used to go to Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments with my older brother at my local game shop, and there were a fair share of odd people who went. Most of the people who attended weekly had nicknames, because that's what it was like on the TV show. My brother got the nickname Igloo, because he played a penguin deck and he was super pale. One time, I went to the tournament without my brother. I played this older guy whose nickname was the Mermaid. The Mermaid was relatively short, heavy set, and usually very quiet. From the moment we started the first game, I knew he was strange. He kept telling me how good I was at the game, how he liked my dice set, and a lot of weird things unrelated to the game. I lost the first game, and he was pretty pleased with himself for beating a 13-year-old, but I wasn't gonna whine about it. The second game though, I absolutely crushed him, and he seemed pretty pissed. Right before we started the third game, things got uncomfortable. He talked very quietly, as he held my hand in a very tight grip. "How about we make a wager or something?" "You mean for cards?" I replied, breaking free from his hand. He spoke softly. "If I win, I'll drive you home. And if you win, I'll buy you a booster pack." I wasn't a stupid kid. There was no way I was going to get in a stranger's car. And besides, I lived 3 blocks away. Before I could say anything, the owner of the store came over to our game and asked him what he was doing. The Mermaid went silent. The owner whispered in my ear, "If he gives you any more trouble, come to me and I'll kick him out for good." I won the third game, thus kicking him out of the tournament. He left right after the game. After he was gone, I asked the owner why he was called the Mermaid. "Oh, him? His first name's Ariel, like in The Little Mermaid. It started out as a joke, and kind of just turned into his nickname." I thought nothing of it until May 2013, when 3 girls escaped the house of a Cleveland man who had been keeping them in captivity for years. His name was Ariel Castro, and I could have been the next. Number 3. This is a story that I've heard from multiple members of my family. I don't know the timeline or any details about the case, but I know that it's definitely true. I had an aunt who lived in Cleveland, Ohio, and worked for some sort of agency helping convicted criminals rebuild their lives after getting out of jail. I don't know the name of the place she worked, but I know they were involved in the employment of felons as well as lower criminals. My aunt worked directly with the clients, finding out what kind of things they were qualified to do, what skills they might have, what they enjoyed, that kind of thing. She had a lot of experience talking to people who had done terrible things in their lives, but she never judged them for it, nor did she ever assume they would continue with their criminality. The agency had a check for the clients to see if they were genuinely interested in changing their lives, so most of them really just wanted help in becoming legitimate. She had one client who had a very hard time with transportation. He didn't live anywhere near a bus station, and thus had a hard time getting to and from the agency, as well as to any job. In the months that my aunt worked with this man, they became friendly, and at one point, she offered to help him with transportation when she could. This is how she ended up picking him up and dropping him off at his own house. I assume that wherever they found a job for this guy was close by to where my aunt worked, so she would just take him on her way home. She said that he was always nice enough, kind of quiet and eccentric, but nothing too strange. At one point, when she dropped him off, he invited her in for a drink or something, but their professional relationship disallowed her from doing so. After a while, this guy apparently got on his own feet and left the agency, fending for himself. My aunt pretty much forgot about it. After some period of time, I'm not sure how long exactly, perhaps anywhere from a few months to a year or two, my aunt sees this guy's face on the TV. The police had stormed his house after some complaints from his neighbours, and found a horror show inside. He had murdered something like 7 girls and women and hid their bodies beneath his floorboards. According to the forensics, his victims had been killed at different times, ranging from the very recent to before my aunt had even known him. This guy was actively killing at the time she was driving him to and from his house. I don't think my aunt would still be alive today if she had actually taken him up on his offer for a drink inside. Number 4. This happened about a year ago. From 2013 to 2015, I worked night shift security at an RV resort. I was on my way to work one night when my front driver's side tyre blew out on a long narrow dirt road. It was around 10:30 PM, so it was pretty dark. I live in a very secluded area in upstate Florida, and this road wasn't near any neighborhoods and had only a few streetlights. My shift started at 11, so I called up the manager and told her I might be a little bit late because I had to change the tyre. After I got that squared away, I pulled out my car jack and started to position it underneath my Ranger. I was about to start cranking away when I saw the dim glow of some golf cart headlights approaching me from down the street in the direction I had just come from. I was thinking that it was probably a local wondering what was going on, and maybe they would be nice enough to give me a hand. The golf cart stopped behind my truck. I stood up from where I was crouching and said, "Hey there, one of my tires just blew out. You wouldn't mind giving me a hand, would you? I'm kinda running late for work." The person in the golf cart didn't respond, and then I heard them exiting the golf cart. The person came within the headlights of their own golf cart. The light was so dim, it was kind of hard to see, but he looked like a middle-aged man with no shirt on, so I could clearly see his beer gut. I could also make out that he had hairy legs, and I could see that something was dangling under his massive stomach. Turns out he was completely naked. That's something I could have lived my entire life without seeing, but the man seemed to be holding something in his hands. I only caught a quick look at the object, but I could tell that the thing this man was holding looked like a machete. The man didn't say a word as he started to slowly walk towards me. I quickly jumped back into my truck, started her up, and noped the fuck out of there. I didn't have time to grab my car jack, so I just left it behind. My truck was lopsided from the deflated tyre, and it awkwardly excelled forward. I could see in my interior mirror that the headlights of the golf cart were close behind me. Despite my truck having a flat tyre, it was still going a decent speed, but so was the golf cart that was tailing me. So, in a split-second decision, I slammed the brakes of my Ranger, and not even a second later, I heard and felt the golf cart smash into my rear end. I rolled down my window and shouted, "Fuck you, creep," and I sped off into the night. I managed to get to work on time. I fucked up my rim pretty bad though. I explained everything to the manager, and the cops were called. They searched the roads, but found no signs of the guy or his golf cart. But they did find my car jack, which was returned to me. Other than a few minor dents, the back of my truck didn't look too bad at all. I'm sure that the golf cart had it 10 times worse. He had to be going full speed when it crashed into me. I'm surprised he was able to drive away after that. I've come to the conclusion that this weirdo must have been on a serious meth high, because that area has that kind of reputation. I no longer own that truck or work at that site anymore. So, bare-ass, overweight, machete-wielding psychopath, for the love of God, put on some fucking pants. Hi guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. The following stories are from the Japanese site 2channel, and have been translated into English by my friend and fellow horror narrator, Phantasmal Wretched. 2chan is known for being the predecessor to 4chan, with the general gist of the site being pretty much the same, namely an anonymous text board. The following horror stories are allegedly true. Number 1. This happened quite some years ago, when I was around 15. Have you ever experienced this in the past, when walking by an abandoned building, getting that overwhelming urge to explore? This is what happened to me. My friend told me there was an absurd abandoned building which was not so far away from where I lived. I didn't know what he meant by absurd, but I remember being as excited as, well, a schoolboy. My friend told me about this place the day before the start of summer vacation. We were both excited and eager to check the place out, so we ended up visiting the abandoned building straight after school, with some kids that we weren't even that friendly with. It took a long time for the kids to all gather outside of the school. When all 8 of us had actually arrived, the sun was beginning to go down. We followed my friend who knew the way like a row of ants. When we actually got there, I remember feeling very disappointed. I was expecting a house with the roof rotting away, the windows smashed, the kind of house that screamed, "I'm haunted." In reality, the abandoned building was quite clean. The only strange thing about it was the location, as it was slightly out of town in the countryside. All of the other kids seemed to be disappointed too, but having come all this way, we decided to explore the place all the same. After some discussion, we cautiously entered through the back door. Looking inside, there were strange things lying all around the place. Beakers, cylinders, microscopes. They were the kind of things you expect to find in the science room at a school. We figured there was no way this was a normal house. But what grabbed my attention the most wasn't the strange instruments lying all around the place, but the massive bookshelf, stuffed from end to end. There were also a few books lying in a pile in front of the shelf. It was obvious that someone had recently messed around with some of these books. We soon found out who the culprit was. It was the friend who had told us about the building in the first place. He asked us all a question.
Do you know why I said this place was absurd?
He pointed towards a specific book and told us to open it. We did, and gasped, horrified. The book was filled with pictures of dead men and women, some with their skin peeled off. Even the friend who had seen the book before became silent and looked uncomfortable. But at that moment, I realized something. Isn't this just the house of a doctor? Although still slightly scared, there was a murmur of agreement from the group, and, as it so often does, logic and reasoning helped relieve some of the tension built up from the fear of the unknown. While the rest of the group looked through other books in the bookshelf, I decided to explore some of the other rooms in the house. The kitchen, living room, bathroom, toilet. After looking through the whole of the first floor, I realized that the person who was living here must have been extremely well educated. It was the style of the house. Even being just 15 years of age, I knew that the furniture was of very good quality. The interior of the house was designed so efficiently, and everything was beautifully packed in, utilizing all of the space available perfectly. Considering all of this, the person who lived here must have been a hard-working doctor or medicine student. I overheard one of the guys saying that a mad scientist must live here. I remember being annoyed at that, and thinking he was a moron. The group quickly became bored of looking through the books, and since it was getting late, we all decided to end the exploration for that day. However, as we continued to explore the first floor, we realized something strange. Even after thoroughly exploring, we found no stairs going to the second floor. But it was obvious when looking at the house from the outside that there was indeed a second floor. Using our small brains, we figured that there would be a flight of stairs outside of the building, but there wasn't. One of our friends found the remnants of perhaps a stairway. If there had been stairs there, they'd definitely been taken down. One of us suggested that perhaps there was something hidden on the second floor. We all made fantastical suggestions as to what could be up there. This immediately sent us into an excited frenzy, and all thoughts of going home vanished from our minds. There was a widespread consent. We just had to see the second floor. We figured that entering through the outside would be easier. We looked around the building and found some pipes that would be easy to climb. To see if it was safe, the best tree climber of the group went to test out the route. That was me. It was easy to climb, but something came to my attention which alarmed me. You couldn't see anything through the upstairs windows. They'd been covered up by newspapers and marker pens, so that barely any light could shine through. As everybody climbed onto the roof of the house, I told them about the closed-off windows, and this seemed to frighten some of them. A few of them decided to go back home. Those were the smart ones. Those of us who stayed behind took a vote on whether we should enter the second floor. In the end, curiosity won. As I led the way to the window, I was half happy, half in deep regret of the decision. There was no choice now, though. I had talked the big talk about checking it out, and I didn't want to look like a coward by backing out now. I summoned all of the courage I had available, and I swung open the window. I gasped. Right in front of me was a woman in a swimsuit, with a large grin plastered on her face. I screamed and thought my heart was going to stop, but then my friend began to laugh at me and patted me on the shoulder. It was just a poster. Everybody laughed. I remember feeling so relieved I couldn't even be bothered to get angry. I looked at the poster again as I tried to enter, and something caught my attention. There was lipstick on the poster where the woman's lips were. Although I thought that was strange, I entered the house, and the guys followed me in. I found myself in an understandably dark and damp passageway. Up until that point, I had thought the individual who lived here was intelligent and had good taste. As we moved further in, the abnormality of the previous resident became more and more apparent. Along the passage were pictures of girls in bikinis and other infatuating costumes. Just this would have been okay, but the faces of the woman had been carved out and replaced with the faces of dead women, obviously taken from one of the books we had found on the first floor. Any positive thoughts I had in my mind vanished. It didn't matter if this was the previous resident who had done this, or a homeless person who had moved in. I looked at the faces of my friends around me. The consensus was, let's get the fuck out of here. As we set to return to the window we used to enter, my friend spoke up in a wavering voice.
There's someone there.
We pointed a flashlight in the direction he was pointing at. There was a door made out of glass at the end of the hallway, and as we all flashed our lights on the door, it became clear that there was a woman wearing nothing but her underwear, staring at us intently. In fact, as we stared, it became clear there were more people behind her, all facing our direction. We just stood there, pointing our lights towards them. We were scared shitless, expecting the woman to rush us. But as we stood there, we noticed that they weren't moving. We ventured towards the door, and as we got closer to it, it became apparent. The room was filled with female mannequins. There must have been 15 or 20 of the things, a miniature forest of mannequins. Someone whispered something about how creepy it all was. Everybody was thinking the same thing. The underwear the mannequins were wearing wasn't the functional type that women would normally wear. Even a school kid like me knew this. They were the type designed to infatuate men. It was like we had a glance into the mind of the person who had been living here. Someone shouted, as if to try and relieve the tension.
My god, the guy who was living here must have been a massive perv.
Everybody laughed. I felt a bit more calm and light-hearted after that. we decided to explore the place a bit more before going home. Looking around the room, there was also a broken TV, toys, a CD player, and a pile of magazines lying around. I opened one of the magazines, and sure enough, all of the women's faces in the magazine had been replaced with those of dead bodies. This in itself made me feel sick, but something caught my attention that made me feel even worse. The magazine was from this month. I went to go and show the others. As we all realized the predicament we were in, we heard something. A faint sound of something moving. Terrified, we all looked around the room in search of what could have caused that noise. We could see all the way to the end of the room. I could see all the books, furniture, and mannequins surrounding the room. That was when I noticed something else. In between the mannequins was a face. I saw a widespread grin, an expression of absolute maleficent glee. "You like these things?" It was a man's voice, but whoever he was, I could just about make out that he was wearing a dress. Someone let out a scream. We all started to panic and ran straight towards the exit. I was the last one out. As I jumped through the window and onto the roof, I heard him speak again. "You like..." When I heard that voice, I felt goosebumps rage all over my body. All I remember after that was jumping off of the roof and bolting for the hills. The kid who lived closest told his parents the events of that night, and the next day, the police went to investigate the building. By the time the police arrived, the building was empty. They checked again the following day, but the house was completely lifeless. The man in the house was never found, and the house itself has since been demolished. I once visited the place when I was older, but there was nothing left to see. It was as if all of us had imagined the incident of that night. Even now, when I see an abandoned building, I get the creeps. Number 2. Why is it always the pretty ones? I met her on an open Facebook group, mainly consisting of people from my hometown. I chatted to people on the Facebook group every day. It was a really good way for me to relieve the stress built up daily from the long commute from my house to work, my shitty boss who complains about everything I do, and my work colleagues who only seemed to be interested in the news headlines, football, and the secretary's arse. It was fun to just relax and talk to people about my hometown, movies, or whatever else I was interested in, without fear of being judged constantly. Visiting the site every day, it wasn't long until I started getting really friendly with the people in the group. We started talking more about our private lives, and there was discussion that we should meet up in real life. It was around then that a girl called May sent a request to join the group. I accepted the request, and soon after, a comment was up on the group page.
Hi! Nice to meet you all. I've never really used Facebook before, so I don't really know the rules. Hope we can all get along.
Even though this wasn't real life, it's always awkward for someone to join a new group of people that they don't know. In a world where so much human interaction takes place through words typed up on a screen, it's very easy to become isolated. So I decided to send her a message. Nice to meet you. Let's talk in private chat. As soon as I finished typing, her chat box popped up on my screen. I laughed a little and opened up the chat box.
Thank you so much for talking to me. I was really nervous. Wasn't sure anyone was gonna talk to me. I'm so happy.
Whoa, she's pretty cute, I thought to myself. We introduced ourselves and talked about random things. Ended up talking to her past midnight. I know it's stupid, but I was kind of excited about talking to her. May was a 25-year-old office lady. She said she enjoyed her job, but that she tended to make mistakes, and her boss was always getting furious at her. Today, she'd mistakenly copied a file which she was supposed to shred, and was made into a laughingstock as her boss shouted at her at the top of his voice. I pictured the scene in my mind. I imagined May with her straight, long black hair, which extended just past her shoulders, and the boss screaming at her as she hung her head in shame in front of the printer. We both joked about the whole scenario, and I went to sleep in a good mood for a change. As usual at work, my boss was being a massive arsehole. He kept on setting me near impossible tasks, without an ounce of consideration for the time that it would take me. That's not to say my subordinates were any better. When I told them which duties to perform, they just sighed and didn't even look at me. God damn it, why is everyone trying to piss me off, I thought to myself. But in all honesty, I was getting along fine. Although my work colleagues pissed me off, it was no longer causing me any stress. Every day I got home, I would jump straight into the bath, open up a can of beer, and talk to my friends on Facebook. As long as I have this, I don't give two fucks what goes on at work. That probably sounds quite sad to the social butterflies amongst you, but it's how I felt. I started to feel like I had been talking to May an awful lot. I flicked through the chat history, and I saw that most of my comments were from chatting with her. There were a few messages sent to my family and my old friends from university, but that was about it. As I flicked through the chat history on the group though, I noticed that I was the only one talking to May. Nobody else replied to any of her comments, and nobody liked the things that she was posting on her homepage. She was new to Facebook and the group, but I still figured that was a little strange. I mean, it only took a few days for me to be introduced to all of the other members of the group. I thought it was a shame, as she was a really cheerful person. She would probably get along quite well with all of the others, if given the opportunity. Maybe she didn't have the chance because she was so busy talking with me. Anyway, every day I got home, I'd perform my daily routine. I'd jump in the bath, crack open a beer, and sit in front of my computer talking to May. I would type, "I'm back," and as soon as I did, she would reply,
Welcome home, Masato. Hope you had a nice day at work.
I felt as if May was my girlfriend. After a little while, I decided to contact my old friends on the channel. Hi guys, I want to speak to you about May. She seems to be isolated in our group. Do you guys think you could talk to her as well? She says that she wants to get to know more members. I waited, but there was no reply. 5 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 2 hours, but still no reply. I tried contacting a few others, but no one replied to me. I was pissed off. Why were they ignoring me? I scrolled through the public chat histories to see when the last time they were on the group page was. But as I scrolled further and further up, there was no sign of their presence anywhere. Eventually, I realized my original friends that invited me onto the group were no longer using the page at all. A few days passed, and finally I got a reply from one of the people I contacted.
Hey man, I know you're friendly with that May girl, so I'm sorry for saying this, but you should stay away from her. Don't give her your real address or phone number, and whatever you do, don't try to meet her in real life.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? Hey, are you jealous or something, dude?
Look, just take it from me. That girl is bad news. Just keep it to talking to her online and don't get too close to her.
Why? What's your problem with her? Beyond my annoyance, I felt depressed. It had been a while since I'd made any friends, and they turn out to be the same kind of judgmental arseholes I have to interact with at work. After an hour, I received a reply.
You know it's not just me who doesn't talk to her. Everybody doesn't. There's a reason for that. That group page is actually a new group we made after getting rid of the first one. The group name was different and I met all the creators of the new group from there. Not long after creating that first group, that girl May joined. You know, we thought the more members the merrier. So like you, we chatted to her normally, and it wasn't a problem. At first.
He went on to tell me about how this May girl had joined their old Facebook group and grew close to one of the old members, a guy called Noboru. They became so friendly online, in fact, that the two of them decided to meet up in real life, and quickly became intimate. Okay, whatever, I thought. Nothing strange so far. I continued to read.
One day, I received a private message from the guy who had met up with May. It just said, help. I guess he was joking or something, so I didn't take it seriously. I just replied, ha, what's up, dude? Immediately, I got a reply. It said, I don't know what to do. Fuck, I don't know where I am. Help. I was talking to the rest of the group later that day, and apparently a few people had received the same kind of messages from him. We all tried to contact him over and over again, but we never got a reply. Then, after a week, he just suddenly left the group. I went to his Facebook page, but he no longer had a Facebook page either. I think he must have deleted it.
He said that there were literally hundreds of messages from her, demanding to know where Noboru was.
Anyone know where he is? I went to his house, but he wasn't there. I'm calling him, but getting no replies. Someone please tell me where he is.
Due to work obligations, the other members of the group didn't even see the messages at first. Reading through them later, they noticed that the messages became more and more extreme.
I know one of you are hiding him. Fuck you. I'll find him if that's the last thing I do. I love him. I'll kill you all along with him if you don't hand him over.
Apparently, since no one was replying to her, she left the group, to the relief of all of the other members. They all unfriended her, and thought that was the end of it. That's when they set up the new private Facebook group, just to be on the safe side. After a couple of years, they again set the group to public, and apparently a few days after that, I happened to join. Not too long after is when they all received the notification, May has joined your group. His message concluded.
She had a different surname this time, but I knew it was her. The way she talked, the things she liked, were the same as the previous May. I don't know what happened to the guy, but some sinister shit must have happened. I mean, who just closes their Facebook account without saying anything?
This was all fucking ridiculous. True, that story about May was terrifying, but there was no proper evidence to suggest that the May I was friends with was the same May. He even admitted that she looked different in the pictures now, but remained adamant that he thought it was still her. But the May I knew was lovely, and there's plenty of people with her name in Japan. And so what if their writing is similar? Most girls I know write in roughly the same way, and lots of them have similar interests as well. You can't say they're the same person just because of that. That Facebook group was made for people living in the same town anyway, so it made sense that there was a lot of similarities between the members of the page. These were all of the things I was telling myself at the time. I just replied, "All right, mate. I don't think this is the same girl, though." It was late autumn, early winter, and I'd actually made plans to meet up with May. We'd decided to meet up at a bar in town. I'd been there a couple of times before, and she said that she liked the place too, so we figured it would be a perfect place for us to meet up. I'm not sure if it was due to the prospect of finally meeting her, but I worked harder than usual at work on the day of the meetup. I left at 5 PM on the dot. Once I got home, I washed myself, brushed my teeth, put on my best set of smart casual clothing, and then skipped down to the bar. It was very cold that day, and it had been snowing on and off. I didn't want to keep her waiting in the cold, so I decided to leave on the early side. I got to the bar 20 minutes early, but already there was someone waiting for me just outside. May?" I asked, slightly embarrassed. It was dark, and she was looking down at her phone, so I couldn't see her face. She looked up at me.
Masato? Hey!
She was stunning. Her black hair had grown out slightly longer than in her profile picture, and now reached down past her shoulders. When she looked up, her dark eyes sent my heart fluttering, and instinctively I looked away. Suddenly nervous, I replied, yeah, I hope I didn't make you wait." She timidly smiled.
No, I've only just arrived. Do you want to go inside? It's quite cold out here.
We sat down at the counter and ordered some drinks. Although I was nervous at first, it soon became clear that this was the exact same May I knew from online. After only a few minutes, we were laughing together and talking naturally, just as we did on the net. We talked well into the night, and before we even knew it, the barman announced that the bar was closing. We stepped outside into the freezing cold. Since entering the bar, it had started to snow again. May leaned on my shoulder.
I think I've had too much to drink.
My heartbeat suddenly sped up. Be cool, I told myself. Do you want to rest at mine? It's pretty close. I could hear my heart pounding.
Can I?
Yeah, that's fine. No trouble at all. Have a glass of water and a little rest. She stopped leaning on me and got to her feet.
Okay, let's go.
We held hands and slowly stumbled back to my place. We had sex. She lay next to me with a peaceful face. I looked at her, and once again, I was astounded by how beautiful she was. I just couldn't believe my luck. The next morning we exchanged phone numbers, and she went back to her home. After meeting May, I started going on Facebook less and less. If I wanted to talk with her, I'd just call her up or text her. I also hardly said anything on the Facebook group anymore. I received messages from my friend, but I didn't bother replying to him. Every Friday before the weekend, May and I would meet up, and she would stay around mine. If she was free for the whole weekend, she'd stay around my place on Saturday, and would make me breakfast in the morning. She even helped me clean up my house. Honestly, I can't remember enjoying life as much as I was enjoying it then. May was literally perfect in every single way. Her only fault was that she would get agitated quite quickly when I wouldn't respond to her messages straight away. She'd send me messages like,
Are you busy? What happened? Do you not like me? Sorry, it's annoying for you if I keep sending messages, isn't it? I'll be waiting for you.
If I left my phone for more than an hour, I'd have received at least 20 or 30 messages from her. It had been roughly 2 months since I had first met May in person. During the end of the year, work tended to get busy, and I had a lot of stuff I had to get done before the holidays started. I couldn't even take a lunch break, and I'd have to do overtime practically every single day. In fact, it had been a while since I had last been able to meet May. I began to sense that something was the matter with her. Actually, no. Deep down, I think I'd known that for a while. There was just something off about her. I had been having to work without rest that day. When I finally got back home, it was midnight. I sat down and took a look at my phone to find literally hundreds of messages from May. I quickly replied to her and explained I'd been busy at work.
Thank God. I thought you must not like me anymore. I'm really sorry for bothering you with so many messages.
She was the same May as usual, but I noticed something strange. She'd been sending me messages every 3 minutes. But how could she do that? She worked during the day as well, after all. It was nearing the end of the year, too. All firms were extremely busy this time of year. If May did have a full-time job, such a feat would be impossible. I sent her a message. Won't you get in trouble sending me messages during work? Again, literally seconds after I sent my message, I got a reply.
It's okay. The place I work at isn't busy at all.
Could that be true? I guess if she says so, I'd better believe her. We were a couple after all. I switched my phone off and got into bed. I always had to switch my phone off, otherwise it would be buzzing constantly until the morning. I couldn't help but remember what my friend had told me about the other May. The next day, I got off work at around 11 PM and returned to my house to find May sitting outside of my front door.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. I really want to see you.
I was worried. It was still only Wednesday. This wasn't our normal routine. We should both have work tomorrow morning.
Sorry, is it a bother?
No. It's okay, but...
Thank God. I've decided to stay here tonight. I'll head straight down from here to work.
Now, I noticed she had a rucksack with her. It probably had her work clothes in it. She's gotta be kidding. I've got a really important meeting tomorrow. In the end, I just let her into the house without putting up much of a fuss. I told her I needed to sleep, but she didn't listen to me. She had other plans in mind. By the time we'd finished, or more accurately she'd finished, it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even have the strength to lift my cup of coffee the next morning. I somehow managed to get up and dragged myself to work. I messed up my morning meeting. I was so tired due to the previous night, and all of the late nights doing overtime leading up to it. I couldn't remember half of my speech, and my boss scolded me, telling me I'd be demoted if this shit happened again. After the scolding, I went to the toilet to check my phone. I had 86 messages and 18 voicemail recordings when it had only been 4 hours since I'd last seen May. I made up my mind. The next day, May was waiting for me at my doorstep again. I led her inside, made her a cup of green tea, and looked her straight in the eyes. Sorry, May. We can't be together anymore. She looked at me dumbfounded.
We're so good together. It's okay. I understand. You're having a hard time with work, aren't you? It's okay. We'll just see each other when the holidays start. I'll be good and wait for you.
I turned away. I couldn't even bear to look at her anymore. I'd heard the same thing a million times from her, and I didn't believe her at all. I'm sorry, but I've made up my mind. It's over. Pack up your things and leave. I don't want to see you anymore.
I get it. You're tired. It's okay. I'll go home now. We'll see each other again in a few days.
I realized at that point I was almost shouting, but May just didn't seem to understand anything I was saying. She just smiled. I could tell from her voice that she wasn't fazed at all. She really meant what she was saying. I remembered my friend's warning again. Don't get too close to May. After that, I ignored all of May's messages. Every time she'd call me, I'd block her calls. A week passed. Ignoring her messages had been a success. She'd stopped messaging me altogether now, and since that night, she hadn't shown her face around my place. Everything had worked out. I didn't feel like doing anything for the next few days. I opened up a bottle of wine, watched some TV, and then got into my bed. Before midnight, I was fast asleep. It was the middle of the night. I heard something.
Mass.
What was that sound?
Misato.
I thought I was dreaming at first, but slowly it became apparent that I was not alone in my room. I sat up in my bed. There was a silhouette of a person in my doorway. My eyes were still adjusting to the low light, but I could tell it was May by the tone of her voice and the outline of her figure. It didn't take me long to notice the knife in her hand. She must have got it from my kitchen. She was mumbling something about betrayal, and how, if she couldn't have me, nobody could. Honestly, what she was saying was mostly unintelligible. With every wipe of my eyes to clear the sleep from them, I realized she was getting closer and closer to me. It's strange. I wasn't scared, perhaps because I was dazed and confused from being awoken in the middle of the night. Everything was very automatic. I ejected myself from the bed, and I rushed at her, slamming the full weight of my body into her. She went flying downwards, smashing into a set of drawers. I remember thinking that she smacked into the furniture at such a force that she just might have broken her neck. That turned out not to be the case. Either way, my only thought was of escape. I was outside in the freezing cold within seconds, wearing nothing but my underwear. I ran to my neighbor's house and knocked on the door frantically, continually checking over my shoulder to make sure she wasn't behind me. Looking down at the ground, I noticed specks of red in the snow at my feet. Because of the adrenaline in my system, I hadn't noticed that she had slashed my arm deeply during our collision. The folks next door eventually opened up and allowed me to use their phone to call the cops. Had they not recognized me, they would most likely have ignored me, thinking I was some crazy midnight streaker weirdo. When the police arrived, May was no longer in the house. She had fled, taking my diary, computer, and phone with her. I was taken to the hospital, where they stitched my arm up. It took a while, but eventually they tracked her down. It's been 3 years since that night, and still nobody has heard from the previous guy who vanished. I'm certain that she had a hand in his disappearance. I truly believe she paid him a similar visit to me, but that he happened to be a much heavier sleeper than I was. She played dumb about the whole thing though. I see people upload all kinds of things on social media sites nowadays, but just remember that there are some psychos out there in the real world. The best things happen in the dark.
Number 4. Before I knew my ex-boyfriend, I was a bit of a whore. I wasn't a real whore, just the type who took skanky pictures on Snapchat and stuff. So, I was on Tinder one day, talking to this hot guy called Callum. He seemed nice enough and was really handsome. So yeah, I was home alone one night with my friend, Rose, because Mum was at a wedding. She wanted to see what Callum looked like, so I Snapchatted him with a picture of me being a slut. I had my rack out on full display, and he replied back with his feet and a caption of,
"Shit, you are so sexy. I wish I could be there."
Or something stupid like that. According to Tinder, he was only 10 kilometers away, so being the stupid girl I was, I invited him around. I felt safe with Rose because she was a strong girl and was a foot taller than me, with me only being 4'8". Anyway, Callum agreed to come around with the simple text of,
"Sure, but don't expect me to be able to control myself."
I gave him my address, and about an hour later, There was a knock at the door. We ran to it, and I expected to be greeted with the beautiful boy with blue eyes and amazing long hair at the door. How I couldn't have been more wrong. Standing behind the door was a huge man. I'd say about 6'4", with a shaved head and salt and pepper stubble on his dirty face. We stood silent for about half a minute, just staring. A grin was slowly growing on his face to reveal piss-yellow teeth.
Hello, princess.
Was the only sentence he said before I shut the door on his face and I burst into tears. I pretty much had the house on full lockdown at that point. The latch was on the door and all of my bottom windows, they were locked. I got Rose to call the police, but all they really said was,
I'm sorry, we can't help you. Is he trying to break in or is he threatening you?
Rose explained the situation, and the stupid sarcastic bitch of an operator pretty much said,
You were the one who invited him around. It's your job to get him off of your property.
At this point, I was absolutely livid. We walked into the living room and sat behind the couch. Our curtains were at the dry cleaners, so we couldn't really hide. We sat in about 2 minutes of silence before we thought it was safe and that the man had finally gone away. I poked my head from behind the couch and then I saw him. He grinned at me and waved, his face almost getting crushed in between himself and the window, and then he said something that made me physically sick.
Judith, it's me, Cal.
He took his phone out, did something on it, and then pressed it against the window. I squinted, unable to see what it was, and then it hit me. It was a picture of me, standing in my underwear, in front of my mirror. Then he said something that made me cringe.
I want to see that in real life, and I want to do your daddy a favor.
I looked at Rose and apologized for being a slut. She shook her head. Of course, she didn't care at the minute. Then, I did what I was good at, because he wasn't going to go away. I climbed onto the windowsill and opened the top window. It isn't big at all, just big enough for me to stick my head out. What I said next was one of the biggest bluffs I'd ever given.
You get the fuck off of my property. My friend in there just called my boyfriend, and he's on his way here now, and he is going to beat the shit out of you. So you better leave if you don't want your dirty face smashed in.
He laughed, and then he replied with something along the lines of,
I'll bend you over his dead body and fuck you till you scream.
And then, I shit you not, right at that second, my neighbour, Andy, he pulled up outside and got out of his car. I put my face out of the window and shouted for him. Andy had a soft spot for me, and most other short girls, so I shouted things like,
Andy, babe,
or
honey,
or some of those ugly other pet names. He walked over with a smile. Andy, he was almost 7 foot tall, and he honestly scared the shit out of me sometimes. I looked back at Callum, who honestly looked like he just shat a brick, and then back to Andy. I was 16, so shouldn't have been hanging around with a 40-year-old man, ideally anyway. I basically just said to him,
Get this creep out of my garden, please. I've called the police.
Andy, being the beautiful guy he is, took Callum out of my garden and held the back of his neck to keep him still. Rose sat and fangirled over Andy's magnificence, and then, about 20 minutes later, a police car pulled up, took the guy away, and we never saw him again. Myself and Rose, we didn't sleep that night, so we ended up baking a cake to bring to Andy. We iced the words, "Thank you for saving us from the scary rapist," on top of it. We did, I swear. We brought him the cake the next day, and we put it in his kitchen, and he asked if I knew that man. I was a bit taken aback, but then I denied it, and he frowned slightly. I asked what was up, and he said something that I'll never forget. Apparently, when he was standing with Andy, he physically begged Andy to let him screw me, or to watch Andy screw me, still thinking that Andy was my boyfriend. He started telling Andy, word for word, the dirty talks we'd have. Andy then recalled one back to me, and my stomach turned. Then he said how Callum had told him that he could have Rose, and they'd both take turns on me. I couldn't sleep for a week afterwards. So yeah, I was in a lot of trouble for my nudes, and I could not stay at home alone anymore. But I would just like to say this. Please, please be careful what you send to people. Don't send anything if you can help it. I was just a dumb kid who got off with a slap on the wrist, but it could have ended much, much worse.
Number 3.
I met Trent on Tinder in October of 2014. He really seemed like my type. Tall, slender, the very definition of twink. It's hard to find many feminine gay guys in the boonies of Oklahoma, so I swiped right, and then we started talking about setting up a date. Everything was amazing for the first couple of months, until the end of the semester, when my roommates, they moved away. That was when he came to spend some time with me during winter break. When I started wanting to spend some time with family for Christmas, Trent decided to let me know that he couldn't go home because he had cut ties with his family. This was a huge red flag if I'd ever seen one, but I decided to try and help him find a place to stay and then break up with him. I didn't want to make him homeless after all. By the time the break had ended, Trent had enrolled at my university and was living across the hall from me. I knew that it would be awkward when I left him, but I wasn't prepared in the slightest for what was about to come. When the new semester began, he knocked on my door, complaining that he couldn't sleep in his own room for several reasons, the most frightening of which was that he was afraid that his roommates would kill him. I reassured him that those were just unreasonable thoughts and sent him back to his room. Not an hour later, Trent comes back to me, threatening suicide. I take him to the hospital, with him sobbing about how I was going to break up with him the entire time. I never told him I was going to. The next morning, I got 30 phone calls. I changed my number and blocked him on all of my social apps I use. Then, he created a new Grindr account and finally coaxed me into meeting him for a conversation. I ended up taking him back because, even though he was medicated, he was still very unstable. He had attempted suicide after he was released from the hospital. I had moved off campus at that point. Fast forward about 3 months, and now he's moved off of campus into an apartment that he can't even afford. I had been trying to get him the hell out of my house because he was essentially living with me since he just couldn't stay at his new place on campus without attempting suicide. At that point, I was in a marriage-like relationship with Trent against my will because I was afraid to be the cause of someone's suicide. One night, I decided I just didn't care about Trent anymore, and I broke up with him. And this is where it gets dark. For an hour, we went around and around, with me begging through my tears for him not to kill himself, and him essentially trying to force me out of his house so he could commit suicide. It came to him threatening to call the police to tell them that I was psychotic and threatening him in his own home. I left and called the police, and when they arrived, they found him attempting to blow up his entire apartment complex. When he got back, the true stalking began. I started receiving up to 50 calls in one day from numbers that would change. He was changing his number to bypass my call block. His attempts to get me to talk to him were just like before. He created several profiles under several names on several social apps to contact me, leaving just enough information for me to deduce that it was him. His insistence that he was going to hurt me crossed the threshold from creepy into almost threatening, like a come out wherever you are kind of thing. The entire time, he was trying to get me alone in a room with him. I abandoned my home and I moved in with my aunt 20 miles away. One night at 10:30, I received a call from the police department notifying me that my apartment had been broken into and that I was needed to check the apartment for missing possessions. Apparently, he posed as me to get a locksmith to open my door. My drive back to my apartment was through one of the worst lightning storms I've ever seen. When I got there, I had a friend with me and a baseball bat. I opened the door and noticed that things weren't missing. New things were there. Things that I didn't own. I opened my bedroom door to find Trent's phone on the charger. My bed had also been stripped of its sheets. Turning to the window, I saw Trent's clothes in a pile, and that's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I knew he was right behind me. When I turned around, he was in my closet, hunched over and naked. He had a wild look in his eyes, and yet exited the closet in the calmest manner imaginable. It was like he was a zombie or something, pale with rings around his eyes, unkempt hair, and a really blank expression on his face. I waved my bat at him, but he seemed prepared to die. He asked me to kill him. He tried to wrestle the bat away from me, and he tried to prove that he legally lived in my apartment. He tried telling me that he had given me HIV. I eventually got him into the living room and got him to get dressed before the cops arrived. He then lunged at me and the police tackled him, and so unfolded the most violent arrest I'd ever witnessed. He screamed,
"Police brutality! I just want to talk to Brian! Why won't you let me talk to Brian? Please, just give me 5 minutes alone with Brian!"
The stalking continued after he posted bail. The next day, he knocked on my apartment door posing as the police. He found me in my class and chased me, eventually laying hands on me, running away when I pepper sprayed him and tried to get back into my house again. He was arrested again for trespassing. I got a protective order put out against him after he posted bail the second time, but that didn't deter him. He continues to call. I finished the semester and moved back home and began reporting every incident of him violating that order, which were numerous. He left for LA because he thinks that the order is only valid in the state in which it was issued. If he comes back, or if he's arrested in California, I'll be taking him to court this time. Number 2. This story is something I've never told anyone. Not until today, that is. It all starts when I was nearly 18 years old, which is legally an adult here where I live. So it was pretty exciting. I was the good girl type throughout my life and wanted attention from men since I hadn't had a boyfriend before. Being focused on my grades and such, I had no need for one. But being an 18-year-old girl with new privileges, it got to me. There had been an app floating around my school and town for a while, Tinder, as most of you may know it as. You can vote someone attractive or swipe if you're not interested, in hopes you'll get a match with someone you like. Me, being naive and stupid as I recall now, decided to give it a try. Without trying to sound too conceited, back in my day, I was a pretty attractive girl. Many men instantly gave me attention. I had many matches on Tinder, but one in particular, it got to me. His name was Matt. Matt was a gentleman, seemingly refined, 21 years old, and very handsome. He had a lot of similar interests to me as well. He seemed sweet, and he lived only half an hour away from the town I was living in at the time. We decided to meet for drinks, him with his friends and me with mine. We met in this shady bar in my town. It was run down, musty smelling, but it was quite relaxed. The people were nice and the owners were friendly. Matt comes in about half an hour late, saying that he had car trouble. He was alone, and I asked where his friends were, but he said that they just couldn't make it. He was extremely handsome, and he was dressed in a red dress shirt, black jeans, had a newly shaved face, and he had his hair gelled up. He also had a nicely scented cologne on, which really attracted me. He was very charming, respectable, polite, and we talked for hours, it felt like. Eventually, my friends left me and him alone due to how infatuated it seemed we were with one another. We held hands, stared into each other's eyes, and we flirted quite a bit. It seemed like a dream come true. He offered me a drink and I accepted. He walked over to the bar and he got us both a beer. I should never have accepted that beer, as it would change my life forever. I became out of it immediately after consuming the drink, dizzy. I needed to go home. My house was only a block away from the bar, but I could barely walk. I thought to myself,
Why did my friends leave me? Damn it.
He offered me a ride home, and I politely accepted, which was a dreadful mistake. We got into his car, and immediately he got back out of it and went to grab his jacket from inside. While I was sitting in the car, I noticed his phone go off, and a text message preview popped up with the first name Dan on his screen. The message, it chilled me. The preview showed a drop-off location, addressed for the body. I should have gotten out of that car then and there, but like an idiot, I searched for my phone in my purse instead to call my dad to come and get me. He came back and asked me what was wrong. I denied feeling upset and told him that I just had to go, but when I reached to grab the door and open it, he locked it and then smiled and said,
"You're not going anywhere."
This is where my vision began to blur and my memory becomes pretty fuzzy. It seemed like we drove for a long time. I'm not sure due to how out of it I was. I felt his hand awkwardly close to my crutch on my thigh. Multiple times, he also squeezed my thigh. The car stopped abruptly and I began to feel sick to my stomach. He got out of his vehicle and opened the trunk. I looked in the back seat for anything to use as a weapon, and then my stomach dropped again, as I noticed duct tape, ties, and plastic bags. I didn't notice it before due to how sick I was feeling. I opened up the dashboard and found a bottle of chloroform and some type of pill drug in a baggie, and a few pairs of what seemed to be his possible other victim's panties. This was it, I thought to myself. This was definitely it. I was going to die, wasn't I? He pulled me out of the vehicle, tried pulling my top off. I bit and scratched as hard as I could. I had learned some self-defense techniques from my uncle, and I remembered to duck a knee in the stomach and face, and I kicked him in the groin and then the face. Even though I was dizzy, I ran and ran as fast as I could. I threw my high heels off somewhere along the way, and I just kept running. It hurt like hell on the gravel road we were on, but I needed to live. I could hear him yelling in the background far behind me saying,
"Sweetheart."
Sweetheart my ass, I thought. I ran far into the trees and found the closest farmhouse, and I banged on the door really hard. They called the police, but by the time they got there, Matt and his car, they were long gone. And the only evidence of my struggle was my blood on the gravel from my bleeding feet from the running, and my high heels kicked off in the ditch. I went to show them his profile, but by then, he had taken his Tinder profile down, and the number, it was like it never existed. There were no reports of a Matt Shepherd even living in the area. Soon after, I moved with my mum 2 cities away to get away from what had happened, and nobody besides the police know of my story. I was just too ashamed to tell my parents what had happened, or my friends. How could I have been so stupid? Who was this person? Where was he taking me? And what was his plan?
Number 1.
First, just a little background information. This is important so people can understand the relationship I have with my stalker. There is a fair bit, but it's all necessary. I met this boy on an app called Tinder. His name is Dylan. After a month of talking, we decided to meet up. I would catch the train to the train station near his house, where he would meet me and pick me up in his car and take me to his house. We did this a few times and things went really well. However, the last time I went to his house, he physically and sexually assaulted me while his housemates were at home playing video games. Not once did they try and intervene. In fact, I'm pretty sure that they completely ignored my screams of pain and cries for help. His housemates, they were both male, and their names were Tyler and Blake. Okay, now for the story. I'm a 19-year-old female living in Melbourne, Australia. I attended university right in the heart of Melbourne City, and on this particular day, I had classes from 9:30 in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening, but I decided to stay back and get some study done for the upcoming exams. I catch a tram to classes, as it picks me up right outside my house and drops me off right outside the university. My day went really well, and I had no issues, and I stayed from 5 PM to 9 PM studying when I decided I better start heading home. It was a very hot night, and I was in my fishnet stockings and a short black dress. I'm classified as a goth, but I don't believe in those silly labels. Anyway, this specific night, everything that could have gone wrong, it went wrong. Firstly, the tram I normally caught to get home wasn't running, so I needed to catch the train. Now, To get to the train platform from this particular station, you need to walk down these 3 sets of stairs, then down a long tunnel which is pitch black, and then you turn right and step onto the platform. When I got onto the platform and I looked around, it was completely empty, except for 3 boys sitting right at the other end. Now, if I had known that those 3 men were Dylan, Tyler, and Blake, I would have run right out of there. But I didn't know, so I just sat down on one of the seats and waited for my train. A couple of minutes passed and I could feel eyes on me. You know when you can just tell someone is looking at you, even though you can't see them? That's the feeling I got. I turned to look to my right, where Dylan, Tyler, and Blake, they'd gotten out of their seats and were walking right towards me. They each had a twisted grin glued upon their faces when they suddenly stopped moving. After they stopped, Dylan then whispered something to them, which I couldn't hear, and they nodded and left, leaving just me and Dylan.
Hey, hot stuff. Fuck, you're looking so good,
he said, as he continued walking until he sat right next to me. He sat so close, his thigh and my thigh, they were touching.
Thanks,
I said back. Although Dylan had assaulted me in the past, I was always nice to everyone, so ignoring him wasn't something I could do. He was almost double my height and was extremely muscly. I, on the other hand, was a short, skinny girl with long black curly hair. I was also undertaking treatment for anorexia, so I didn't have the strength to defend myself if I got him angry, so I knew my best option was to try and keep him happy.
You want to come back to my place, baby?
He whispered, with a sick smirk on his face. He moved his hand onto my upper thigh and then under my dress, and he started to rub me. I didn't answer him straight away until I heard him start to moan. I quickly looked down to his other hand, which was now being used to rub his own junk, and he had his eyes closed. He was getting off right next to me. I quickly jumped off and started to back away, and I headed towards the tunnel I walked through to get down here. Then I started running through the tunnel and up the first set of stairs. He was faster though, and he grabbed my ankle and tugged, so I fell headfirst onto the stairs. I couldn't get up straight away. I was just too dizzy and my head hurt so badly. I then heard footsteps running down towards us, and my first thought was,
thank God, someone is coming.
Someone did come, alright. 2 people, in fact. Tyler and Blake. They descended the stairs and looked down at me, smiling.
Don't try and run away, babe,
they said. I went to scream, and before I had the chance to realize what was happening, Tyler leaped down and covered my mouth with a thick layer of masking tape. And now that I couldn't scream, my next idea was to kick them. So that's what I did. I had a muffled scream against the masking tape, and I started kicking and pushing them away.
For fuck's sake, get her!
Dylan screamed, and they all pounced on me, tying my legs together and cuffing my hands together in front of me until I just went still. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I felt completely helpless. Now, during all of this time, my train still hadn't arrived. It must have been delayed. So I was just laying there, and I was looking up at the 3 men who had made my night so terrifying.
Come on, let's do this and go already. We all know the cops start wandering around this station at night.
Blake grinned after seeing Dylan nod his head in approval. Blake pulled out his wooden baseball bat from behind his back and stood over me and looked down into my eyes, and we made eye contact.
Oh, don't worry. I won't go easy on you.
He then laughed and whacked the baseball bat right down in the middle of my face, just missing my nose by an inch, but getting my right eye and the right side of my face. I screamed, but of course, it was muffled against the tape on my mouth. From the corner of my eye, I could see this red liquid running down my head onto the floor beside me. I then looked up, just to see them all running off, dropping the bat in the process. Too sore to move and still being tied up, I think I blacked out. I soon opened my eyes to see 3 police officers, 2 paramedics, and the station security person surrounding me. They untied me and then slowly pulled the tape off from my mouth and rushed me to hospital, where the following day I gave my statement to the police. I suffered bruises, got stitches in my head, and suffered severe damage. Now, whenever I stand up, I get very dizzy and I feel faint. Doctors are telling me that this is something I'll need to live with for the rest of my life. I also told them about the history with Dylan and the assaults I endured. Thankfully, all 3 of them have been arrested and they're now locked away. I'm still not coping too well. I have horrid nightmares and I'm too scared to walk around by myself at night. But I do have some very supportive friends, and they are helping me to deal with these past events. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. I hope you enjoyed the video, guys. And well, I guess you could say that some dating apps tend to be a little dangerous. 2000. Number 3. This happened in October of this year. My 2 friends and we decided to go camping for a few days. It was around 2 PM when we arrived at Cannock Chase, which is a huge woodland area in the UK. The main reason we chose here is because my friend and I, Emma, we're really into listening to scary stories and creepypastas, and we heard a few stories that a black-eyed girl had been spotted here a few times. So we were very curious. However, my friend Snow hated the idea, but we still persuaded her to come. We set up camp and we mess around for a few hours, having a few drinks and telling a few scary stories. It got to be about 6 PM and it started to get dark, and the campfire, it started to die down. Seeing that the fire was beginning to die down, I offered to go and get some wood for the fire. I only walked about 5 minutes from the camp to look for the firewood when I had a strange feeling that someone was watching me. In the times I had listened to people's scary stories and people said that, it was like, how can you feel someone watching you? But trust me, you can. At first, I shook it off as we just told creepy stories to one another, so I thought it was just me being paranoid. But then I heard a twig snapping to the left of me. I investigated the noise with my light on my phone, but there was nothing there.
Pull yourself together, Red. You're being stupid,
I told myself. As I was a bit spooked, I grabbed a few large twigs and headed back to camp. We hung out for a few good hours until we decided to go to sleep. We had 2 tents. Emma and Snow, they shared one, and I had a one-man tent to myself. I sat in my tent, but I really couldn't sleep. Something just didn't feel right. I looked at my phone and it was 1 AM, so I decided to try and sleep it off. I fell asleep, but before long, I woke up to a small draft coming into my tent. I slowly sat up and realized that my tent door, it was open ever so slightly.
That's weird. I'm sure I shut that,
I said to myself. I heard laughter outside, so I got out and saw Emma and Snow. I asked them,
Hey, did one of you guys open my tent?
They both replied no, and then Emma said,
Maybe it was the black-eyed girl.
They both laughed and I rolled my eyes and sat with them. Skipping ahead, we were getting a little bored of the quiet, so I decided to go and get my phone to play some music. And as I walked toward my tent, I saw something, a figure in the distance. I still don't know why I didn't run right then, but curiosity got the better of me. Could this be the black-eyed girl, I thought? So I went to grab my phone, but it was missing. I looked back up and the figure, it was gone. I walked to where the figure had been and looked behind the tree, when all of a sudden I felt a hand over my mouth and something pointy held against my back. I heard a deep voice whisper in my ear,
One move or sound, and I'll kill you, and then
your two friends over there.
I wasn't about to let this guy kidnap and rape me, or worse. So I moved my leg between his legs and flicked up as hard as I could, kicking him straight in the balls, and he let go and yelled,
"Ah, you bitch!"
I then started running towards my friends, but he was really quick and was almost right behind me as I shouted run. They both turned and began to run, but he was right behind me and tackled me to the floor. He leant over me and said,
"Don't worry, I'll make it rough. That's how I like it anyway."
I felt my trousers begin to come off.
"No, please, please, you don't want to do this."
I squirmed and closed my eyes as my body went limp.
"Get off her, you fucker,"
I heard Emma shout. I opened my eyes to see Emma with what looked like a gun. The man got up and said,
"Shit, okay. I'll go, fuck,"
and ran into the woods with his pants halfway down. Snow helped me up and I turned to Emma and said,
"Where the fuck did you get a gun?"
She smirked and then kind of laughed and said,
"It's not a real gun. I always bring it to camping. It's my sister's cosplay gun."
I hugged her and thanked her. We called our parents and then the cops straight away, and while waiting for them, we looked for my phone. We found it on the floor where the man had tackled me. I surmised that because I didn't have it, he must have taken it out of the tent, and that's why the tent was open. I looked on my phone and I saw photos of me sleeping. Unfortunately, the man was never caught and they found no fingerprints on the phone apart from mine and a few friends. I still wonder why he took my phone first. Was it so that I couldn't call anyone if he kidnapped me? I suppose I'll never know. But this taught me to be more careful when camping and to not go wandering off on your own at night. I hate to think what would have happened if Emma didn't bring that plastic gun.
Number 2.
My name is Oliver, and I'm 24 years old. A while back, I originally became interested in this channel due to the deep web stories, as I'd gained a major interest in it. The content I had listened to and watched on this channel, it's grown with me, as I've heard almost every story. Yet, the one story I had not heard of, it had to do with the black-eyed children. As one can imagine, it's pretty creepy and disturbing, and quite fearful to think that these type of children could exist. A little background about myself before I go into the story. I've collected some odd things from my past that I haven't let go of, including a sword known as Tenza Zangetsu from the manga or anime Bleach, and a machete that my friend had given me only 1 month prior to this whole thing occurring. The machete, it stays sheathed at all times and lays upright next to my dresser so that I can access it easily in case of an emergency. My story isn't an actual encounter. Well, at least, I'll have to keep telling myself that. It couldn't have been more than 2 weeks ago when I experienced perhaps one of the scariest moments of my life. Things were good. I had just gotten back from Las Vegas for an overdue vacation, and I needed to chill out after all the excessive drinking and gambling. As such, I decided to smoke some pot I had laying around. I don't freak out when I smoke it, or do anything out of the ordinary. I do know though that it does sometimes affect my dreams, and sometimes I have trouble sleeping. After doing the deed, I found myself ready to sleep and just doze off. Except, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night having to use the restroom. With my roommate currently out for the winter, I found myself in a completely dark house at 2 o'clock in the morning. Having memorized the layout of the small living spaces, I pay no mind to the suitcase I left near the front door, nor the fact that I can't see anything in front of me. After finishing up in the bathroom, I walk back to my room to get back to sleep, only to realize that I left the door to my room open. It's not a common occurrence, but I wasn't bothered by it too much either. That was until I started hearing the noise of someone urinating in my bathroom. Immediately now, my eyes opened up as I had just comprehended I wasn't alone in my house anymore. Grabbing my glasses off of the counter that held my speakers, I act quickly and silently go to grab my machete near my dresser. Taking the sheath off the blade, I felt more confident to handle whoever thought that they could just walk into my house and piss and do whatever else they thought that they pleased. With the layout of the house, I'm literally 3 steps away from my bathroom, and my roommate has his own in his room. I slowly make the 3 steps that I've always made towards the bathroom, except this time, with careful position of the blade to make sure whoever's there, they won't stand much of a chance. As I hit the light in the bathroom, I get ready to plunge the blade forward, only to be completely stopped. It was a mix of fear and paralysis, as no matter what I did, I couldn't move. I used all the force I had physically and mentally to move, but I'd been stuck in a position. A kid, no more than 7, had been taking a piss in my bathroom, and his eyes, they were black. Completely and utterly black. Realizing the situation I was in, I started to stutter, and I was calling for my roommate who wasn't in the same country and wouldn't even be able to help me. My mouth started to gape wide open, and I could barely scream, as the child, who had been staring at me the whole time, with a strange voice, says,
"That's not very nice of you. You wanted to hurt me."
Completely petrified, I started to try and move the blade again, but to no avail.
"Now, I'm going to hurt you."
As I finally find my voice and scream, I realize that I'm in bed. Having been so cold in the morning and shocked from the dream, I breathe a sigh of relief. I gathered my thoughts, believing it to be purely a dream that was set off by hearing all the stories so often. As I sat up, I noticed my door was still open, and I had to use the restroom again. I started my day and proceeded to get ready before I saw something that made me start to question everything that happened. The blade was in the same position I always left it in, but the sheath, it had been removed.
Number 1.
Here's a little background. The story that I'm about to tell you happened to me about 18 years ago. It actually is more of a story about my mother than me personally. My mother comes from a family of 5 siblings, and she was the youngest of them. They came from Germany and migrated into the Czech Republic, and they went willingly due to better work opportunities. As my mother was struggling at the time with the Czech language, and the gap between her and her siblings was large, she struggled in finding someone close enough to her in this desperate time. But she actually surprisingly found such a person in her oldest brother. They became best friends in the future too. I tell you this now as it has something to do with the investigation later. When my mother was about 30 and I was about 8 years old, she had received a message that my uncle, her oldest brother, he died. Obviously, she was devastated by this message. She would cry whole days and would be on the telephone trying to find out what had happened, as the police refused to tell her all the details. She would cry for whole days and was always on the phone trying to find out what had happened, as, strangely, the police refused to tell her all of the details. After about a week, the police, they came to tell us the cause of the death. He had supposedly been driving under the influence and too fast and had a deadly car accident. They also told us that these types of accidents were very common. My mum, though, she didn't believe this. My uncle was a good man and a solid businessman, and he didn't drink. Because my mother didn't believe the police, she called my uncle's wife to meet up with her. My auntie, she didn't want to talk about the accident and told us that we should just let it go. But my mother was furious. She told my auntie that she couldn't believe that my auntie didn't care and that she didn't want to know the truth. After some conversation, my mother convinced her that she wanted to see the car. My mother and father drove one day into Prague, and when they returned, they looked happy. They told me that everything was okay, but I could clearly see something was bothering them. Later, when I was 23, my father told me what they saw, but at the time, I didn't understand. My father told me that the car was burned up, and it didn't look like a car accident. In fact, it looked almost as if someone had put a bomb in the engine or something. After about a week, my mother had some arguments with my father. This was pretty surprising to me, as they never really argued. Or, at least, never in front of me. For the next few weeks, everything seemed absolutely normal, except for a few mobile phones, as my mother always tried to be secretive around them. About 3 months later, my mother had a serious argument with someone on the phone. She told my father that it was nothing serious, but he didn't believe her. They talked to each other until my mother told him that she was in contact with some private investigator. My father became furious and warned her that she was walking on thin ice, but my mother told him that he didn't have to worry anyway, as the private investigator, he refused to work on the case after some difficulties. My mother, though, she didn't want to leave this alone, and so she contacted yet another private investigator. One day, we came home with my mother from my school. She drove me home that day, and it was near the school. I normally walked home as it wasn't that far and we lived in a small town anyway. But when we came home, there were 3 black cars just sitting out the front of our house. When we came to the door and opened, we saw my father sitting on a couch with a white face. He looked at us, and he was clearly scared. There were 4 other men in black suits with black hand gloves and dark glasses. They looked at my mum and told us to come in. My mother immediately told them that she would call the police, but the men, they just laughed at her. Before we knew it, 3 more similar large men came in right behind us and pushed us into the home. Behind them, there was an old, white-haired man. I was pretty nervous, and I don't know why I did this, because I was on the verge of crying. I looked at the old man and smiled at him nervously, but he just looked at me. His glare was horrible. It was without emotion, and he looked at me as if he was thinking about something, very seriously. He made me look away, but I saw his glare on me for a couple more seconds. Then, he spoke in some language that I didn't know at the time, but later found out that it was Russian. He said something to one of the men, and the man, he just nodded. Then, the old man started to talk in Czech with a deep old voice. It was really creepy. He told us,
Miss, I'm sure you know why we're here today. You have been warned before, and you didn't listen. Now, you will pay the consequences.
From nowhere, 2 of the men snatched my mother and duct taped her mouth. They also put some white cloth to her face for a few seconds until she fell unconscious. Then, they put a black sack on her head. My father tried to protest and to do something, but one of the men hit him so hard that he also fell unconscious. Then, the old man, he told me that if I stayed quiet and followed them, they would not hurt my mum. I cried and could not talk out of sheer fear, but I nodded. I was put in the car and we began to drive. I started to hear my mum after about 5 minutes, and we drove for about another 20 minutes when we suddenly stopped. From nowhere, the men around me, they just started to leave the car, and then one of the men told me to come out. I was afraid, but something in that old man's voice made me believe that maybe, if I am really silent and listen to what they tell me, everything will be alright. They took my mum out of the car and took off the black sack and took away some little white piece of plastic rope or whatever it was around her hands. They let my mum hug me, and then the old man said,
Look around. What do you see? Go on, try and cry out. No one will come.
A moment of silence came over us, and my mother, she started to cry. The old man, he started to grin and said,
Your son? He's the same age as mine.
There was another pause, but this one, it felt like an eternity. And after which, he said,
Today, you get to go home. But just today. Your brother, he was not a good man. Let it go.
From out of nowhere, they just got into the car and drove away. I was left standing with my mum in the middle of nowhere, and we were crying and she was hugging me. She didn't have a phone, so we had to hitchhike to get home. We got home after about 3 hours, as we didn't know where we were. As we saw our home and one of the black cars still in front of the house, my mum started to run desperately to the house. At the tender age of 8, even I realised that she was afraid that my dad was hurt. When we came home, we saw that 3 men were sitting around, and our father, he was in the kitchen with a towel to his nose. It was bloody, but he wasn't really bleeding anywhere else. my mum started to cry and hugged him, and the men didn't protest, and immediately they started to leave the house. My mum asked my father if he was okay, and he told her that when he woke up, the men had helped him with his bloody nose. They didn't hurt him anymore, and they told him that they'd only hit him because they didn't want him to interfere. They also told him that they knew almost everything about us, and then my dad started throwing examples out, which at the time I didn't understand, but my mother, she was white and trembling. My father later told me that they knew everything, almost every single thing about us. They also told my father that the private investigator, he was left with 2 broken legs. We never heard of them again, and my mother, she immediately stopped looking into the case of her brother. We never had any more trouble with them after this, and since that time, we've never seen them ever again. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video guys. And I guess you could say that those Russian mafia men, they were putting their foot down. For the politically minded, that joke will make sense. But for everyone else, well, I guess you just ain't picking up what I'm putting down. New Year's resolution, I'm going to look into better jokes for all of you guys, okay? Don't worry, I'm going to come up with something better than this, okay? I promise. Oh gee. Anyway, thanks again to the Hive members that bravely shared this story for us all here, and I honestly hope you guys are all doing really well. For the chance to have your story feature in a video, you can send your story to my email, which is in the description below. Also, please do me a favor and just state in your email what your story is about in the description, and also provide me with a short written statement of consent just so that I can be above board with everything. Also remember to tell me in the email if you would like to remain anonymous, and please change any names if you don't want particular names to be shared. As always guys, it would be awesome if you could like, share, comment and subscribe if you're new. Don't forget to follow me on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for updates throughout the week. You can also catch me on my second gaming channel, all of which have links in the description below. Thanks for always tuning in guys, and I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you mates in the next one.
Number 4.
This happened when I was 10. It was the summer of 2008, and my mum and I decided to go to Disney World for a mini vacation. It was a long, tiring drive, and we finally got to Orlando after about 5 hours. It was super late, and we were trying to find a decent hotel to crash in for a few nights. After looking for a long hour, we finally found a hotel that wasn't booked to the rim. This hotel was really gorgeous, and not to mention, really big. There were enough mesmerizing lights in the building to blind a person. We parked and brought our luggage in ourselves since we didn't have much, and we walked in. Amazingly, it was even more beautiful on the inside. It was decorated very nicely with a smooth, velvety wall and a smooth marble floor. The lady at the front desk, she was really nice too, and she found us a room. She told us our room was on the 10th floor, and then she called one of the hotel servants to escort us to our room. When he came over to us, he just silently stood there. He didn't even say hello or anything, and me, being the observant kid I was, I began to study him. He was a very tall, dark-skinned man, about 6'2", and he wore very small, oval-shaped glasses. They were so small though that they didn't even cover his eyes completely. He also had a very scruffy, unshaven face, and he smelled putrid, like he'd been submerged in a garbage can or something. It was very hard for me not to contort my face as he just silently stood there, the odour filling up my nostrils. He abruptly turned around, heading towards the elevator, and I guess that was his way of telling us to come on, so we followed. Being in the elevator with him was the creepiest thing ever. The entire way up to our room, he just stood there, back against the wall of the elevator, staring ahead, the entire time. He just didn't even move. It was like standing next to a statue or something. My mum was as creeped as I was, and we kept exchanging confused glances. We finally arrived on our floor, and I was so weirded out, I wanted to practically run out of the elevator. So, anyways, he walked us into our room, and we put our stuff down, exhausted. The hotel servant, instead of leaving the room, he just stood there, staring at us. After about 2 minutes, he just slowly turned around and then just left. The way he moved was almost robot-like, and he closed the door gently behind him and left. My mum and I just looked at each other, bewildered. What in the heck was wrong with this man, I thought to myself, but I tried not to worry too much about it. I mean, after all, we were on vacation. About 45 minutes later, my mum called room service because her bed didn't have a mattress, and they said that they would send someone up as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. My very tired mum, she got up and answered the door, when all of a sudden, she jumped back when she saw who it was. It was him, again. He slowly pushed the mattress into the room, put it against the wall, and left. My mum and I gave each other a weird look again, and I helped her put the mattress on her bed. We both got comfortable, and eventually, we fell asleep. I woke up 2 hours later feeling unsettled, like something just didn't feel right. I turned over, and once my eyes adjusted to the darkness, my blood ran cold. There stood the man, standing over my mum, just staring at her while she was sleeping. How the hell did he even get in here? I thought to myself. I screamed so loud, I was sure I woke up everyone in the hotel. My screaming woke up my mum, and she bolted over to my bed, eyes wide. After I screamed, he looked at us, slowly turned around, and left. I frantically grabbed my phone and called the police. It took them about an hour to get to us, but when they finally got here, they got to our room and they told us that they found the man hiding in one of the laundry rooms on a different floor, and they also said that he had a knife hidden under his shirt. What the police officer told us after this really freaked me out even more than the fact that he had a knife. It turns out that this guy, he was a registered sex offender. The next morning, we went to a different hotel. We knew the man was in custody, but we just couldn't stay in that room knowing what happened. I'm so glad that my mum wasn't hurt, and I just don't want to think about what would have happened if he pulled out that knife.
Number 3.
So, this happened during the summer, about July to be exact. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I weigh roughly 120 pounds, which will be relevant later. I'm from Ukraine, so I've seen my fair share of people that are just downright fucking crazy. But this one sticks out, since as much as I've travelled, I've never had anything like it happen to me. Anyway, I was taking a vacation with my friend and her families in Constanta, Romania, which is a fairly nice city with nice people, but you do get the occasional drug addict. So, the second day we were there, her parents gave us money to go and buy something or to do something. We decided to get some lunch and then head to the nearest music store, as both my friend and I are into music and a lot of death metal. We found a nice restaurant with reasonable prices. We took a seat outside and ordered our food. I'm multilingual and speak Romanian amongst many other languages, while my friend only speaks English, which means I had to translate. After we ordered our food, we started talking about a new death metal band that she had found. It was called Cerebral Bore. Now, I'm usually on high alert of everything around me and how people are acting, as I've watched too many shows to be completely oblivious of my surroundings. So as I'm listening to my friend talk, I see this dude a few tables away, eyeing us pretty intently, almost as if he were trying to listen in on our conversation or something, but couldn't understand English. It wasn't too sketchy yet, but I did get a creepy vibe from him. A few minutes later, we have our food, and as my friend is still ranting about one of her favourite bands breaking up, that sketchy guy, sitting a little ways from us, walks over and sits down, right fucking next to my friend. Not just casually next to her, I'm talking right next to her, where their chairs are practically touching. Of course, both of us just stare at each other and mouth, "What the fuck," to each other. That's when he starts talking to her, speaking in Romanian. She looks to me to translate for him, but I'm almost too afraid to, as the things he was saying, they were so sexually explicit and violent that I wouldn't want to even repeat it. Alarms are going off in my head, and there isn't really anyone around to witness this, so I start to pack up my things, telling my friend to do the same. As we get up to leave, he grabs her wrist, causing her to jump a little. He starts mumbling too, still thinking she spoke Romanian, I guess. He was telling her to stay, and calling her baby, and other creepy pet names. At this point, I'm starting to get a little irritated, so I tell this guy that she doesn't speak Romanian, and that we have to go. He backs off. For now. About an hour later, we're walking down the road when we notice a car slowly following us. Since I notice it first, I see that it's the same man from the restaurant. I don't want to scare my friend, but there's no way around this now. I start telling her to walk faster, trying to get to the nearest shop or busy part of town. I knew that if he tried anything, I couldn't exactly take him, as I'm way too small and this guy has a good foot or so on me. As we're walking, I see the car shop, and the man gets out, but this time, he's got a gun. Now, while my friend isn't fully aware of what's happening, I keep mumbling to myself, shit. This guy starts screaming at my friend and I, telling her to come over to him, and even though I said to this guy that she doesn't speak Romanian, he's still trying to talk to her. She starts screaming at me over his screaming, asking me what he wants, and I'm screaming over her screaming over him to try and tell her what's going on. The whole thing was chaos for a good 10 minutes, since everyone is screaming, and this asshole is waving his gun at her. The whole thing goes on for a good 15 minutes before he gets in her face and demands for her to get in the car with him. He put the gun to her chest, and I was sure that we were both about to die at this point. But out of some miracle, these two cop cars drive up, lights flashing. They immediately get out and wrestle this crazy guy down to the ground and put him in handcuffs. As they're stuffing him into the car, he's screaming at us, saying that he'll find us and rape each of us while the other watches. One of the cops asked us what the hell was going on, and I start explaining that this guy was stalking my friend and I, and how he kept trying to force her to go with him. In the meantime, the other cop is talking to him, and he's yelling back at the guy over and over before slamming the door shut. He comes back over to us and explains that this man had apparently mistaken my friend for his ex-girlfriend, who also apparently just up and left him in pretty bad shape financially and mentally, and he really wanted to kill her. I don't know who called the cops or why they happened to be driving by that day, but I could not be more grateful to those officers for arresting this crazy arsehole and then being nice enough to buy me and my friend a bus ticket back to our hotel.
Number 2.
A few years ago, 5 friends or co-workers I had were headed to Florida for a much-needed vacation from work. We had decided before the trip that we would all take turns driving because it was to be a 12-hour journey and nobody wanted to drive more than a few hours. My friend Miguel volunteered to take the first shift, and I volunteered to stay up with him for his first shift. We ended up driving most of the way like this because I think Miguel was a little nervous about letting anyone else drive. He was the only guy on this trip and is a firm believer that guys are superior drivers to girls. Yeah, I know, I don't always agree with what he thinks, but I went along with it because I really wasn't that tired, and I don't think anyone else really wanted to drive through the night anyway. Everything was going just fine, and the rest of our friends had fallen asleep around 11 or 12, but Miguel and I were keeping ourselves awake with 5-hour energies of deep conversations about the existence of life as we know it. We would occasionally sing songs as they came on the radio too. After about 6 or 7 hours of driving without a break, we decided that we should probably stop at a gas station to switch drivers, and so that people could get snacks and relieve themselves. At this point, it was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and people were really aching to stretch their legs. Miguel and I, we saw that there was a gas station at the next exit, so we took it. But there seemed to be nothing once we left the interstate. There were a few shady buildings with inadequate lighting and a seemingly endless field of some sort all around us. We had to pull out the GPS system to help us find the gas station that was supposedly off this exit. We discovered quickly that we needed to travel a few miles into the nearest town to get to it, and immediately regretted the decision to stop at this particular exit. But we were already off the road, so we figured we might as well find this gas station. There was pretty much nothing there. I come from a town of about 1,500 people, so I'm pretty accustomed to secluded areas. But this, it was just creepy. The only lights around were the ones from the company van my grandfather loaned us for the trip. We eventually reached a heavily wooded section, and that definitely added to the creepiness factor. The rest of our friends were awake at this point, trying to help us to spot the gas station, and a few minutes later, we finally spotted the familiar glow of a Marathon gas station ahead. There were no other cars there. We parked the car at the pump so that we could refill while we took care of our other business. As soon as we opened the car door, we noticed an overwhelming smell of bacon wafting through the air. It really did smell delicious and was making us all very hungry. A few of us commented on how strange it was for a gas station attendant to be making bacon at such an odd hour, but we left it at that. It wasn't until we opened the doors to the convenience market that Miguel and I noticed that it was blocked off by wooden pallets. There were also 2 people in the store that had to have known that we were there, but they just ignored us completely. They acted as if they didn't want to be seen. We thought that was strange and immediately began looking for another entrance. We probably should have left as soon as we discovered this, but we summed it up as the doors being broken and they just hadn't fixed it yet. We walked around the building to find a second door at the back, and keep in mind that this station was in a heavily wooded area. There were trees surrounding it on the back 2 sides of the store. I remember how creepy it was back there, with only one light placed crookedly over the single door at the back of the store. Initially, I was nervous to enter the back of the store, but I had to use the restroom so bad that I let Miguel try the handle. It was locked. Unfortunately, this meant that I probably would have to hold it in until at least we found a new exit, or I would have to go into the woods. It then dawned on me how sketchy this situation actually was. A 24-hour gas station that was blocked off to all customers was not something you saw every day. This prompted Miguel and I to hastily make our way the rest of the way around the store and back to the van. As we rounded the last corner, we saw that there was a window next to the cash register that had been busted in. We could clearly see people in the store, but they acted like they didn't want us to be there, and they just stared at us with looks that I later determined to be looks of fright, almost like they were up to something they shouldn't have been. Miguel and I began to jog after this, and we went as fast as we could through the long wet grass to the van. At this point, we heard loud footsteps behind us that immediately made us jump and move faster. As we're running, I hear a familiar voice.
Guys, why are you running?
Good, it's just my friend Rue, I thought.
Rue, hurry up back to the van. We gotta get out of here. Let's go.
I heard Miguel say in a hushed tone. There was a look of confusion on Rue's face, but then she noticed the broken window. We made it back into the van and started pulling out of the parking lot when we saw 2 cop cars pull into the station. I made eye contact with the cops in the car, and I was sure that they were going to stop us for some reason. All of us were completely silent as we sit and wait for what is sure to happen. But to my surprise, the cops let us go without making us stop, or even roll down the window to ask if we know what's going on. We hightailed it out of there so fast that we made it back to the interstate in record time. On our way back home from vacation, we decided to look up that gas station to see if there'd been any criminal activity on that night. We discovered that there had been 2 robberies, less than an hour from each other. During the first robbery, the thieves stole an ATM that was in the store. It kind of sounded like a professional job because the whole ordeal took less than 3 minutes to accomplish. The second robbery was a theft from the cash register, and neither robbery seemed to be connected. It was very strange that they would occur at the same gas station so close in time to one another. I keep wondering if those guys in the store were actually the thieves, or if they were just attendants fearing another attack. By the looks on their faces, I've come to the conclusion that they must have been the attendants. I also can't figure out why the whole place reeked of bacon. I guess I'll always wonder these things, and I dread to think about what could have happened to us if we got there earlier, or even if we stayed any longer. Let's just say that nobody was really tired after that, and Miguel was more than willing to finish the trip in the driver's seat.
Number 1.
The dreaded family vacation. You know, up to a certain age, there is a comfort, and excitement even, about being cooped up with your nearest and dearest in a tin can on wheels for a week or 2 at a time. But once you reach the age of independent thinking, those family camping trips can seem more like punishment for some unknown crime. In my case, I made this realization about the age of 12. Unfortunately, this was too young to make a case for staying home while the rest of the folks went traipsing up and down the East Coast, hitting all the historical landmarks worth seeing, and a whole lot more of them that just should have been left out of the Rand McNally Atlas. That was how we found our way before Google and GPS. Some trips, however, did not take us too far from home, and these were more tolerable. Mainly because the shorter distance somehow meant we had more room for stuff. I still can't reconcile that math, but it meant that I could take my bike with me, and that meant that I could escape the campsite and get off by myself to explore. Woods, lake shores, trails, I rode them all on that old Schwinn with the hard rubber tires and only one gear. We were camping in southern New Jersey, in the area known as the Pine Barrens. This name might be familiar to anyone that has run across the stories of the Jersey Devil, or those mafia hitmen who left their victims there. The Barrens are a unique ecosystem, with miles and miles of scrub pine, white sand roads, and, amazingly, given most people's impression of New Jersey, a whole lot of nothing else. I had started out on the main road, but took a side branching trail and soon was deep in the woods. It was tricky going, as the sand trail often got deep and soft, and I would need to weave between these spots to stay upright. Occasionally, there was nothing else to do but dismount and push the bike through firmer area. After about 20 minutes of this, I came across one of the small, shallow streams that lace the Barrens. The trail descended to the stream, then rose just a bit on the other side. Neither bank was that steep. In fact, if I stood in the stream, I'd be able to see over either bank into the trees that came up just to the edges. I got off the bike as the trail was narrow and I had the vague idea of fording the stream while carrying the bike. Concentrating on keeping my footing while I descended, I was frozen in my tracks with the most hideous screeching scream. It was a cross between a wail and a cackle, and it was loud, really loud. It came from straight up. And there, perched on the branches, was something. Remember, I'm 12, pushing a bike and scared so shitless that I would not need to potty stop for 2 days. I saw claw-like feet grasping the branch with bent skinny legs and a furry body leaning forward a bit and 2 red eyes. I am tempted to say glowing red eyes, but I can't swear by the glow. Red, however, is definite. There were humpy shapes behind the body that might spread out into wings, but I didn't stop to wait for an air show. I threw my leg over my bike, hit the pedals, and flew down the near bank, through the stream and up on the other side. I was pedaling for gold at that point, and did not slow down until I met up with the main road, maybe 15 minutes from that stream. When I say main road, I mean something wide enough for a car. That is, one car. At that point, I slowed down enough to risk a backward glance, and nothing. I let the bike coast to a stop and wearily climbed off, realizing, as I did, that somewhere in my wild ride, I'd torn open my arm. The blood was running freely from a long deep scratch. Blood, even mine, does not bother me much. Pain, on the other hand, it sucks. And this sucker was starting to hurt. I remembered some fundamental first aid, and I tried to tear some material from my shirt to use as a bandage. T-shirts, they were tougher than 12-year-olds back then, so I had no luck. As I stood, debating my options, I glanced back the way I came, and thought that I saw a dark figure either leaping or flying along the trail I'd just covered. Fuck the first aid. I bolted. I was never an athletic kid, but I could have set some kind of land speed record that morning. Honestly, I have never before or since moved that fast. The road was blessedly firm, and I didn't wipe out on soft sand. The turn off to the campground was just ahead, and I kept telling myself, believing I had circled around and was now coming into the grounds from the back. But there was no signs, no entrance, no side roads. Just this single ribbon of sand stretching ahead forever. So I pedaled, glancing back every now and then. Nothing behind and damn little ahead. Just at that point, where I'd convinced myself that I had really screwed up and gotten myself lost in the woods forever, I saw a signpost in the distance. Riding more slowly now, I finally reached it and discovered I was only about half a mile from the campground. The ground around the sign was disturbed, and something glittery caught my eye. It was a bottle, well, half a bottle, with a beautiful, sharp edge. Bottle in hand, I attacked my t-shirt, and soon had the lower half of my arm well wrapped. Now, I could finally think. I stood with one hand on the bike and peered back the way I'd come, and nothing. I held my breath, trying to listen, and nothing. I got back on the bike and proceeded at a slow pedal for the rest of the way. As I turned into the campground entrance, I relaxed, really feeling as though I had reached home base and safety. But that's when it swooped, passing just a few feet over my head, and it let out one last banshee cackle. Don't ask me why I still had that broken bottle in the basket of my bike, or why I whipped it out and flung it upward as hard as I could. I missed, of course, but the creature went away, and honestly, that's all I cared about. Naturally, all the grown-ups were concerned about the arm wound, and I fluffed through the explanation of falling down a bank and cutting it somehow. The details of the encounter, they weren't worth mentioning. The lecture about bike safety would have been bad enough without adding warnings about flying hairy creatures into the mix. A registered nurse with whom we were camping with took over. She cleaned and rewrapped my arm and decided I probably didn't need stitches. In the end, she was right. I still have that arm and the scar to remind me of that experience. As to whatever it was that I met that day, well, that area does encompass a bird sanctuary, and there are a number of large, loud birds that either lived there or stopped in as they migrated. Sure, it could have been a bird, a hairy bird with red eyes. I mean, there's lots of them around, aren't there? G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video.
Number 6.
This happened a few years ago when I was still living in my parents' house. It was a few days before Christmas, and my parents had gone out to visit family for the day. I decided to stay home, relax, and make the most of having the house to myself. And thankfully, my parents were pretty cool about me skipping the visit, as we would get a chance to see our family again after Christmas. I settled in for the day, lit the fire in the living room, and chose a few movies and settled down to watch the first one. After the movie finished, I decided to go and make a snack, and it was then, from the kitchen window, that I noticed something strange. There was an old, battered-looking van parked opposite my house, and I could see some men in the front seat just staring up at my house. I'm a pretty paranoid person, so alarm bells started to go off in my head straight away. I left the kitchen to go and find the phone so I could call for help if needed. It was just as I picked up the phone that I heard the back gate rattle. I realized that the men were probably trying to break into the house, and I froze completely. In concept, it is easy to think that you would quickly call the police, but I was so scared, I don't think I even blinked for a while. There were 2 back doors to this house. One led into the kitchen, and the other was a sliding door into the dining room. It was when I heard loud bangs against the kitchen door that I knew I had to do something. I ran into the downstairs bathroom, locked the door, and phoned 999.
There are men trying to break into my house. I'm home alone and scared. Please, help.
I gave my address, and the operator told me a unit had been dispatched and would be there soon. I crouched down behind the door, shaking and trying not to cry. The noise from outside, it stopped. I ventured out of the bathroom when I heard police sirens and let the officers in. The van had gone, and the back door had not been kicked in. I guess the deadbolt on the door held them at bay, and they must have run. They had a good attempt though. The door looked damaged and had to be replaced. Apparently, there had been a number of burglaries in the area recently, and these guys were probably on the lookout for people's Christmas shopping. I guess my house looked empty because there were no cars in the driveway. I don't know what they would have done if they had successfully got in and found me there, and I don't want to think too much about it. The guys were never caught, and I never saw the van in the area again, which means they're still out there. But I'll never forget how scary that experience was, and I'll never, ever take any chances with home security.
Number 5.
My name is Lance, and this story takes place in 1998, on Christmas Day. Let me give a quick backstory. My aunt was pregnant at the time, and wasn't due until after the New Year's. She had 2 kids already, and they took about 41 weeks each. If you don't know, normal pregnancies are about 40 weeks. Also, my mum had a boyfriend at the time, Jim, who was into cage fighting. He wasn't that big, but he had been doing martial arts since he was around my age, which was a fair amount of time. My auntie, who wasn't due to have her baby for another 2 weeks, she went into labour in the morning of Christmas Eve. So, since we had a tiny apartment, we went to their big suburban house so my mum could watch my 2 other cousins. My mum's boyfriend was spending the holidays with us and tagged along. We brought all of our presents and we packed everything over the next few days and we headed over. When we got there, my grandma was there. She could have watched the kids herself, but we had already planned to go over on Christmas Day, and my grandma was a bit of a drinker. We got everything hauled into the home, and I went to the backyard to play with my cousins. They were only 2 and 3 at the time, so it wasn't that exciting. We played various games on a yellow roof car, and we also played cops and robbers for some time. We ended up going to bed early that night, exhausted after all of our playing. Still no news on the arrival of the baby yet though. At around midnight, I woke up to my mum and grandma talking happily. The arrival of my new cousin had come, which was awesome. They were across the hall in my aunt and uncle's room, and I went in. I didn't see Jim anywhere, so I figured he may have gone to the bathroom or the kitchen or something. He usually didn't turn on lights out of respect for people sleeping. My cousin had been born exactly at midnight on Christmas Day, making her the best Christmas present for our family. As my mum and grandma calmed down after all the excitement, I was ushered back into the bedroom. I was smiling, not wanting to wait to tell my cousins about their new sister, and at that moment, I heard a loud bang from the front of the house. I heard Jim yell to my mum to call 911, as sounds from the front room indicated he was fighting with someone. I ran to the front of the house to see what was going on, hearing a thud as I got closer, followed by silence, when I saw a man step in front of me. It was Jim, and he looked pissed. I saw blood dripping from his hand, but it was coming from higher up on his arm. He moved me inside and went to the bathroom. I looked in the living room to see a man lying face down in the doorway. He was dressed in all black and had a backpack on, and he wasn't moving. When the police arrived, they questioned Jim as the paramedics arrived to look him over. The guy in the doorway, he still hadn't moved. The paramedics removed the mask from the guy and cut his shirt off to try and resuscitate him. Jim said something to one of the officers, and he told the paramedics that the guy's neck, it snapped. It turns out that Jim had slammed the guy in his head after he attempted to follow him in from getting some extra presents from the car. The loud bang we heard was a gunshot that had barely hit Jim in the arm. The paramedics looked me over after an officer noticed that I had blood on me as well, but it wasn't mine. Jim was taken to hospital and he was returned later that day. Turns out 2 things happened that night. My cousin was born and Christmas was saved. Jim was also found innocent of unintentional manslaughter after the courts decided that it was all self-defense.
Number 4.
So, it started maybe 3 years ago. I'm now 17, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. For some background, my name is Josh, and my friends Nick and Dan were the same age as me, which was about 14 at the time. We had been building a treehouse by a small creek we all lived by, and we planned to bring a generator and such to make a cool gaming room. This night, we had all decided to go on our weekly night walk to go check out our treehouse. It was Christmas Day, and we had all decided that spending time opening another lame set of clothes was not what we wanted to do, so we went off to the treehouse. We all brought flashlights along, and mine, being the best of the 3, was put in front of all of us. I live in California, so it wasn't as cold as like Boston or something, but it was still pretty damn cold and pitch black, so we kept smacking into tree branches that the flashlight couldn't reach. As we neared the treehouse, I kept on feeling like we were being watched or something. I asked Nick and Dan if they felt it too, to which they replied yes. At some point during the night, we heard a human-like scream, which ended up scaring the shit out of us, but it was just the geese that our neighbours had in their backyard. As we got closer to the tree, we started to notice that there were footprints in the soft mud, but we brushed it off as one of our earlier visits, and we kept on going. This is something that I regret to this very day. Oh, and another piece of background. Our hideout was in the middle of nowhere, so there was no way anyone could have really been here to expect us. Finally, after trudging through darkness for some time, we saw the old black oak tree in the middle of the clearing, and we stopped at the base. My fingers were freezing cold, and so were Nick's. Dan was smart enough to bring gloves though, so we sent him up the tree to do a routine check. The entire time, I just felt really wrong. I can't explain it, but it was like shit was about to go down or something. When Dan got to the final step, he peeked into the fort and just froze, and muttered,
What the fuck?
To which he then said,
Oh shit!
And jumped off the tree and landed on us. I started swearing and asking him what the hell was wrong, and just as he was about to answer, this half-naked old man jumped out and started screaming at the top of his lungs like a fucking banshee. Scaring the shit out of myself and Nick, it prompted us to all run. As we crashed through the woods and tried to get back onto the main road, we heard this fucking creeper start to chase us, and we started booking it through the forest. At one point, I remember tripping and then getting up pretty sure I had broken my finger or something. Finally, we saw the main road and each split off to go to our houses, screaming like pansies. The old guy ended up chasing me, since I was still ridiculously fat and out of shape at the time, making me slower than the others. When I saw the hill that my house was on top of, I ran like a marathon runner and sprinted up, where I finally had to stop for some breath. When I looked behind me, the old guy was at the base of the hill, just looking at me. He then just grinned like he was utterly and truly insane, and when I pointed my light at him, he ended up just running back into the woods. I didn't end up telling anyone because of the trouble I might get into, and we all ended up never going into those woods ever again. It's been 3 years now, and I still get chills when I have to pass them on my bike. As far as I know, that crazy old guy is still out there somewhere in the woods.
Number 3.
When I was young, my parents really encouraged my brother and I to believe in Santa Claus. It was partly because of our Christian upbringing, and partly that they wanted us to have that magical excitement that surrounds the Christmas holiday for as long as possible. We would run downstairs to the fireplace on Christmas morning and gleefully tear into the single present left for each of us by Santa in addition to the gifts from family and friends beneath the tree. The year I stopped believing in Santa Claus was a confusing one, and I didn't understand the full ramifications of what had happened for several years afterward. I was still pretty young, about 7 or 8, but fairly old to still be believing in a jolly fat man in a red suit who squeezes down a chimney. Television holiday specials and annual trips to the mall or local church for photos with Kris Kringle were enough to reinforce what my parents had told me. So, 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except for 2 rambunctious youngsters who were absolutely set on waiting up for Santa, and their 2 exasperated parents. My brother and I had gotten into the cookie tins, so we were about a hairy bird with red eyes. I mean, there's lots. G'day mates. So before the video starts, I just wanted to thank Lazy Masquerade for helping me out with this one. It's been great working with him on a couple of videos, and I hope in the future we can do it again. I'll provide a link below to his channel, and I really encourage you guys to go check out his stuff as he has a lot of talent and he's a really top bloke. I also contributed to his most recent video, so be on the lookout for that one, guys. But anyway, without further ado, let's begin.
Number 4. In 2014, after hearing all of the horror stories, I wanted to check the deep web out myself. In a way, I kind of expected nothing other than scam sites for assassins, people requesting CP, and some underground markets. However, I prepared myself for the worst, and frankly, I was more worried about getting in trouble with the authorities rather than having my mind bleached for the near future. Even after 2 to 3 hours of procrastination, nothing prepared me for what I saw. It was during the middle of the day when I began my search. Of course, there's no deep web Google or anything, but rather a wiki with a lot of links. The links are different than the links you may know of. These links have no way of knowing what lays behind them. Just numbers and a .onion at the end. Of course, unless previously defined and listed on the wiki page. It was boring at first. A lot of dead sites, more than expected eBay-style markets for weapons, military grade mind you, various services, and of course a lot of drugs. I came across a chat room where I saw a darker side of people I never thought was possible. So many people that were mentally ill, threatening others, requesting CP. It was truly disgusting. Think of the people who walk down dark streets of a bad neighborhood, but with anything they desired at their fingertips. 2 hours later, I came across one site that ended my little adventure in the wastes of human consciousness. A cult site, perhaps, with little info other than an email address and some religious mumbo-jumbo. However, there was a video embedded in the site's homepage. Like a naive child, I clicked it with
G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. So before this video begins, I just wanted to catch you guys quickly. Firstly, I just wanted to let you guys know that the second channel I've been working on is now up and running. There'll be a link in the description if you'd like to come and check it out. The channel will mainly focus on gaming, vlogging, and I guess kind of the more personal side of me and stuff like that. So come over and say hi when you get a chance, it'll be great to see you there. Also, I want to provide a viewer's discretion for this video. As with most deep web stories, many of the stories within this video are quite horrific. If you don't do well with this type of information, then it might be best to check out some of my other videos for now. But if you do have the iron will to press on, Then, without further ado, let's begin.
Number 6.
This was back before Google. Web pages were, for the most part, still very basic HTML and JavaScript. Hardly anyone used CSS. Only discussion boards and some banking sites had anything approaching mature front-end, back-end combinations. This is a real deep web story, not just one about illicit activities online. I was browsing random blogs, GeoCity sites and the like, just going from link to link. Eventually, I came upon an odd page. It appeared to be random thoughts from different people, but for the time, it was very well designed. The messages seemed to be cryptic in nature, like several people trying to pass secret notes. I started through the source, and hidden in the comments of a JavaScript were previous IP addresses. I gathered all of the IPs in a text file and began enumerating. Some were routers with banner messages I could telnet to, almost all at universities. Warning, this is a secure system at a university of blah blah blah. The default Cisco credentials from back in the day worked on most of them, but I didn't poke around. A few of the IPs were web servers with little to nothing on them, mostly APOC on Linux or some BSD, at least one IIS server I can recall. I finally came upon a web server with a huge directory of HTML files and TIFF images, with a few smaller subdirectories containing the same. NSLOOKUP returned no reverse records for the IP. A visual route traced it as far as Colorado. The HTML files appeared to be records a psychologist or similar mental health professional would keep. The images were of faxes, apparently of both military and medical nature. As I browsed from subdirectory back to the parent, at the top was a new HTML file named something like 1hellothere.html. Oddly enough though, the timestamp was from right that very minute. I opened it, and in plain text was the message, "We see you." No quotes, all lowercase. About 15 seconds later, the server, it dropped.
Number 5.
I live in the country with 5 neighbours and we have a long driveway, but the road is still in sight from where we live. This information will be useful soon. So, I was 13 at the time and I woke up Christmas morning. The Christmas smell just excited me because I was hoping for a laptop. As soon as I unwrapped the box, I got so happy. But what I didn't know was that I was opening my death tool. As soon as we got the computer all set up, all I thought about was get on 4chan, get on 4chan. I did exactly what I wanted to do, and I immediately got on there and clicked into the chat room B, and I saw a link. I of course clicked on it thinking it was a picture, but it was a link on how to access the deep web. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was curious enough to follow these steps, and instead of using Tor, I used Freenet. Before I could access it, it left a note saying, "Browser discretion is advised." Being my normal self, I just overlooked it and I was on the deep web. I came across some disturbing things instantly that sent chills down my spine. Till I came across a tab. I didn't know that it was child pornography, so I soon clicked it and I saw photos of men doing disturbing things to kids. I saw men who had kids in different positions. The kids' faces weren't even blurred, so you could tell the kids looked visibly shaken. And looking as if they were 8 or 9, I immediately clicked out of it. And I just cleared my history and enjoyed the Christmas with my family. But then, it gets weird. I got onto my laptop and it left a message saying, "You've successfully completed your order." I was like, I didn't order anything. What the fuck's going on? Then I clicked on the order and it said I ordered some type of drug. It wasn't a normal drug either by the looks of things. It was a green, purple fluorescent looking drug. It didn't have a name, it only contained numbers. I did some research on the deep web after this, and it said not accessing the deep web right can have unnoticed weird results. I didn't actually realize at the time that a strange man had my address and my mum's credit card number because I accessed the deep web. Then I started getting weird messages from a guy. He messaged me by my email saying, "Thanks for letting me use your credit card, it came in handy." I flipped out and told a friend, and they rushed over to my house and helped me delete all the data on my computer and erase everything. I thought I was safe until the next day. The man got my phone number. My iPhone lit up, and I don't usually bother answering these types of calls, but they called multiple times. Then I get a FaceTime call from a number. I hid myself from the camera and put myself on mute. When it connected, it showed a man pleasuring himself. I was disgusted and ended the call. Then the number texted me saying, "Did you like that, Sophia?" I said, "Fuck off, you whore." Then I blocked the number. Fast forward to New Year's Eve. My mum and dad got an alert that their card had been used. I overheard them and I panicked like hell. I ripped the damn memory card out of my computer and cut it and flushed it. Then I got a text from a different guy. It's a photo message. He sends me a picture of the foreign weed that I had seen on the deep web, but the bag that was on the picture was of me. I thought to myself, how and who? I replied to him and told him to fuck off. This time, I waited for a reply though. He replies, "I want to come on you." I just blocked him out of fear. I tell the same friend about it, and she insisted we tell her uncle. We never did because of the consequences though, and he left me alone for about a month. But on February 2nd, 2014, I was at home by myself, and the same man texts me on my phone, but from a different number. He says, "I saw your post on Facebook, and I'm here." My status said "home alone" with a bunch of emojis, and he doesn't text back, so I feel as if he was messing with me. I cracked the blinds. No one would be able to see me because the windows are tinted. And there he is. He had a big trash bag and he's wearing gloves. He's tall as fuck, so I can't make out his face. From my crouching position, I can see he's really skinny though, and when I say skinny, this guy looks like he weighs about 7, maybe 8 stone. I crawl away from the window as silently as possible. Then he starts banging on the door. I get on my feet and run. I run to my dad's room and grabbed a gun. I load it as I saw him do on New Year's, and I grab my phone and run to my room. I lock my door and turn off the lights. But I didn't realize the front door was unlocked. He's in my house. I call 911 and tell them everything, and they tell me to stay on the phone. The man's laughing so hard I start to cry. He says,
"Sophia, I know you're in there."
His voice is so deep and it sounds so evil. I have the gun loaded and my finger is on the trigger. I was ready to shoot this fucker in the face if need be. Then, the crazy man, he just walks away, and his footsteps turn into silence. And about a minute later, a fist goes flying through my window. It's him. I take one good look at him. He looks crazy. You can see it in his eyes. He has brown hair and his eyes are really dark. He has scars on his face. He also has this weird grin. And after about a second, I run out of my room as he starts to crawl through my window. The cops haven't arrived yet, and I get on my bike. I try my best to get to the main road, and I see the man running out of my house. I fly down the street. I'm scared. I don't know where to go or what to do at this point. I turn around, and the man, he was about 6'8", and he could run too. I tell you, there was no stopping this guy. My house is out of sight, and I hear sirens, but the man's gone. Just like that, he's gone. I get taken to the police station, and somehow they managed to find the man. I was at the police station with the cops and saw him get out of the car. He looks at me and grins the whole time the cops take him in. My parents finally arrive, and they press charges. The man gets 46 years to life in custody. Also, they did background checks on his name. His name was Eric Finesworth. He had stalked over 19 kids under the age of 18 and also raped 5. I'm thankful to be alive, and I'll never go browsing on the deep web ever again. But my question is, what did that freak want to do if he got a hold of me?
Number 4.
The story I'm about to tell you happened a few years ago, and after a few weeks, it came to a screeching halt. One day, a few years back, I found myself browsing what is known as the deep web, or the dark web some call it, because being an Army Ranger and having a huge attraction to wide varieties of firearms, a friend of mine told me to search the deep web, describing the multitudes of websites they have, showcasing high-grade military firearms all the way down to .22 caliber pistols that you can buy pretty much anywhere. I start searching and come upon things like rocket launchers, silenced .50 caliber Berettas, and even military-grade body armor, which I found weird because things like these are mostly military use only. Anyways, after browsing different weaponry websites, I decided to dig a little deeper, having researched exactly what this was and seeing the many different things the deep web holds. I come across a website which was known for snuff videos, which are basically POV murder clips of someone being murdered for the excitement of others. I don't find this all that exciting myself, but it's something that one just becomes curious about. After a while, a little chat box appears at the bottom right hand corner of the screen. "Hey there," the message read. I decided not to respond to this, because I got a real good impression on the creepy fucks that tend to stick around on these websites. Another message appears though. "Ignoring would be a huge mistake on your part." Now, considering my background, I do not take kindly to threats, and as a wise person I know once said, if you want somebody to fuck off, you tell them to fuck off. You don't say, "nice sweater." So, I did just that. "Go fuck yourself," I responded. After a few minutes of silence, this chat box turns into what I thought was a picture at the time, but it turned out to be a live feed after seeing someone walk in front of the camera. "Hi, Nick." After staring at the screen, shocked and speechless for a few moments, the man says, "What, got nothing to say now? You sounded like a fighter just a few minutes ago." After realizing that he can see and hear everything from the microphone and camera on my laptop, I responded, "How do you know my name?" He laughs and responds, "I know everything about you," and starts describing pictures that were at that moment saved on my laptop, some consisting of my little sister, brother, mother, and father, etc. Still in shock and speechless about what is actually happening, he laughs once more. "I'll see you real soon, Nick," and the feed cuts. Now, I know all about keyboard warriors and common trolls on the internet, but this was different. I didn't expect him to actually go through with this, but I was wrong. Some days, I would come home to pictures of myself from the feed laying on the porch, and even had an incident where my neighbor told me that somebody was scouting around my house. After learning this, I started keeping my shotgun near me at all times while in the house. Things started to escalate at night, however. Some nights, I would hear random knocks on the windows, starting from the front of the house and working its way to the back in rapid succession, and even had a break-in one night while I was out with my friends. According to the police, the door in my carport leading into the far end of the house had been pried away from the frame, allowing full access into my house. Nothing was stolen, thankfully, but everything in my house was just thrown and trashed. The next morning, I had a security company come out and install cameras around my house that can be accessed from my iPhone at any time. Just a few days after doing this, it finally ended. One night though, I was sitting on my kitchen preparing food for myself. Then I hear... It was coming from the windows on the front of my house. There's a storm shutter attached on the outside though, so I just blew it off as the wind making the shutter tap the window. Not even 2 minutes later, I hear a loud bang. It comes from my front door, something I can only describe as a linebacker running full speed into the door. At this moment, all red flags pop up in my head. The laundry room, which has the circuit breaker to my house, is connected to the kitchen. I grab my shotgun, walk into the laundry room, and cut all the power to my house so everything is consumed in pitch darkness. I walk back into the kitchen and level the sight with my eye, and just wait until something or someone crosses its path. After a few minutes, it seems as whatever it was might have left, until I heard this person trying to pry open the carport door again. I creep over to the sunroom, which is connected to the door this guy's coming through, and wait. He manages to pry the door open and steps in. At this moment, my heart is jackhammering like a quarterback on prom night. I raise my weapon up and wait for him to take a few more steps for safe measure. After his 4th or 5th steps, I pump the shotgun to load a round into the chamber. He stops, dead in his tracks. I give him a few moments to see whether he's going to run or keep coming in. A few moments pass, and just when I think he's going to turn around and run out, he takes a step forward. I pull the trigger, and the sound of a cannon echoes throughout my house. He is blown a couple of feet back into the wall behind him, blood splattering across the wall. After watching him lay for a few moments without the slightest hint of life, I call the police. After questioning me, I give them the whole story. They tell me he's a felon with a rap sheet a mile long, including kidnapping and attempted rape. He also had a knife and duct tape in pockets of his hoodie. I cannot even imagine what he had planned for me if I wasn't armed that night.
Number 3.
I had heard little to nothing about the deep web prior to a couple of months ago. All I had heard was the size of the hidden information and the kinds of sites on there. I was kind of curious about all this stuff. I couldn't see with my regular browser, so I downloaded Tor. I had heard about a program called Tails, but I didn't think I needed that much protection because I wasn't going to be doing any illegal things on the deep web anyway. So I loaded up Tor and got onto the hidden wiki. I was lucky not to have stumbled across child porn, but I saw some other stuff that was quite unsettling. So, after clicking random links on the hidden wiki, I got to a site called Snuffocate. I had no idea what a snuff film was, nor had I ever wished to know. When I clicked the link, I was brought to a blank, white page with a little Bitcoin wallet on the top left of the screen. After about 5 seconds of being on this page, a small window popped up on my screen. I tried to close the window, but the mouse and the keyboard weren't working. I thought I had just installed some sort of virus, but then the video came into focus on the window. It showed a woman, probably in her mid-20s, with duct tape all around her. I was confused at first, but then my imagination of what would happen next went wild. I thought to myself,
Please, people aren't that crazy. The police can easily track this down.
But then, a small, lean man with a ski mask on walked into the shot. He looked at the camera and gave a thumbs up and what looked like a smile from under the ski mask. He then laid the girl on her side, and a small chat box popped up. When I tried typing in it, it read, "Only administrators can chat." Then, a message popped up by the name of Agent.907. He said, "Kick her." Sure enough, the man in the video kicked her. He kicked her quite hard. Agent 907 replied, "Kick her harder. I paid a lot of money for this." Then it hit me. This is actually happening to somebody, and people pay to watch this. I went to unplug my computer, but then the man in the video paused and said,
Now, John, don't be doing that."
I was so confused and scared at the same time. I said,
How do you know my name?
He said,
"Don't worry, it's not just me. Everybody watching this can see you."
I then pressed my hands against my webcam. He said,
"Uncover your webcam, or I'll come over there and put you in this video."
I said,
You don't even know where I live.
He responded with,
"Everybody knows where you live. It's on the website."
As he said this, my name, address, phone number, IP address, and my picture showed up on the website. I took my hands off of the camera and watched the rest of the film in horror. Since that day, I haven't been on the deep web, and I've barely even been on my phone or computer lately in horror. The only advice I have for you is be careful on the deep web. It can really cost you.
Number 2.
In 2014, after hearing all of the horror stories, I wanted to check it out myself. In a way, I kind of expected nothing other than scam sites for assassins, people requesting CP, and some underground markets. However, I prepared for the worst, and frankly, I was more worried about getting in trouble by authorities rather than having my mind bleached for the near future. Even after 2 to 3 hours of, perhaps it was shot in the early, mid-2000s, it was a man with a mask. My story begins in the late 1980s, and as of July 2015 has yet to be concluded. I was born in 1984 in Washington, D.C. My father at the time was a career Army Sergeant, first class, and my mother was a banker. I also have a sister who is 12 years older than me. Now, my story has a bit of retrospect. From my birth, my family has had multiple paranormal happenings. Some have ranged from interesting and harmless, and others not so much. From speaking with my family, nothing had ever happened before my birth. It all started with me, it seemed. From what I can remember, we lived in a large 2-story house which was fairly close to Fort Meade, where my father worked. I still remember the colour of the house, white with brown brick, a concrete staircase that led to the front door, and a 2-car garage. When you would enter the front door, straight ahead were the stairs that led to the kitchen and to a hallway that would lead to the bedrooms. Immediately to the right of the front door was the family room, which would lead to a larger living room. From the larger living room, you could get to the backyard or the garage. I don't know how long my family had lived in the house before I was born, but this part of my story begins through my recollection and from what my sister had told me years after. The first event happened one night when my sister, then 16, was babysitting me, then age 4. She was watching the Arsenio Hall show and I was playing with my toys. We were sitting in the family room and we were home alone. I don't know what time it was, but I know it must have been fairly late. From what I can remember, my sister and I heard a noise coming from upstairs. I remember she told me to stay downstairs and continue playing, that it was probably nothing. But me being the way I am, I followed her. As we got to the top of the stairs, I remember the kitchen and the hallway were pitch black, except for a small light coming from the outside from the adjacent house. My sister continued to hear the sounds going toward the bedrooms. I remember she stood absolutely still, and I was behind her. I tried to take a peek, but she wouldn't let me. I don't know how much time passed, but according to my sister, it must have been a few seconds, about 5 to 7 seconds that we stood there looking into the hallway leading to the bedrooms. All of a sudden, we heard very hard, very fast steps running toward the bedrooms, where the door of the room at the end of the hall closed shut. But I didn't see anyone. My sister grabbed me, picked me up over her shoulder, and we ran outside. We stayed outside until my parents came home, only minutes later, according to my sister. She told my dad about what had happened, and I remember him checking the house while my mum, my sister and I stayed outside. Sometime later, my dad came back outside to find us and tell us everything was fine. There was nothing. No windows were open or tampered with, nothing was stolen. Everything was in its right place. I, of course, didn't know any better, and it was left at that. Sometime later, not much later after that event, we packed up and moved to San Antonio, Texas. My father was transferred to Fort Sam Houston. Originally, my mum and dad were from Texas, so it was a blessing for them to come back to the place they always knew and loved. This second incident is from my dad's perspective. It was only him, as the rest of us were already in San Antonio. My mum used to tell my sister and I about the gremlins that lived in our house. She would say to us that the gremlins would take things like keys, shoes, paperwork, minuscule but important things, only to return them at the last possible second. It would make us laugh, and I remember my dad would say things like,
"Well, I'd love to see one of those gremlins."
My dad was packing up and loading up the remnants of our possessions into a truck to drive to Texas. It was getting late, and he decided to sleep so he could leave at first light. He slept in the same room my sister and I were during the first incident. Being as tired as he was, he fell asleep within minutes of lying down. At about 2 in the morning, my dad woke up to the sounds of someone walking upstairs. Immediately, he woke up thinking someone had broken in, maybe thinking the house was vacant or something. He said it started off as careful footsteps, like someone was walking calmly and slowly. My dad just lay down on the floor, listening. Let me just reiterate here quickly that my dad at the time was a career soldier. Nothing scared him, and he is very capable of killing a man with his bare hands. But my dad told me that he had wished it were a man that night. As my dad continued to listen to the steps, it began to get louder and faster. After a few minutes of listening, he began to hear childlike, muddled, almost watery sounding laughter. He could feel the vibrations of the now running footsteps directly above him, in the bedrooms and the kitchen area. My dad, afraid of no man or animal, was absolutely terrified. He grabbed his blanket and his pillow and left earlier than he had planned. Looking back on it now, my dad laughs, but he doesn't deny that it scared him half to death. In San Antonio, we lived in a house very close to the international airport. Things were pretty normal in the year we lived there, but there was one single incident. It was my first real experience. I was in pre-kinder around this time, so I must have been about 5. I used to sleep in my parents' bed, though I had my own room. I felt comfortable and safe there. My parents' room was huge. It had a row of large glass windows and a glass door that led to the backyard, and they always kept the blinds open at night to let the natural moonlight come in. In the middle of the backyard was a very tall tree, so tall that no one could ever grab the branches. The bed was maybe about 10 or a little more feet from the windows. One night, I woke up randomly. It must have been pretty late because it was extremely dark, with a bluish-white hue, the way it looks at night when the moon is bright. I remember sitting up, and my parents were in a deep sleep. As I looked out the window, I saw a glowing, bluish-white figure with its arms stretched out, making a T-shape. It had long, shoulder-length hair and looked as though it was wearing pants. It had its side to me and was looking directly at the tree and didn't move. I must have watched it for a few seconds, 10 to 15 or so, without blinking. I was immediately drawn to it. It was almost beautiful in a way. I wasn't afraid of it, probably because I didn't understand what it was. I looked down at my mum and tried to wake her up, so she could see it because she was on the side closest to the window. When I looked back up toward the figure, it was now looking directly at me, and was closer to the window. I felt a hard chill run down my back. I was shaking in uncertainty. I didn't know what a ghost was back then. I don't even think I knew what a burglar was, but I did know that I didn't like the feeling I had now. The figure still had its arms pointing outward, and what I thought was hair was actually some sort of hood, veil, or hat of some kind. I just knew it wasn't hair, but the thing that really stood out was a solid, blood-red light across its chest, near where a person's heart would be. It was glowing, almost as bright as the figure. I stared at it for a few seconds before I took cover in between my parents. I didn't even try to take another look and hid under the covers until I fell asleep. I never saw anything in that house again, and my family never experienced anything at all. About a year later, I was going to start kindergarten at a new school. My parents sold the house, and we moved into another house which was a few miles from the first house we lived in. It was a pretty house, big enough for a family of 4. It had a huge backyard with a tiny chain-link fence. Directly behind the backyard was a forest with very tall trees, and when it would rain, a creek in the forest would swell and flow. It sat in the middle of a cul-de-sac, and our neighbours were great. At first glance, it was beautiful, but the reality was far more terrifying. Let me add a note here. Speaking with my family, the entire cul-de-sac seemed off. Firstly, down the street, about a mile from our house, was a small ballpark that had a thick forest area behind it. My sister told me that her friends and her found old grave markers in that said forest. I don't know if it was true or not, but San Antonio is a fairly old city, and a lot of grave sites are scattered across the city, with many unincorporated. Also, people seem to move in and move out frequently from the area. It just seems like a rather creepy area. Now, as for the house, little things would happen first. Things would go missing, similar to the house in Maryland. I remember my mum talking about the gremlins again, how they followed us. It was like this for the first year, nothing major to speak of. But as time went on, things got very heavy. My sister, who from the first week we lived in the house was very vocal on something being wrong with the house, had it worst. One night, my mum, my sister and I were watching television. It must have been fairly early because I was still awake. My sister, the stereotypical teenager with the phone glued to her ear, was in the kitchen. I was playing with my toys on the carpet and my mum was on the couch behind me. The house was quiet and dark. We only had a small lamp on in the living room, and my sister was standing in the pitch darkness in the kitchen. My dad was either on his way home from work or was staying at the base, which he did sometimes. The way the house was set up from the front door, you would enter the living room. To the right was an opening to the hallway, which if you continued on, straight ahead, would be my room. Down the hall to the left was my sister's room, and down the hall to the right was my parents' room. Directly ahead of the living room, across the front door, was the kitchen. In the kitchen was a solid glass sliding door and a wooden door to the left of the kitchen to slide to the garage. My sister was standing next to the bar where the phone was connected to the jack on the wall, right next to the sliding glass door. From what I remember, my sister screamed at the top of her lungs. She saw the silhouette of a man on the other side of the glass being illuminated by the moonlight. She said that once she screamed, the man just continued to look, but she could see no features on his face, only the silhouette. She ran to my mum, who already scooped her into her arms. My mum immediately turned off the TV and the light in the living room. It was darker than black at that moment. My mum and sister both continued to look at the man, who, according to both of them, never moved a muscle. I don't recall seeing anything, but I do remember my mum pressing me against her chest, holding onto me very tight. Our neighbours to our left, if you were looking toward the street, immediately came running when they heard my sister scream. They knew her from school and were outside when it happened. One guy came over to the front door to see what was wrong, while the other two jumped the fence into the backyard. I don't remember this part much, so I had asked my mum what happened. According to her, she ran to the door to hear my sister's friend banging on it, asking if everything was alright. She opened it, and the guy right away grabbed me and my mum and brought us outside when my sister ran behind. By that time, the silhouette was gone. My mum called the police, and within minutes they were at our home. They took a statement and investigated what they could, but of course, they found nothing. They said it must have been a burglar. My mum and sister both told me some years later that the two guys that ran into the backyard didn't see a single thing. Mind you, this was within a second of them jumping over the fence and immediately being in view of the backyard, and my mum and sister were both staring at the silhouette while they jumped over. They broke sight with the figure when the door was being smacked on. They broke sight with the figure when the door was being knocked on. So if this was a burglar, there's a few problems. First, the burglar would have had to run about 1/8 of a mile in the dark of night and jump over the fence in under a second for no one to see him. Second, it was still early enough in the night for people to be awake, and the burglar would have seen people in the house and heard my sister's friend in the adjacent yard. It would have been close to impossible to rob us without being noticed or heard. Who knows? To this day, neither my mum or sister believe it to have been a robber. Now, sometime later, I was very sick with the flu. I didn't go to school for a while. I had a fever and just felt overall horrible. My doctor said I shouldn't do anything but rest. It was difficult, but I tried. I was in first grade then, and being a sick first grader is never fun, especially if you're told you can't play. I hated it. I slept in my parents' room in their bed during this time, and one night I had something really strange happen to me. Something that no one else witnessed that night. It was only for me, I guess. This was another night that my dad was at the base. I remember being very warm and I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning and crying because of the pain of the flu caused to my arms and my legs. I don't know what time it was, but it was late because my mum was already in a deep sleep. In my parents' room, there were 2 windows. One window faced our neighbours to the left and the other faced the street. I remember looking toward my mum. I was sleeping on the left side of the bed, closer to the window on the left, and saw a shadow being cast on the bed, coming from the window, the one facing our neighbours. I can describe this shadow perfectly, because even though this was over 20 years ago, I still remember it vividly. What I saw was a man, and he was wearing what to me was exactly what Dick Tracy would wear, a cowboy-styled hat and a coat with the collar popped up. But the strangest thing was, when I would turn to look at him, he would move backward, out of sight. Only when I would turn around again, he would move up, and I could see his shadow again. He would even move forward to the other side of the window if he was too far to the right. It was the damnedest thing. I wasn't afraid, but I wanted my mum to see it. I woke her up and told her, and she immediately woke up frightened and investigated. She looked outside, and she looked inside, and there was nothing. She told me it was just my imagination. I wish my dad had been home. He would have believed me. It only happened that night, and never again. No one ever saw him. I never saw him directly, only his shadow. He seemed to taunt me that entire night, moving across the window, pacing back and forth, stopping in the middle and moving back and forth again, over and over. I must have looked to that window over 100 or more times, trying to catch him with clear and precise vision, but I never did. Eventually, I fell asleep. For years, I would tell people about this, and no one knew what to say when I told them. The answers ranged from a ghost to me being so sick I was hallucinating. Sometime later, when I was in my 20s, I remembered the incident out of the blue and Googled it, just out of curiosity. I typed, "black shadow with a hat." I was curious to see what I would get, and what returned really made the hair on my entire body stand on end. It returned something that had been colloquially named the Hat Man. It returned dozens of similar stories, people seeing this figure wandering in and out of vision, but never allowing itself to be seen directly. But more frighteningly, it returned pictures, drawings people had made, and I never felt my chest tighten so much I couldn't even swallow. I had no idea others had similar or dead-on accurate events to mine. But why come to me? Was it because I was ill? Was it because I was young? I did as much research as I could, but it raised more questions than answers. It was amazing that people had written entire websites and documentation about this thing. According to others that had this happen to them, the Hat Man was malevolent. Things ranging from family disturbances, aggression, and premonitions of something about to happen could summon him. Nothing like that had been going on for me. We were a happy family, though we lived in a haunted house, and we were good. We were a happy family. Not once did I feel anything malevolent or sinister from it. Just a matter of fact that he or it was there. I called my parents once I had read what I could to tell them. I linked them the information I had found, and my mum said something that really made me remember something I had tried to forget. She reiterated that the Hat Man could be a sort of premonition. She then said, "I wonder if he was there for Michelle." Now, this next part is pretty saddening. It was a horrible time for all of us. My neighbours to the right, if you were looking toward the street, were awesome people. The father was a Vietnam vet like my dad, a Marine. They got along great. He was an amazing person. He bought me Final Fantasy, and of course, I loved the guy. His wife was equally awesome too. She was from Sweden. She was beautiful. But their daughter, she was an angel. Gorgeous, kind, amazing. But something horrible happened one night. Something that still brings tears to my eyes. The daughter, she was about my sister's age, if not a little older. She had been dating a guy that was abusive. One night, during a date, he brutally murdered her in the woods in the outskirts of San Antonio. I was too young to go to the funeral, and I still didn't understand death then. All I knew was that she could never be able to come over and say hello to me again. I'm 30 years old now, but I still miss her. I'm tearing up just thinking about this. Evil truly never sleeps. He apparently destroyed her beautiful face so badly that makeup couldn't even cover the bruises. Sometime after she had been laid to rest, my mum was cleaning our house, specifically her and my dad's bedroom. She was cleaning under the bed when she saw a pair of legs. She immediately thought it was my sister, but something told her it wasn't. My mum stood up slowly and saw her standing there. Our neighbour, Michelle. She came to say goodbye to my mum. I remember coming inside from playing, and my mum was crying. She said that Michelle was here, and she went to rest. To this day, I wish I had been in the house so I could have seen her one last time. My mum doesn't like to talk about it much. She loved Michelle. We all did, but my mum found comfort in knowing Michelle was at peace. This was the only event in that house that had any benevolence, but this was the exception, certainly not the rule. As time went on in the house, even more things happened. More things went missing, constant bumps and thumps in the night, shadows darting across the house. My sister once was asleep when she said that she felt the pressure of someone sitting or lying on top of her, not allowing her to move. Other times, she said she felt eyes on her whenever she entered her bedroom. I knew better than to go into her room. I had my own experiences there. I never told this to anyone because it was my first real encounter with something that I knew wanted to hurt me. It's not something you forget, but it's something you try to. I remember running around the house. My sister was out somewhere, and my dad was fixing something in the garage. My mum was working, and it must have been summer since I wasn't at school. I went into the house from the garage to find my most prized toy, Jonathan, the duck that was given to me as my first toy upon birth by the doctor that delivered me. I took him everywhere. He was my charm, my luck, he was my protection. The hallway from the kitchen was in an L shape. From the kitchen you head into the hallway, and to the left is the bathroom. Straight ahead is my sister's room, and when you turn at the L, my room is on the left, a few feet ahead. My sister's door was closed, and I ran to my room to get Jonathan. I had Jonathan in my hand when I ran back down the L toward the garage, but my sister's door was open. I had this strong sensation to look behind me, and I saw something that scared the shit out of me. I saw a dark, black silhouette of a tall man. No features, no clothing to speak of, just all black. The face was almost a blur. I couldn't tell of any facial features. I knew there was a face, but that was about it. The only other thing was the mouth. It looked as though it was open because the area where the mouth would be was darker than the rest of the face. He was holding onto the door handle from inside the room. He looked at me and cocked his head to the right slowly, like it was interested in me, or was sizing me up. I remember I grabbed Jonathan, put him in front of me to keep me from this thing. With that, the man raised his head upright and slowly closed the door. I ran to my dad and stood by him the rest of the day. By this time, I knew full well what a ghost was. I was already in 2nd grade, and ghosts were now a part of everyday life for me. Fast forward a few months before we're fixing to move to another city. My dad had been hired by the US Customs Service, and we would be leaving by the time 3rd grade would start for me. During this transition, my uncle came to visit. He was a loving man to his family and friends, and a terrifying man to his enemies. Tall, dark-skinned, long black hair. Tall, dark-skinned, long black hair. He was my Uncle Sergio, my mum's brother. Once he came to the house, it felt calm. I remember my sister even told me this. His presence there in the house made it livable. He stayed with us about a month. A day before he was about to leave to Illinois, he came up to me and said that he knew of what was going on in the house, and to not be afraid. He said he could see the same things my sister and I could. He said to me,
"Sam, these things are everywhere. They're part of our life. You just need to know how to deal with them. Don't be afraid of them."
My uncle sadly died in 2005. Alcoholism claimed him. Because of that, I don't drink often. But he was right. We left that house in 1994. I was 9 years old, about to enter 3rd grade. It was relieving to finally leave that house. My sister and I still talk about those times. My mum had some other experiences, mostly harmless. My dad never had any. I could probably write a book on what happened in that house, but those were by far the worst. So, 13 years later, I've had few paranormal experiences. Nothing major, nothing in my home, but I've begun hunting them, visiting areas that people say are haunted. I catch what I can on audio, video, camera stills, nothing to write home about. Eventually, I stopped because college and life is more interesting. I moved to Dallas sometime after graduating high school. I met a girl from some friends in college, and soon we began dating. We're polar opposites, but we love that about each other. One day, she says she wants to bring me to her parents' house to see her old stomping ground. As we pull up, I get a familiar feeling. something I haven't felt in a long time, the hard chill down my back. I feel that something is watching me. We haven't even gotten out of the car yet. I kept it to myself, trying to dismiss it, but experience kicks in. Something isn't right about this place. We get inside and she gives me the tour. It's a pretty house, big, 2 stories. Past the front door are the stairs that lead up. Adjacent to the stairs is a long hallway that leads to the kitchen. To the right of the hallway still, next to the stairs, is the living room. Upstairs are the bedrooms and bathroom, immediately to the right. We walk up and I'm on edge. I'm looking for something. It's here, and it will show itself by the night's end. I'm hypervigilant, and she notices this. I tell her I'm just amazed that she looks so good in her little skirt, trying to calm my nerves. She leads me to her old bedroom, now a study. This is where I feel it most. Something doesn't want me in this house, let alone in this room. I play it cool, but still looking for something. Movement, a sound, something out of the corner of my eye. I know what to look for, but nothing's happening. We end up going back downstairs to the living room, where she says she's going to grab some beers and we can watch TV until her parents get back from wherever they were. I sit on the couch and, still in my vigilant state, I begin scanning around. Still nothing though. She comes back and sits next to me and puts her legs on my lap. Naturally, I begin to caress her legs and try to calm down, but it doesn't help. My hands begin to get sweaty and she notices this.
Sam, your hands are sweaty and shaking. Are you okay?
I nodded and said,
Yeah, I'm good.
As we begin watching TV and drinking a little, I continue to caress her legs until I see it. Something is reflecting on the mirror in the living room from the angle. Whatever it is, it's where the front door is by the stairs. I knew it wasn't a person, as we would have noticed someone coming down the stairs or opening the door. The hallway is dark, but this figure is darker.
Morgan, what time are your parents coming home?
I asked her as calmly as I could. She didn't know, but she said soon.
So, no one is here, right?
I asked.
No, it's just us.
I kept my focus on it as I continued to speak to her, and finally, after about a minute or two, I let it drop.
Morgan, how long have you known this house was haunted?
Immediately, I felt her legs get cold and covered in goosebumps.
Sam, what are you talking about?
She said in a very low and fearful voice. I moved her legs off of my lap and slowly stood up, still looking toward the door, which I couldn't see because of the short doorway wall. I slowly creep over and see the shadow looking back toward me. We lock a gaze. The eyes are dark, maybe not even eyes. It looks like a person. It has depth and mass, but it's not moving, like a doll or mannequin. Hands at its sides, no facial features. To try to describe it, imagine one of those stereotypical crash test dummies, but without a nose or mouth. My heart is beating, pounding out of my chest. I'm not as afraid as I thought I would be. I have more of this feeling of leave us alone or do something about it. She then comes up behind me and in an extremely frightened tone asks me what I'm looking at. She can't see it, but it's right in front of us. I feel her tug at my hand. I try not to lose focus on it, but Morgan pulls me back and I break my gaze. I look at her for a split second and turn back, but it's gone. She's fully creeped out now, and instead of waiting for her parents, we leave. She tries to calm down and sends them a text saying we're going to go somewhere and meet them when they come back. We don't. Instead, we go back to my apartment and she tells me everything. She said that at a young age she would see shadows all over the house, and that since her parents were fairly religious, would hang pictures of Jesus and crosses everywhere. Eventually it died down, but never really stopped. She was frightened to death about it, but nothing ever hurt her or made itself known to her. But why to me then? She said that sometimes when visitors would come over, they would see things too, but that nothing had happened in a long time. She said her parents were oblivious to it and never cared to hear it. The thing that still gets to me is, why me? Why did I see it and not her? Fast forward to 2011. Morgan and I had long broken up, and I met another woman. We got married and had a son. My wife and I were separated, and it was New Year's. I had my son with me. He was only barely 2. So my mum, dad, my son, and I head to Kyle, Texas, where my sister and her husband and my niece live. My niece, who is 7 years younger than me, is like my little sister. We're really close, and we grew up pretty much together. Also, my niece's friend is there visiting as well. It's a full house. My sister had always told me that strange things would happen in this house. Creaking doors, voices, things of that nature. Nothing threatening. My sister, having grown up with what we had, also developed a hyper-vigilant personality with these types of things. The layout of the house from the front door is a main hallway, and to the right of the main hallway is a smaller hallway with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The closest room is my niece's room, and the further one is the guest bedroom. My sister always said that the room seemed off, but she could never get anything to happen. She said it became ever more unwelcoming after her and my brother-in-law had started renovating it. This was also the room my son and I would sleep in that night. We had a pretty uneventful night. Fireworks and dinner were great, but nothing out of the ordinary. Ghosts weren't even a topic or even considered. My son was ready for bed early, and being as little as he was, I didn't want to leave him alone. Also, I just had awful feelings about that room too. Just from listening to what my sister had said over the years. Even though nothing had actually happened, the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. So, I put my son to bed and got him a bottle of chocolate milk to help him sleep. As I was covering him with the blanket and cuddling him so he could sleep, he stops drinking his bottle and covers his little face with his blanket. I look at him with confusion and say,
Hey buddy, what's the matter?
As I begin patting his tummy and rubbing my hand over his little head to get him to keep drinking his bottle, I try to pull the blanket off his face, and he puts it right back over his face. He utters 2 words to me, and in a way that I understand completely by the time he finishes.
Daddy. Scary.
As he points toward the window. At this point, I put the blanket over his little face and pull my phone out of my pocket. Something is here, and my son saw it. At this point, I'm not afraid, I'm not confused. No, I'm livid. They used to come to me when I was little, but I won't let them come to my little boy. I began taking pictures, and in the pictures I would see white orbs. I immediately pick up my son and get him to my parents. I tell them what happened, and they know what to do. From the years we've experienced these things, for the past 2.5 decades, they don't argue, they don't dismiss, they know. I tell my niece and sister what happened, and we all begin snapping photos, recording sound and video. Of the probably dozens of pictures we took, 4 have these anomalies in them. One of them even looks like whatever it is trying to push us back. Needless to say, my son and I didn't sleep in the room, and I kept him close to me the rest of the night. He's 5 now, and has no recollection of it ever happening. It's probably for the best. Since then, we haven't had anything happen to us. Not in my home, not anywhere. Not yet at least, and I hope it remains that way. Now, as for me, I'm not a psychic, I'm not sensitive, at least I don't think I am, but I know ghosts and spirits, whatever they are, they're real. Some are benevolent and just want to be noticed. Some just want to say their goodbyes and rest in peace. But some just want to hurt us and dominate us. They want us to fear them and look over our shoulders. All I can say at the end of the day is this. There are things out there we cannot, may not, or will not ever understand. So after you check your doors and windows, your closets, attics, basements, and under your beds for the scary stalkers and sick lunatics that want to cause you harm, just know there are other things that hide in the dark. These are the pictures of the incident with my son in the order they were taken. These were taken by me. This last picture was taken by my niece.
Number 4.
I live in Wyoming and work night shifts at one of the local Walgreens. Being a sort of late night pharmacy, we get some weird and unpleasant people frequently enough to brush it off for the most part. On this day, I went to clock in for my shift and noticed 2 Native American men sitting at one of the photo kiosks using the Western Union. I thought it was off how they seemed to be more lounging around, but left it alone. After clocking in, I overheard them explaining to a manager that they'll have to try again later because the money they were waiting for hadn't transferred yet. So they came back later. I was working register that night and was in photo. Since it was still pretty early in the evening, there were still quite a few employees finishing up some work. What was off was when one of the guys came back in. He had left less than a couple of minutes ago. It wasn't so weird to have people forget stuff, so I said hi and left it alone. But then I saw him sitting at the photo kiosk again, and he started talking to Candy. He left after a while again, and Candy came over to tell me what he said. He had been complimenting her body and got pretty descriptive. Creepy. I told her to tell the manager because that's kind of harassment. She did, but little came of it. She could be dramatic on occasion, but she wouldn't make something like this up. Barely a few minutes pass, and that guy comes back again. He talks to Candy, and after he leaves, she comes back over to me. He had given her more comments and told her that he'd love to see what she looked like intoxicated. Now, I'm 22, and she's only 18. I've worked here over a year now, and I'm as protective of her as I am of my little sisters. I was livid. I told her to tell the management, and then I told several managers myself that those two creeps need to be banned. Our main store manager was reluctant to call the cops though. That was until we heard that they were outside panhandling. That was bad enough, but what set me off was that they were only approaching young girls. Candy was scared and asked one of the managers to go outside with her so she could move her car closer to the door. And guess who was outside, lingering over the side of the lot where her car was. I was grateful that they had no clue which car was hers. She came in, and since I knew she had to get gas after work, I told her I'd go with her in my own car after work to make sure she was okay. After a while, it was just us and our closing manager. We'll call him Josh. Thankfully, Josh took all this seriously. He was talking to Candy about the situation, and at that moment the other guy came in, making a beeline to the photo counter. Candy went behind the counter to hide herself, and I made a signal to Josh as I handed a customer her money back. Typically, we paid your code, but since Josh was right there, I tried to look as normal as possible. He got the hint, and immediately he strode up to the guy and told him he needed to leave, and next time they don't get a warning, we'll just call the cops. The guy almost bolted out, and I couldn't help but smile. That night, Candy's boyfriend took her home, and the next day I took her to work. The guys claimed that they were from Arizona and would be in town for a few days, so until they left, I was still on guard and made sure she always had someone around. Guys like this give all us with native blood a bad name. I'm so happy my friend is safe and that Josh stepped in.
Number 3.
This happened about 5 years ago when I was a senior in high school. This particular day, I was sitting in German and had to go to the bathroom. I asked Frau, and sure enough, she let me go. I decided to take my water bottle with me and fill it up at the water fountain, which was right outside the bathrooms. I filled my water bottle and then set it on top of the fountain as I went to the bathroom. I'd been doing this for years, so I didn't see anything wrong with it, but now I know not to leave my drink unattended. Now I know. I came out of the bathroom, grabbed my water bottle, and headed back to class. The rest of German went by without a hitch, with me downing half of the bottle, and after class, I headed to film, which is when things got weird. To get to film from German, I had to go down a set of stairs and then down 2 hallways. Halfway down the stairs, everything just seemed sort of blurred. Images melded in together, and balancing on the steps was becoming difficult. Naturally, I started to panic. I didn't know what was going on, or why everything was getting so weird, but my panic subsided when my vision cleared and my balance stabilized. It lasted for about 3 minutes while I walked down the first hall, but it came back tenfold on the way down the second set. Although this time it was different, much stronger. Everything got blurry again, and instead of balance problems, I could hardly walk. My feet seemed to weigh about 10 pounds each, and even breathing was hard. My head felt like a cinder block and I couldn't concentrate on anything. I couldn't even panic anymore. I started falling in the hall and I grabbed onto the wall and just sort of sank down. One of the boys from my film class saw me, however, and came over. He asked me what was going on, which was extremely pointless given I couldn't talk, but I think he realized that something was seriously wrong. He helped me up and carried me to the nurses when it became clear that walking was a manageable but difficult task. I'll never be able to thank him enough for helping me. He saved me from who knows what that day. The nurse called the ER immediately and they performed a few blood tests. I had been drugged, roofied they said, during school. My dad, a really tough Southern European guy with a soft spot for his daughters, was insanely pissed. He demanded that the school look at the security cameras from that day. I reviewed them with him the next day and was initially confused by what I saw. The only time I had filled up my water bottle in school that day had been during German. The security cameras showed it as untouched. No one was even in the hall while I was in the bathroom. This really freaked me out because if I wasn't drugged sometime between my trip to the bathroom and the passing period between German and film, I had to have been drugged inside of my German class. There were no cameras in the classrooms to prove it, but there was nowhere else that it could have happened. I thought back on it, and the only time I left my desk unattended in that class was when I got up to ask Frau a question. That took about 5 minutes, and in that time, someone took my water bottle, drugged it, and then set it back without me noticing. The thing is, my German class was huge, so someone must have seen it happening, and they didn't do anything if they did. They would have just let who knows what happen to me. I don't know what the person who drugged me wanted, and I don't ever want to know. I'm way less trusting of people now, and believe me, I never leave my drink unattended, and neither should you, please. You don't know what sick fucks are out there and what they might do to you.
Number 2.
This story, it's a bit different. In this story, I was the thief. I was going to steal something, but someone terrifying stopped me from doing it. It all started a few years ago. It was my birthday and I was 16. All of my friends were older than me and they already had cars. I was always driving on the back seat when we were going somewhere. But now, I was finally able to change this. The problem is, I didn't have the amount of money for a car. There were no jobs for 16-year-old kids, so I decided to steal the money. The house I was going to steal from was the house next to ours. In it lived a man, a woman, and a little girl around the age of 5. I was lucky because it turned out the mother and father were leaving for a week and called a babysitter. I spent weeks in my room working on the plans on how to do it. When the day finally came, I made sure that it was late enough so that no one would see me. Now that it was 11 PM, it was a perfect time to go in. Their door was pretty easy to unlock. I was in there in no time. The house was all quiet and dark. They had a lot of jewelry. I opened the bag on my back and started stealing things that looked expensive. The house was on 2 floors and bedrooms were on the second one. I know because I've been there many times. So I figured the big cash should be in the parents' room. The only problem was I had to pass the child's and guest's room without waking anyone up. While walking up the stairs, I heard singing from the girl's room. I figured that she must have been playing with her dolls and will be asleep very soon. I passed the rooms and got to the parents' one. Lucky me, I found a hidden drawer. I opened it and inside of it, jackpot. Jewelry, money, so much stuff. I stole all that I could very slowly and quietly. The last thing I wanted to do is wake the babysitter. When passing through the hall, I could still hear the singing though. It was the exact same melody and exact same lyrics. I just want to point out it was now midnight. I wanted to leave, but curiosity took over me. I slowly opened the door. The little girl was sitting on the carpet, looking straight at me. My eyes locked with hers. It was like I was trying to look away, but I couldn't. Then she stopped singing and the words she said to me I'll remember forever.
Hello, friend. Are you here to play with me?
It was so quiet, and it had no emotion at all. After she did that, she grinned with a huge smile, so huge, it was terrifying. I sprinted out of there, leaving the backpack behind. No one learned about this day, but I'm still afraid to go into their house. Who was that girl?
Number 1.
Okay, so let me start off by saying that this isn't my story, it's my mum's. I recently took sociology as an option at school, and we were discussing serial killers and whether they were born that way or was it to do with environmental factors. One thing led to another, and the class discussion turned towards the famed Moors murders, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. They operated in the greater Manchester area where my family have lived throughout many generations, and they committed their crimes in the 60s. They mostly killed children and teenagers and dumped their bodies in the Saddleworth Moor, hence the nickname. Myra Hindley is often dubbed the most evil woman in history. I'm a bit of an unusual type of person. Yes, all of this stuff I learned was horrible, but it strangely interested me. I guess it's the same reason people slow down to look at a car crash or watch horror movies. So anyway, I came home from school and got the usual, "So how was your day?" I told my mum my lessons, and then we had dinner, etc. And eventually, I got on to mention the infamous couple. At first, my mum was silent for a bit, and then she finally replied.
I used to know Myra Hindley.
I was shocked at first. I couldn't quite believe it. So I passed it off as a joke and laughed. She then turned to me.
No, seriously. I knew Myra Hindley,
she said bluntly. Her tone of voice and serious nature about these sort of things eventually made me realize my mother was telling the truth. As anyone would have, I asked how. My mum was born in Longside in Manchester in the 50s, but spent most of her childhood in the 60s. Kids had a lot more freedom in them days, and my mum told me how it wasn't out of the question if she wanted to walk to the park by herself at the age of 7. It was obviously a different time, but of course, this freedom came with dangers, and at a heavy cost for some. My mum would often visit her cousin's house to play. They'd play with their dolls, dress up and comb each other's hair, the usual little girl antics. Most of the time, they stayed at her cousin's house, where her mother usually resided to keep an eye on them, but on special occasions, my mum's aunt and uncle would go out together. They made sure though, that my mum's niece had a babysitter however, and you guessed it, Myra Hindley. She was a friend of my mum's uncle's sister. Bit of a mouthful, I know, but she was a young woman, just barely in her 20s. My mum recalls her always being distant, hardly ever speaking, and just giving the occasional look like she was impatient. She wasn't a hands-on babysitter to say the least. She would just sit idly in the lounge, either watching TV or just quietly waiting for her shift to be over. She didn't babysit my mum and her cousin for long though, just under a year in fact. She was kindly asked to stop after she kept inviting him around, her boyfriend, Ian Brady. During this time, my mum stopped visiting her cousin as even at a young age, she felt uncomfortable around him. Just something about him seemed odd, even to her 8-year-old self. Even my grandmother knew about Brady's past criminal record. Rumour had spread fast, and my mum's aunt and uncle kindly asked Myra to stop inviting him. She refused, and was eventually let go. Soon, my mum started visiting again, as her aunt's eldest son was now deemed old enough to take care of them both. Everything was back to normal for a while, and my mum was satisfied. She no longer felt intimidated or scared to visit the house. About 2 or 3 years had passed from this whole ordeal, and one day, my mum and her cousin decided to go to the park. It was about 1.5 miles away, so they packed some change for the corner shop and set off. They played on the roundabout, on the slide and the swings for a few hours, and then when they felt it was time to go, they bought some ice creams for the journey home. It was around the evening at this point. My mum had just finished her ice cream when she noticed a vehicle pull up. It was a classic mini pickup, and who was driving it? You guessed it, Myra. She turned to face my mum and her cousin, and stared them down for a good solid few seconds. My mum says she felt extremely confused, as you'd imagine. After babysitting, my mum occasionally saw Myra out and about, but never spoke to her. In fact, she had spoken so little to her in the first place, she barely remembers her voice now. This was the first time the two met eye to eye again. After the staring down, she just drove off without ever saying a word. My mum, to this day, counts herself lucky. On the same night, 12-year-old Keith Bennett was abducted and killed by the two in the very same fashion. Myra pulled up with the car and invited the boy in and then took him to the moors. Little did my mum know that Brady was in the back seat. Was it because my mum was there with her cousin and therefore not alone? Was it because she knew her already? Or was it something else entirely? My mum will never know. When the two were arrested a year or so later, my mum was too young to comprehend, but later in life, she says she often thinks about it, of what could have been. Myra Henley died of a chest infection in 2002. Brady is still alive, and now the longest serving prisoner in England and Wales. If you want to learn more about the murders, a quick Google search will tell you what you need to know. Knowing what could have been, I find a lot of the information distressing now, as does my mum. I thought I'd share this because I think it's a perfect example of how fragile life is and how a single decision can alter history. If whatever was in Myra's mind on that day that made her click didn't happen, then I would not be here today.
G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video, guys.
Number 2.
I live in a decently big city in Indiana. I'm 20 now, and the events that I'm about to tell happened in 2008, so I was about 12 or 13 years old, and I was the only girl that was in this little group. At this time, my 3 friends and I lived one street away from another friend, my friend Terry being the one who lived in the middle of where all of our houses were. This usually meant that whenever we hung out, it was usually at his house or mine, seeing as mine was the second closest to everyone. A little bit of backstory about the house he lived in. Another person we knew, who was more of an acquaintance than a friend, had an uncle who lived in that house before Terry moved in, and he had a serious heart problem. He didn't really talk to her or her family too often, so it wasn't strange if he went a week or two with no contact. He had a heart attack in the kitchen one day and hit his head on the corner of one of the countertops and bled out. After 3 weeks, someone from her family decided to check on him and found his body. A few years later, the house went up for rent and Terry's family ended up moving in without knowing until after they did the history of what happened. Anyway, we were kinda different from all the other kids at the time. We wore all black and listened to heavy metal, and so we really only had each other during middle school, seeing as most of the other kids at the time were trying to be popular, so they could fit in and find where they belonged, and they usually stayed away from us. Anyway, this particular year, a lot of strange things happened. I went to one middle school, and my friends Dave and Ben went to another, and Terry went to another, despite us all living in the same school district. This will make more sense later on, so please bear with me on this seemingly random backstory. Terry's birthday is during October, and because of this, we always threw a Halloween/scary themed party for him every year. This year, we decided to play with a Ouija board because of the history of the house with that girl's uncle. Well, after about an hour of us scaring each other, we decided to take it seriously and asked the board if there was anyone there. It spelled out the word basement. Being preteens, we decided, hey, let's go in the basement and see what's down there. So we do just that and went down there and started looking around. It was one of those basements where the ground is dirt and the walls are water damage from years of being neglected, making it super creepy to be down there alone. Well, we decided to look in the back room where the circuit breaker was and look around. Dave found a loose brick on the wall and pulled it out and found an old photo of a man wearing something like a sun hat, like what Amish men wear. I'm not sure what they actually call it, so I apologize. He showed it to the rest of us and we respectively got freaked out. So we decided to take his mum's cell phone and leave it down there to record to see if we could capture any voices. We left and went upstairs to eat some pizza while we waited and went back to retrieve the phone. We didn't capture anything special, but as we were listening to the recording, his older brother decided to scare us by screaming behind us. After that, we decided to go into his garage and try to capture something in there on her phone. Now, Terry's garage door for the car did not work and could only open enough for someone to crawl beneath and made this awful noise if you tried to open it even that far. Out of precaution, we decided to lock the door we came in through and made sure the actual garage door was all the way closed so his brother couldn't scare us again. We decided to take nails his dad had on his workbench and place 2 of them side by side in each corner to see if anything would move them, and we all stood in the middle of the room. We turned the lights off to make it more atmospheric, but the light from his house came through from the door, so we weren't completely in the dark. After about half an hour of asking questions, we turned on the lights and saw that each set of nails formed an X formation. We were freaked out, and we decided to listen to the recording, and towards the very end, we heard this deep, gruff man's voice say,
"I want him."
Now, this made us all so uncomfortable that we wanted to leave. We started to head for the door, and Dave asked,
Where's Terry?
So we all look around, and he had disappeared. The garage door was still shut, and even if it wasn't, we obviously would have heard it if Terry tried to open it because of the horrible noise it made, and the wooden door leading back to his backyard was still locked from the inside. We ran back into the house and immediately told his mother what happened and played the recording over again. Throughout the whole recording, you could hear Terry's voice asking questions. That is, up until the point where that man's voice said, "I want him." Hearing the man's voice, his mum began to panic and we all began to search around the house for him, in closets, under the beds, behind the couches, in the tub, and in all the rooms including the basement. After an hour of searching, she ends up calling 911. As she's on the phone with the dispatcher, Terry walks down the stairs, gripping his head and obviously confused.
How did I get upstairs?
He asked once he came down. His mum told the dispatcher that we found him and hung up and hugged him. Then she yelled at him for hiding and scaring us all to death, and he just gave her a confused look. He told her that the last thing he remembered was being in the garage with us, and he suddenly woke up under his parents' bed, which we checked at least 4 or 5 times. After the officer came and took a report, we all decided to call it a night and put in a movie and fell asleep in the living room. Early the next morning, we all said goodbye and went home. Soon after, all 4 of us began to notice strange things happening in all of our houses. Things disappearing, hearing TVs turn on in different rooms when no one was in them, hearing footsteps when no one else was home or asleep, stuff like that. In my house, for some reason, I had the worst of it, to the point it began to affect my parents and dogs as well. One day, I came home from school and the only ones home were my mum and myself because my dad at the time was working second shifts, so he left for work an hour before I got off from school. My mum picked me up from school every day, meaning that the only ones home were the dogs. When we walked in, we saw that all the food from the fridge was placed on the kitchen table. We called my dad, thinking someone broke into the house, and he came home within 20 minutes and searched the entire house while my mum and I waited outside. Once he was done, he came outside and said he didn't see anyone and went back to work. My mum and I spent the next hour putting everything back in the fridge, trying to figure out how it happened to begin with. The next day, the same thing happened, but it was all the things from the freezer were on the table this time. Jump ahead to Christmas Eve, and my dad and I were watching TV while my mum was in her room wrapping presents. All of a sudden, we saw a bright flash of light toward the top of the tree before hearing a loud crash. I went and looked and saw that the porcelain angel we had at the top of the tree had cracked and shattered all over the floor. My dad flipped out and asked me if he thought our house was haunted like he did. I said yes and told him what happened at Terry's party, and he said that because we all used the Ouija board, whatever it was that talked to us was following all of my friends and I. A year later, Terry moved away from all of us because of everything that was going on in his house, and ironically, moved right next to a cemetery. We could only see him on the weekends when his mum could either drop him off at one of our houses or pick us up to bring us to their house. In 2009, I lost a week of my life and had no memories of what occurred during that time. One of my friends from the school I went to, Annabelle, who was also Terry's girlfriend at the time, she said that I had dark rings under my eyes and that they were always bloodshot during class, and I would take my pencil and carve it into the back of my hands until they bled. I still have the scars, but I can't remember what happened. We stopped being friends for months because of that, and because Annabelle was so afraid of me. The day I became myself again, I was riding home in the car and was listening to the radio when they said the date, which is when I realized I completely had no recollection of the week prior. That same day, I realized I had a busted blood vessel on the white of my right eye in the kind of shape of a star. I spiraled into a deep depression because I thought I was going crazy, and I lost touch with Annabelle, Dave, Terry, and Ben. Months passed without me talking to any of them, and I completely isolated myself from my family. One day, Terry decided to come visit me to find out what was going on with me and to make sure I was alright. He got on his bike and started making his way to my house. He was on the sidewalk outside the cemetery when a man in a gold Cadillac swerved onto the sidewalk and hit him. He ran out of his car and left the scene, and someone called 911. He died 3 times on the way to the hospital before the EMTs were finally able to stabilize him. I found out the next day, and Annabelle called me and told me he was going to hospital, and I was devastated. I blamed myself because he was making his way to my house to make sure I was okay. Dave and Ben came with my parents and I to the hospital, and we spent the rest of the day with them. We talked about what happened since his party, and we decided once he was released from the hospital, we were going to buy sage, and together we would go to each of our houses and smudge every room. He was allowed to go home after a month of rehabilitation, and we cleansed all of our houses. Weird stuff still happens to us all, but it's nowhere near as terrifying and life-threatening as it was. I live in the house next to the cemetery now, and one Terry used to live in. It's much more quiet and calm here, but from time to time I can faintly hear something in the basement or voices in my room. Sadly, I lost all contact with Ben, Annabelle and Terry, and rarely talk to Dave due to unrelated events. Dave and I seem to be the only ones still having problems with what happened 7 years ago. I wanted to share this story to help others understand that using Ouija boards and provoking spirits is dangerous. It almost killed my friend, and it almost killed me. Please, take caution if you do decide to dabble with these things. This by far was the scariest set of events that has ever happened to me.
Number 1.
I worked with Sheila for about 3 years when this happened. Sheila was a 53-year-old widow, mother of 2, and her kids were grown. She lived out of state with her own 2 children when this happened. Sheila got a home computer, and having heard several people talk about it, she decided to get back into the game by signing up on a few dating sites. Let me preface this a little bit more. Sheila was attractive enough, not ugly, not pretty, just average I would say. However, since her husband died, she felt fat, unworthy of love, and ugly. It's silly to me, but who am I to judge? Anyway, within a few days of signing up, Sheila received several messages, many from men much like her, hard-working, average looks with middle-class lives. Many of them, for whatever reason, were not what she was looking for though. Sheila and I were pretty good friends, so one night, while at home, she sent me an email with a link of the profile of the newest of her would-be online suitors. The instant I saw his profile, I thought, whoa, out of her league. He said he was 21 years younger than Sheila. He was strapping, good-looking, muscular, and wealthy. He graduated from Oxford University, owned an architecture firm, and travelled all over the world. I didn't want to hurt my friend or discourage her, so I just replied,
Heck yeah, he looks great. Wish a guy like that was interested in me.
The next morning, at work, we giggled and talked about the new man in Sheila's life. Again, I didn't want to hurt her, but something did not feel right to me. She printed off some of the emails they exchanged. Here is a sample, and for whatever reason, I held on to them.
Hi, pretty woman. I like to see your smiley face. It will make me happy the day I can see it in the flesh. You're so pretty, like a flower grown in my yard.
You're so sweet, thanks. I appreciate your compliments.
No complimenting, just the truth from my lips. Where do you stay? Do you have work to go to? What things occupy you? You have little ones running around at your feet?
Thanks again. You have such a nice face. You're very handsome. I do not have little ones running at my feet, and by the way, it sounds funny when you say it that way. But yes, I have children. They're grown up with their own families and live in Maryland and Oregon. I don't get to see them much. I have some health problems, so I don't travel very often. I would like to though. Anyway, I do work. I work for a group of healthcare providers as a manager. As for what occupies my time, I see movies, mostly on Netflix. Going to the movies alone is, well, lonely. I like to read romance books, watch TV, play games on the computer, and go shopping out to eat with my girlfriends. What about you?
I work so much, I don't have any time for fun stuff. I still can't believe I'm so lucky that women with beauty like you would talk to me.
I don't mean to pry, but your way of writing is kind of unique. Where were you raised? Your profile says you live in New York. That's a bit far for me as far as dating someone is concerned. But I do like having a friend to come home and talk to.
I was raised in France. I moved to the US of A when I went to university. I do live in New York, but you're not too far for me to travel to see my flower. I can come to you. Do you like shopping? I'll take you to your favorite store and buy you what you desire.
As for you, you're so handsome. I don't know why you'd want someone like me. And you don't have to buy me anything. Please, just be my friend. As I stated, I do get lonely.
Please write to me your phone number.
Sheila did provide her phone number, but I won't put it here.
Thanks, my sweet love. I'll call you tomorrow. What time can I call you, my love?
Anytime after 6 p.m. Talk to you then. Looking forward to it.
Me too, sweet love.
That was one of their first few exchanges. Sheila was over the moon when she came back to work. The day after, they spoke on the phone for the first time. She told me all about how he was in Amsterdam, working on a project for a university to build a theatre designed by him. She told me how he drives a Corvette and how much fun it would be to ride along the beach in a fast sports car. Something her very practical husband never would have done. She had a glow I had never seen about her. She told me that for all the love she had for her husband, she'd always wished he was more spontaneous, wanted more fun in life. Upon his death, Sheila was left with a large amount of money. I don't know the exact amount, but my rough calculations place it over $200,000. Most of all, she had been so practical her whole life, I don't think she knew how not to come to work. Sheila continued to work because she didn't like always being alone, and she was terribly alone, or so she felt. She once told me she just came to work to hang out with me. I loved Sheila. We were as close as two people so different in age could possibly be. Her laugh is the best. It can bring a smile to anyone's face. So animated when she talks, it makes for a great conversation. Soon after she started talking to this so-called guy, he sent flowers, perfume, chocolates, letters. He did all of the remaining things most women want. Still, I wasn't convinced though. Not to mention appalled that she had given her address to him. She said that she could trust him. Anyway, as I said, Sheila was head over heels. Every day she came to work, walking on air. I'd never seen her so happy. Hell, I was newlywed, and I wasn't that happy. Still, no matter how excited she was, I was not sure about this guy. Even though I'd heard some stories, this was a few years before catfishing and the like were widely spoken about everywhere, so even though I was suspicious, I wasn't positive. I told her to slow down and to not make any commitments until she'd spent some time in person with him. He would be in town the following week and she could decide what to do then, I told her. Sheila had booked a hotel room for him. He didn't feel it would be proper to stay at her house since they were just meeting. He wanted to be a gentleman, he assured her. Sheila and I went shopping for a new outfit, and she got her hair done, the whole 9 yards. I offered to go pick him up at the airport with her, but she didn't want me to go. The day finally came, a Friday, so she'd taken that Friday and Monday off to spend some time with him. I told her to call me as soon as she got home from the airport. Fast forward, Sheila was to pick him up at 4 p.m. I knew she'd call by 6 probably. When I didn't hear from her by 6:30, I called her. It went straight to voicemail. I called again, then again. I was starting to panic. I was about to drive the route to the airport when she finally called at around 9 p.m. She was sobbing, but home safe. I told my husband I needed to go be with her and headed to her house. She was red-faced, still sobbing, when I got there half an hour later. She told me that the guy was being held by immigration in Amsterdam and had tried to work with the officials to convince them to let him go on the plane, to no avail. He had put his money in a carry-on bag, which they had confiscated his bag, and he had no money, no ID, and they would not let him on the plane. His business associates had been kind enough to put him up and pay off the officials, but now with no credit cards, ID, nothing, he had no idea how he would manage. It sounded far-fetched to me, but I knew nothing about immigration or travelling through Amsterdam, but what I did know is that it didn't sound right. My suspicions were raised once again. I knew it would be okay because now this guy would be out of her life. Finally, I was happy, but the look on her face told me it wasn't over yet. A few days later, he stated his business associates had bailed him out of the trouble, but now they were holding the money they owed him until he paid them back what he owed them. Sheila suggested they just take out the money they owed him. He said they did things differently there and he would need to pay them first. He had previously told her his brother was a missionary. He stated his brother was on a mission trip in Ghana and was coming to get him. He suggested if she could send the money to the brother, he could pick it up and when he arrived back in the US, he would pay her back. She sent his brother in Ghana $3,700. A lump rose in my throat. I knew she was being misled, but I didn't know how I could convince her this didn't make sense. Night after night, he wooed her with sweet words. Here's another example of the messages they exchanged via the internet. This gives a better picture than just me explaining.
Hello, my beautiful bride. I send sweet kisses across the ocean to land on your beautiful cheeks and lovely lips. To hold you in my arms is what I awake thinking of, and the tender words you speak are the song I fall to sleep to. I am so excited for the day I can call you bride. I wait for the day we are a family. Since the losing of my first wife and son, all I have wanted to be is a family with someone. You are that person, my real family. Good night, my love, your protector, lover, husband.
And the crap just went on like that. About a month after the immigration incident, he fell very ill and once again had to cancel a trip to see her. She was once again devastated. He revealed to her during the chaos they did not take health insurance, and he had to pay in cash. He said he still had no credit cards from when they were lost during the confiscation of his bag at the airport. Now he had no money for the doctors and hospitals. She asked many questions, which he always had what sounded to her like reasonable explanations for. They sounded like bullshit to me, but she wouldn't hear of it. In this unfortunate set of circumstances, he needed to have his gallbladder out and his brother was coming to help him. If only he had $7,000 for the operation. If he did not have the operation, he might die. Working for a medical group, you'd think that she would be smart enough to see it this time. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case though. She sent him money to his brother, and for about a week she heard nothing from him. Of course, he was recovering from his surgery, and that's why he didn't call. Inward, my eyes rolled when she said this. I smiled and gave her a pat on the back.
I'm sorry,
I said. Nothing else to say, really. Sheila began to put distance between us and our friendship barely existed outside of work. I remained steadfast, never losing sight of the friend I knew would soon need me. She would need me when she found out this guy wasn't who he said he was. Situations like the hospital one happened again and again and again. Each time, something different. One night, he called her saying some money he'd sent to her was now missing from the Western Union system and it would take 30 days for them to reimburse the claim. He said it was all of the extra money he had. He told Sheila he would have no money for food or hotel expenses. He pleaded for her to return the money. But, of course, she never got the money he said that he sent. Sheila finally stood up to him and said she didn't have any more money. He got infuriated and hung up on her. About 20 minutes later, she received this email. She forwarded it to me because she was quite upset. Here's what it said.
Sheila, I thought you loved me. No love for me. You want me to starve in the streets? You want me to die? Fine, bitch. I will die of hunger in the street. No room to stay in. I will die. But I will make sure I hurt you and your family before I die. I know people who will come to you. They will kill because I say to. You will die, bitch. Hate me? Will I hate you? You'll soon see. Die, bitch.
Sheila's reply was this.
Please, don't say those things to me, my love. You are the heart inside of me. I love you more than anyone. Please do not call me names. It hurts me and makes me think that you may be mean when we're married. Please, my love, forgive me. I love you so much. I'll send you the 2,000 plus an extra 200 in case of any other things that might happen. Please, be my love. I will send the money tomorrow morning when the bank opens.
And so she did. I was actually beginning to dislike my friend. First, and this might sound selfish, my husband and I were having really hard times financially, and she'd never offered us any help. Selfish, yes, but it did hurt to see her struggling while she sent thousands to a man she'd never met. I was angry at how stupid she'd become. I was angry that money she had because of her husband's death was being spent on a strange man. I was angry at everything. Most of all, I was angry at the fact that this woman I loved and respected had turned into a mindless idiot. One day, at lunch, she leaned in as if to tell me a secret.
I'm putting in my notice.
What notice? I asked.
2 weeks, here at this dump office. I'm quitting.
I was actually happy, thinking she'd come to her senses and would get out of here and do things she dreamed of.
Really? That's great. I mean, I'll miss you, but glad you're going to get out of here and enjoy life. Yeah, I'm going on mission trip with Kensington and his brother. We're all going to Ghana.
My heart dropped and then raced like a hummingbird's wings.
Ghana? You've never met him, Sheila. I don't know if this is a good idea. Have you talked to your kids? Are you sure you're up to this trip? This doesn't sound great, Sheila. Hell no, I haven't talked to my kids about it. They try to stop me, and I want to live and learn to love again. As for traveling, he's going to help me. Sheila, I'm not sure this is love. Has he ever paid you money he owes you? No, but husbands don't pay back their wives, silly. He's not your husband. You'll see.
She picked up her food, dumped it in the trash, and walked out. A few weeks later, I was at her house helping her pack, while still trying to talk her out of this. She went. She left me the key to her house, told me where all of the important documents were, placed me as an authorized user of her bank account in case of an emergency, and I, being a stupid idiot I am, drove her to the airport. She called me when she got there. She sent pictures of her with this man, not a 30-something Brad Pitt, but a 22-year-old Ghana resident who worked at a cafe. You guessed it, an internet cafe. In the pictures, she was smiling, but it was not that over-the-moon smile she'd left with. It was forced. Before she left, Sheila and I had made a danger phrase. When she used this phrase, it meant that there was something that put her in danger. I tried to research this missions group she was going to travel with and help, but I could not find any internet presence of them. She said it was a small group and they did not want to waste money on websites, but that they were sponsored by a very famous evangelist. I started to feel really scared when I called the evangelist headquarters and his people said that they were in no way connected to this organization. In fact, they'd never heard of them. I was terrified now, but I'd talked to her just a few days before and she hadn't used the phrase and just seemed off from her normal personality. Sheila had been gone about 6 weeks when I got a call from her. My blood ran cold when she said,
"Jason is doing great. Just talk to him."
That was the phrase. The "I'm in danger" phrase. She hung up a few minutes later. I still had no idea of her exact location. Her IP address changed all the time, and she called from a different number almost every time as well. I knew it wasn't my business, but I went back to the bank and asked for a printout of that month's transactions. In all, Sheila had taken out 12 grand. She soon called and asked me to withdraw $3,200 and send it to some person I'd never heard of. When I asked why I couldn't send it to her, she seemed weird and blew me off as she demanded I send it. I was too scared not to. I knew she was in trouble, so I did it. After I sent the money from her account, I called the police and they gave me about 1,000 people to talk to and no one could help me. I called the embassy, but they also seemed uninterested. No one could help me find Sheila. Now, I hadn't heard from her in over a week. I continued to try and get help, but again, this was before scams were all over the internet and the government started to put manpower into cracking down on it. I don't think the feds had a clear grasp on what was really happening on the internet dating sites. To this day, there's no real laws to protect women from this, especially when they have handed over the money of their own free will. She left for the mission trip 5 years ago. The last time she called, 4 years ago. By then, she'd withdrawn all but $72. The bank finally closed the account for lack of activity. I haven't heard from Sheila in 4 years. A few emails written by Kensington or one of his crew, but nothing from her. I know she didn't send the email as well, because it sounded nothing like her. 5 years later, we still pray we will one day see Sheila's beautiful face again. I fear though that we won't. I like to believe that she fell so much in love that she didn't want us to ruin things, but I know that isn't true. I know Sheila is dead, and we will never be able to give her a proper goodbye. I tell this story to warn people. I know many people might be younger, more aware individuals, but there are a million ways they lure you in. Many women are naively drawn into these scams. They are drawn in from loneliness, desperation, grief, and any number of things. No matter how young you are, how savvy you think you are, these people make manipulation their full-time job. They will learn your weaknesses and they will use it. This isn't a typical catfish. It's not about some old pervy guy looking for young girls. This is about people of all ages. Men are no exception. There are women around the world doing this to men as well. Since I began trying to find Sheila, I've met lots of people who have the same stories, but were lucky enough to escape the situation before leaving to meet one of these creeps. Please listen. This is about your life and the life of your loved ones. Please be careful about who you trust. I don't want to hear of any more Sheilas. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I've heard of these types of catfish stories where an operation from overseas manages to capture people, but hearing a real story is really chilling. Be sure to stay safe out there, Hive members. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video, guys. Thanks again to the Hive members that bravely shared their stories for us all here. And for the chance to have your story feature in a video, you can send your story to my email, which is in the description below. And as always, keep them coming, guys, as this channel relies upon your stories to continue. Also, please do me a favour and just state in your email what your story is about in the description, and also provide me with a short written statement of consent just so that I can be above board with everything. And be sure to remember as well to tell me in the email if you would like to remain anonymous, and change any names if you don't want particular names to be shared. So more than a few of you guys have said that you would be willing to actually support me through something like Patreon.
Number 2.
This last summer, I was working the day shift at Subway. It was about 6 AM to 2:30. At my restaurant, not sure if it's this way with other franchises, Another employee does not come in until about 9. The store is officially open at 7. On this particular day, it was gloomy out. This is pretty odd for California. I got to work like normal and rushed around making bread until 7 when I had to open the doors. While running in and out of the back room, I noticed a man with messy hair and a torn black t-shirt. Considering it was raining out and around 7 in the morning, I found that a bit odd. I didn't pay him much attention until I came out to set some tables, and he was at a bench about 30 feet from me, just staring. It was then I started to get creeped out. I was a 16-year-old girl, working alone in a deserted area. I gave him a little nod to acknowledge that I saw him looking, but his expression didn't change. I walked back into the store and decided to just try and forget about it. I got back to working on the 1,000 things I had to do in the back, and while I was cutting tomatoes, I heard the door to the front slam. I peeked up at the mirrors we have angled to see if people are in the front, and sure enough, he was there. Pretty soon, he started yelling in a deep, raspy voice.
"Hello? I know you're in there. I saw you."
I sighed and took off my gloves, putting on my food service smile, and asked him the usual question.
Hi, sorry I missed you. I was prepping. Would you like a sandwich?
He shook his head in response, a little more than what is considered normal. I asked him,
What could I help you with?
He looked around the store, kind of like a crazy person. His eyes were scanning everything. I was getting scared that he was going to pull out a weapon, since his hands were in his pockets. Our store was off the freeway, and it would be easy for him to escape.
The phone. Do you have a phone? Can I call someone with your phone?
He sounded off. At the time I did not know it was against policy to let him use the phone. I think now, if I knew that, I probably would have just let him have the phone anyway, just to be safe.
Sure.
I then grabbed the phone from under the register and watched him pretend to dial a number. His conversation went something like this.
Hey, yeah man, I got robbed last night. Took everything. Are you coming? Okay, see you soon.
His responses were too close together, and he did not give his location. I realized he was faking a call, but I had no idea why.
Can I sit here? My buddy is coming for me.
He asked. I hesitated, but nodded. I looked down at the register and realized it was only 7:20. Nobody would be here for quite some time. The man took a seat in one of the chairs facing the register. He stared at me while I tried to pretend he wasn't there. When he looked away, I got a better look at him. He was in a regular black t-shirt that looked like it had been cut with scissors in a line across his chest. His shorts, socks, and beat-up Vans were all black as well. He looked around 40, white, and his jaw had a 5 o'clock shadow. His face was dirty too. Pretty soon, he looked back to me and then spoke.
Yeah, I got robbed last night in the parking lot. They stole my wallet at knife point.
I looked up and nodded.
I'm sorry, are you okay?
He shrugged and didn't respond. I offered him a cup of water and he accepted it. When he came over, I noticed that the slice in his shirt, it had no gash showing underneath. I have cut up plenty of teas and know that these cuts, they were put there on purpose, not by some random robbery. Also, the timers for the bread and meatballs, they went off, and it surprised me and made me jump. Yet him, as a victim of a robbery, he didn't jump at all. He just kept his gaze out the window, waiting for his friend. So I was feeling that the robbery was in fact a lie. I went in the back and kept working. I couldn't believe how slow the store was and that no other customers had come in already. It was already 8 o'clock, and pretty soon I got a text from my co-worker.
Throwing up. Nobody can come in till 11. Hope you aren't behind.
I looked at my phone in disbelief. I was going to be alone for another 3 hours. Another timer went off and I had to go back to the front.
Wow, you work hard, pretty girl,
he said. I nodded and continued to put bread in the oven.
How old are you?
I turned around and realized he was leaning over the counter now.
16?
I hoped at the time that he was a crazy person and would hear that I'm not legal and would back off. Instead, he smiled, revealing yellow cracked teeth.
I should have called in sick,
I thought.
Young and beautiful,
he said. I said thank you and rushed into the back. He remained leaning over the counter, trying to look in the back.
What's a young miner doing working so early in the morning, alone?
He put a lot of emphasis on the alone part. A chill went down my spine. I quickly pulled out my cell phone and prayed my boyfriend was around his phone. I texted him, "Can you please call my work phone? There's a creepy man. If I don't pick up, I'm not okay. He's wearing all black, ripped t-shirt and shorts. Call 911 if I don't." 5 minutes later, he texted back, "Okay." I heard the phone ring and felt so relieved. I answered and pretended I was getting a call from a co-worker saying she was on her way. I saw the man's ears perk up. He then moved back over by the window and was watching outside. I hoped my lie was working. I hung up the phone and went back to prepping tomatoes. I looked out and saw that in the parking lot there was a brown, beat-up van that was sitting in the dead center. No cars around except that one. The car was running, and inside I could see two men just sitting there. One in a black hoodie and the other in a button-up shirt. I was very confused and realized that the creepy man was looking at them too. I saw the man in black wave his hand out the window, and the creepy man nodded in response. My heart began pounding again. He got up and sauntered around the dining area, humming the tune of what I believe was Pop Goes the Weasel. I texted my boyfriend again and told him about the van and the singing, and he texted me back to grab a knife from the back. I grabbed the sharpest knife we had and waited.
You know what, hun? It's bad customer service to be in the back with a customer out here. Won't those cameras catch you?
He pointed to all the 360 cameras that the owner could monitor. I realized he was trying to ask about the cameras to see if they worked. I texted my boyfriend now to call 911 and have them come immediately. I peeked around the corner and saw he was at the register again. I noticed the brown van was now backed in a parking space right in front of the store's doors. He noticed my stare and smirked.
Oh no, you aren't ready to meet my friends yet.
I gripped my knife tighter. I had no escape there. There were no emergency exits and no locks on the doors. The manager's office was locked, and if I got into one of the coolers, the man would just come in. I decided to laugh and tried to play him off.
If they have big appetites and want a big order, then I guess you're right.
His smile didn't waver as he said,
What we crave isn't on the menu.
I smiled and pretended I didn't understand, then turned and went to walk into the fridge with a knife and phone. I stood in there and held the handle, freezing my ass off and praying that the cops would hurry up. I slowly opened the door after a few minutes and heard his voice right behind it. He was in the back, with me.
No need to hide, lovely. You're just easier to catch in there.
I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I shut the door again and held onto it with all my might. I could feel him pulling, and then all of a sudden, not anymore. I didn't fall for it, and I just stayed in the cooler. A few minutes went by, then 10, and he didn't pull again. I pushed open the door cautiously and wielded my knife. The back room, it was empty. My heart pounded in my chest, and my palms felt clammy. I looked at the mirrors, checked the freezer and any corner, but he was gone. I looked outside, and the van, it was gone as well. I believed it was too good to be true. I saw both keys to the bathroom were behind the counter still, so I grabbed both and ran out to the women's restroom. Once inside with the keys, the door was locked to the outside. I waited for another 15 minutes before I heard the sirens outside. Relieved, more than I can express in words, I came out and greeted the police. They searched the entire store, but they found nothing. The van was nowhere to be found along with the creepy man and the men in the van. I told the police what had happened. They told me I'd acted well and that a man with a similar story had done the same to another store in our county. But in that story, the woman working had locked herself in the bathroom first, and the guy got away. I never knew what happened with that man, if he was caught or if he caught someone else. I called someone to come in for me that day, and I went home early. For the next few days, I asked not to open, and 2 weeks later ended up leaving my job entirely. I still have nightmares over it. I don't know why he left so abruptly, or why his friends did not come in too. I don't know what they would have done to me, but I can only imagine it would have been horrific. I am thankful I walked away with my life, and I am thankful I thought quickly.
Number 1.
I live in a pretty rural but well-to-do suburb. I live in a 5-bedroom house on an almost 2-hectare property. It's a long narrow house wrapping into an L shape at the end of a long steep driveway. At the end of the driveway, you can pretty much pull up next to the pool. There's a gate sort of cutting the yard in half. You know, kids, dog, etc. But once you enter through there, you can pretty much enter the house from the back deck. At this time, I had my second child, and she was only 6 weeks old, and my son was almost 2. My husband often works away on country runs. He's a truck driver. One afternoon, he was leaving on another run. Normally, he's all about business, so he packs up, kisses me and the kids, gives me a chicken. It's a cute couple thing, where we hold out our palm and the other pecks out of the other's hand, and we usually say chicken. Lame, I know, but it's our thing. Anyway, he's on his way. This particular afternoon, it seemed like he was being deliberately slow, stalling almost. I asked him if everything was alright, and he stalled but then nodded. He walked out to the back deck and patted our dog, Alfie, but told him to stay. I have to say, I was a bit taken aback. Alfie goes on every country run with him. Even the dog looked confused. I called out to him and asked him again.
What's wrong, babe? You seem anxious.
I had my daughter in my arms, and she started to fuss. He took her from my arms and soothed her, giving her an extra big kiss and cuddle. He stared at me and handed her back over. He softly broke the weirdness and said,
I just don't feel right. My gut is telling me to stay.
I thought he was just being soft, wanting to stay home with the new baby, etc. I reassured him, we'll be fine, you'll be home soon. This run was a 6-day return trip, and believe me, this was a short run. He nodded and agreed with me. With that, he gave us a final kiss, a chicken and a cuddle, and off he went. Fast forward to later that night, I get a text from him. Now, normally his arrival texts are,
Here safe, staying in insert town, love you.
So this was out of the blue. His text said,
Hey baby, I've turned around. I feel really uneasy. Please, lock all the doors and the windows. I'll be home in a few hours.
I was annoyed. He was the sole breadwinner and this was a $5,000 job. Just because he had a bad feeling, but he had already turned around, so what could I do? I replied with,
Okay hun, see you soon.
He replied with,
Love you. Oh, and keep an eye on Alfie. He's a bit funny when I've left.
Which was true. The dog hadn't moved from his bed since he left. Poor thing looked depressed. Anyway, it was about 8 PM. My boy was in bed and I was just finishing feeding my baby girl. I was sitting in the kitchen and I saw Alfie leap onto all fours from his bed and start growling. Now, he's a shepherd mix and they'll bark at their own shadow, but growling is another matter. I just assumed it was a cat or something he saw out in the distance. Either way, I opened the sliding door and hissed at him to stop. I wasn't putting these kids back to sleep again. He looked at me and calmed down. He sat down but was still watching. I shut the door and laid my baby down in her crib. I jumped on the computer for 30 minutes so I could just have some me time. Just as I was looking at my emails, there was a knock at the door. Now, as I said, I live in a long, narrow house, so it's quite a walk to the door. As I got up to answer, I stopped in my tracks. 1. It's 8:15 now. Who's knocking? 2. I heard no truck. Everyone knows the sound of a B-double when it pulls up. 3. My husband has keys, and further to that, we mainly use the back door as the house entrance. My heart started to race. They knocked again. By this point, Alfie started going off. I wanted to yell at the dog to stop, but I didn't want to wake the kids. I walked a little further down the hall and started to rationalize. Maybe it is my husband. Maybe something happened to the truck and he had to get a ride home or walk. I reached the door and peeked through the curtain of the front door. It definitely wasn't my husband. whoever this was a lot taller and thinner. I flicked on the outside light, but nothing.
The bulb must have gone.
I was right in front of the door, and I heard a desperate voice on the side of the door.
Hello?
I'm sorry to come so late. I'm really sorry, but I'm hurt.
I felt really bad, and I went to turn the knob when he spoke again.
I'm really sorry. I had a car accident and your house was the closest. Please, I'm bleeding a lot.
As I said, I live in a really rural area, and it's quite a winding road. I felt really bad for him and decided to open the door. The door chain was still attached. I looked through the gap in the door and saw this man, barely in the moonlight. I whispered out,
You're hurt?
I saw his shadow nod. He replied, but his voice changed, much calmer than his desperate expression previously.
Yeah, I wrecked my car in the bend. Could I please use your phone? I can't find mine.
I reached for the door chain to release it, and in my peripheral, I saw another shadow behind him. It froze my hand immediately. My gut was screaming, no. I said in my calmest voice,
I'll call the ambulance for you.
And shut and deadbolted the door. He started screaming,
No, let me in. Let me in, you bitch. I need help, you stupid bitch. Just let me in.
I ran down the hall and was heading towards my phone, which was in the kitchen, but I stopped outside my son's room and listened. He wasn't screaming anymore, but something more frightening. Alfie wasn't barking anymore either. I ran into my son's room. He was still asleep. I scooped him up and ran into my bedroom. I opened my walk-in closet and laid down in there, then collected my baby and placed her in her carrier, and then placed her in the closet as well. They were both sound asleep, and I sure as shit wasn't about to let anything happen to them. I locked them in the closet and crawled towards my phone. I stopped myself in the lounge room to listen for noises. I heard 2 voices and at least 3 sets of feet. They were running around the property, trying to get entry. I was crouched down and tried to see where I had left my phone. I saw it on the kitchen bench. I poked my head around the corner to see if I could see anyone on the deck. I kept thinking if they saw me go for my phone through the sliding doors, they might amp up their assault. I kept my eye on the door and gingerly squatted towards the kitchen bench. At the corner of my eye, I see the man's shadow. I turned to look, and he had his face pressed up against the door. I saw his needle-thin features clearly from the moonlight. I dove back into the lounge room, and they started going off, banging on the glass, windows, walls, screaming, just trying to incite terror, and I was terrified. I clutched my phone in my hand, thinking through my options. I knew the nearest police station was a good 40 minutes away, and even if they had someone local, they still wouldn't be here for a while. Then, I remembered, my husband had turned around. I shakily held my phone and called my husband. These people were still hammering the house, looking for a weak spot to get through, it seemed. My husband picked up on the 6th ring.
Hello, babe? How far away are you?
I couldn't hide the panic in my voice. I heard the truck speed up in the background.
15, but I'll make it in 10. What happened? There's people here. They're trying to get into the house. I haven't called the police.
He cut me off.
Call them then.
He then said something that made my stomach drop.
Get an ambulance too. These fuckers will die tonight.
I couldn't respond. I mean, how can you? In my silence, he called me back.
Babe, get the negotiator and sit tight, but call the cops.
Okay,
I cried through the phone. The negotiator was a steel bat I had in the walk-in cupboard. I called the police and advised that we were under attack and I was at home with 2 small kids. The dispatcher said that she was sending someone and to just bunker down with my kids. I went to the walk-in and checked on the kids, both still asleep. Phew. I grabbed the negotiator and sat in the cupboard in front of my kids, negotiator on my lap. I sat with my mind racing. Was every window locked? Every door? What had they done to Alfie? What do they want? That was the biggest question. We lived in a nice area, but it wasn't the most fancy house. We were well off, but by no means rich, and even if they just wanted money or our things, surely they would have given up by now. It had been a good 5 minutes. Surely they would have known that I called someone. I sat in my cupboard when it started to get quiet. The blinds were drawn in my bedroom window, but I could still see shadows outside. that's when I heard thuds on the roof, like someone was jumping on it. It was a corrugated roof, so leaves falling make a noise. They're on the roof, and just as I was questioning why they would get on the roof, I heard a crack from the ceiling. It rippled through me. They were trying to get through the skylight. The skylight was located in the middle of the hallway. I heard another crack. They were definitely trying to bust their way through it. I heard 3 sets of feet on the roof now, then 3 separate hits on the skylight. They were working together to crack it. What do I do? If they somehow make it through this light, they would be less than a meter from my room. The banging was getting more intense now, and I definitely heard pieces fall to the floor. I had to get out. I jumped up and looked at my kids. We had to get out. I found a scarf I had hanging in my cupboard and wrapped it around myself and tied it tight around my shoulder. I made sure it was secure enough to put my baby in it. I picked up my 2-year-old and he started to stir. I had his hand and let him walk next to me. I whispered to be quiet. I opened my bedroom door and stuck my head into the hall. The banging was so loud it woke my 2-year-old completely with a jump. I saw all this debris on the floor and legged it to the back door. I held on tight to my kids and wrenched open the sliding glass door and just ran. I held my son and I practically jumped off the 3 steps and ran as fast as my legs would carry me up our driveway. My son was screaming and crying, "Alfie!" I attempted to soothe him, but was just so focused on getting to the top of the driveway. I was hoping in the cloak of darkness and the hammering, these people wouldn't notice that I was fleeing. I finally got to the top of the driveway to the road and I spun around to look at the house. I was wrong. They noticed. The 3 of them were climbing down from the roof. I knew the nearest house was about 2 kilometers from mine, but running with 2 kids, I didn't like my chances. But I had to try. I turned left and ran on the road. I was hoping to flag down a car, or was hoping my husband would show up by now, or even the cops. Either way, I just had to get away from the house. I was getting out of breath and slowed out to look around. I couldn't see anything. They weren't following me. Maybe they did just want to rob us. They may have climbed down to go through the sliding door, which more than likely I left open. I started to slow down, just to catch my breath. The adrenaline was wearing off. I looked at my kids. My boy was crying, holding onto me tight, and my baby girl was crying, probably from being bounced around. I held them close and whispered, "We made it." I was about 100 meters away from my neighbor's property when I saw a cop car. I started waving frantically, screaming at them to stop. The cop hit his brakes hard and got out of his car.
"Officer, I called it in. I just fled with my kids, and it's my house."
He looked at me and said,
"Are you hurt?"
I shook my head furiously. I caught my breath and he asked,
"Can you get somewhere safe?"
I said,
"I'm heading to the neighbors, just there,"
and pointed in their direction.
"Okay, move quickly,"
he said. He climbed back into the car and sped off. I reached my neighbor's house. They're an older couple, sort of grandparent figures to my kids. I explained what was going on and they got me inside straight away. Just as I entered, I saw my husband's truck whirl past towards the house. His words rang in my ears.
"These fuckers will die tonight."
I froze. I didn't want my husband to go to prison for these monsters. I asked my neighbors, could they please watch the kids? I needed to get back to the house. They agreed. The male neighbor said to jump in his car and he'll run me up. We got in the car and in a couple of minutes we pulled up to my house. There were now 3 cop cars, an ambulance, and my husband's truck out the front, and a whole lot of commotion. 2 of the 3 monsters were arrested and were face down in the dirt. I saw my husband with his face in his hands leaning on the bonnet of the cop car. I ran over to him and he spun around and held me tight. Apparently, the police wouldn't let him in the house and he automatically thought the worst.
"Oh, baby, I thought...
he stammered. I nodded my head. I knew what he thought. I reassured him though.
"The kids are at Patterson's."
He released me from his hold and said,
"I knew I shouldn't have left. I knew it."
Just then, a police officer interrupted us. He wanted to take my statement, so I told him everything. I kept watching my husband's face descend into horror. I finished speaking with the officer and he finally said,
"Sorry, but I think it would be best if you left the premises right now."
I told him that we were at the neighbors and to come speak to us when they were done. We returned to the neighbors at around 10:30 p.m. We sat and talked about every detail of the night and just how insane it was. I checked on the kids who were sleeping on the couch. My baby girl was just starting to stir. She must have been hungry. I started to feed her and sat next to my son. I patted his leg, wondering how much of this he would remember, when I noticed his pajama bottoms had blood at the bottom of them. I grabbed his feet and checked for cuts, but there was nothing. I smiled at him and said,
It's okay, buddy. I just thought you hurt yourself.
He looked down at his feet, pointed, and said,
Alfie.
I was pretty confused for a moment, then looked at the blood, and I realized he was trying to tell me that the blood was Alfie's. My heart shattered, but I shushed him back to sleep and walked out to the patio where my husband was and asked him,
Did you see Alfie?
He immediately burst into tears. To be honest, I hadn't noticed Alfie, or even thought about him until now. It sounds horrible, I know, but I was just so focused on getting out with my kids. I went to hold my husband, and he brushed me off and exhaled,
They killed him. It was the first thing I saw when I ran for the house.
He started crying again.
I thought if they could do that to a dog, what could they have done to you?
I looked at him, puzzled. He clarified,
Babe, they split his head in two.
I immediately burst into tears. How sick. Poor Alfie. In that moment, we saw a cop car turning into our neighbour's driveway. I dried my face, waiting for him to approach us. It was the same cop who met me on the road. He came to advise me that they caught all 3 home invaders and that they had been transferred to the station. A sense of relief washed over me. He then gave me a detailed account of what they found. He said that after I had fled the house, they entered and had destroyed everything in their path, smashing pictures, walls, clothes. They went from room to room, just hell-bent on causing as much damage as possible. He also told us that they didn't take anything. It was purely for something to do. He said that they had a whole arsenal of weapons in their van, which was parked about 300 meters up the road from my house. It included meat tenderizers, various knives and sharp objects, shovels, ropes, plastic tubes, and ice picks. However, what they had on them, they were armed with crowbars, hammers, a Bowie knife, a Sharpie marker, a coat hanger, and a barbecue lighter. I asked the officer, why us? And he really couldn't answer it. He asked the main guy, the one who came to the door, the same thing, and he didn't say a thing. The officer looked sick when he said this. He told us that it was something he had never really seen before. The officer said, more than likely, they had noticed that I was on my own that night and knew I'd be vulnerable. My husband piped up and said,
Living so far out, they probably would have known that the police would have been far away also.
I thought that that must have meant that they were local then. I mean, unless they're out in the sticks, you know how long a cop car would take to come out? I don't know what was more disturbing, a random attack on a random house or being watched by someone nearby. We weren't supposed to go back into the house as it was a crime scene, but my husband convinced the officer that we needed nappies and clothes, etc. So, the next morning, under the supervision of the officer, we returned to grab a few things. He returned with his truck, and he was angry and crying, and just a general mess. He hastily jumped out, and I met him in the front door of our neighbour's house. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me in tight. I looked at his face for an explanation. He spat out,
They knew us.
What do you mean?
I said. He explained, just to add to our house's ultimate destruction, they had a Sharpie attack, scribbling things about us all over the walls, but not incoherent nonsense. Things about us. Specific details, like on my kitchen bench, baby feeds every 3 hours. On the living room wall, the boy likes Transformers. In our home office, 6-day run, 6-day run. In our bedroom though, he said it was pure insanity. On our rear wall, someone had written chicken over and over again on the walk-in cupboard door with a big arrow, the negotiator. The steel bat was rested neatly on the door. He said that my son's and daughter's room had no graffiti, but the rest of the hall had scribbles of dates and times. 18th, playgroup at 11 AM, 2:15 PM, talked on the phone. Then he got to the front door. In perfect penmanship, someone had written, lucky she could run fast. Looking at this, he got what he needed and booked it out of there. I felt sick. These people clearly had been watching for a while and knew everything about us. Everything. We stayed with my sister for a while, and my partner went back and forth to the house, clearing out and fixing it up. We could finally come back home after a while, but I really didn't like it, and it took me forever to feel normal being home alone again. The three were 19, 18 and 21, and I found out later that combined they had a rap sheet for a stack of crimes, including stalking, rape of a minor, break and enter, malicious harassment, and grievous bodily harm, all committed in the surrounding towns. These are hard crimes, but they were too young and were given rehabilitation, counselling, or short stints in detention. However, for what they did to my family and my house, they were sentenced between 7 and 12 years. I heard that the Needle Thing guy laughed at his conviction. Yep, definitely that psychopath is going to rehabilitate. I often now sit in my house and that feeling of terror washes over me. To know how close me and my children were from being someone's gruesome entertainment for the night, I try to shake those feelings off, because even though we painted the walls and fixed the damage, and it looks like a new place, I can't walk through my front door. I always use the rear door as the entrance. Even though we have put 3 or 4 coats of paint on the door, I can still see, lucky she runs fast. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Wow, those two stories.
Number 4.
It was a school day about 2 years ago, the day before my birthday. My 2 best friends and I were on our way to lunch. I should also mention that the house where we have lunch is a 10-minute walk from our school. We were heading back to our school when we noticed a car with dark windows following us. We stopped, and the car also stopped and rolled down his car window and said,
"Hey, do you know where the way to the city is?"
One of my more confident friends started telling him and asked him if he knew the way to another part of the city, and he said,
"Yes, but I don't want to go there. I want to go to the city."
My friends thought that was really weird, since if he knew the way there, you basically know the way to the city. At this point, I started to get annoyed since he was taking so long, and so I started to look around. Also, I'm about a foot taller than my friends, so I had a better view into his car. After about a minute, I noticed that one of his hands wasn't on the steering wheel, so I followed his arm down to where his hands were, and you guessed it, he was jerking off to us, obviously underage girls outside of a school. I tried to tell my friends that our class starts soon as a desperate try to get them out of the situation. Of course, they didn't hear me at all, but eventually they were done talking to the guy and he started to really slowly drive away, and then he stopped again. We had no choice but to walk past him again. He rolled down his window once again, and this time he said,
"Thanks for the help, and by the way, you guys are really hot."
Then he rolled up his window and drove away really fast. We didn't say a word and more or less ran back to our school and told the teachers, and it got reported to the police. Now to the creepy part. 1 month later, I read in the news that a couple of young girls had been dragged into a similar car and they never returned. No one knows what happened to them. The scariest thing to think about is that what would have happened to me if I walked from lunch alone that day?
Number 3.
I was performing stand-up like usual in this dive bar in the outskirts of my city, just to escape from my brother's house for the night. I have run into bad nights in other clubs like all comics do, but this one was by far the worst. I do amateur comedy still in these kinds of clubs. These bars have the worst of the worst. Drunk fiends who escape their pregnant wives and beat their children. People who will never shut up at the expense of the people on stage, and of course, the hecklers. However, this particular heckler was weird. It started off me doing a joke about religion, and this man just let out a
"Ooh."
This man replied,
"How about I kill you?"
Everyone was in shock, and I said,
"How about no?"
and everyone laughed. This man was laughing maniacally and said,
"You're dead."
I said as a joke,
"Well, fuck you."
and everyone laughed. Then I proceeded with my 5 minutes. I went out of the bar feeling good about the set, and guess who walked out at the same time as I did? It was him. Now, this feeling I got was unnerving. Have you ever had a sharp pain in your heart that sets in with a feeling of endangerment? That happened to me. Now, hecklers usually are non-threatening and they leave you alone, but this man, he was relentless. I was walking to my car and the man shoved me into a car in the alleyway. He said to me,
"You want to fuck with me again?"
I looked at his crazed eyes, and that was strangely and scarily the only thing that was shown on his face from the dark alley, and they were bloodshot. He later whispered,
"You don't like God? I love God, and He loves me. You better go to church."
He later proceeded to get out his knife. I didn't cry for help because, thinking like a badass, I had the "I'm not afraid of dying" mentality, but he didn't use it. He just threatened to carve my cheek, and then he danced away. Turns out he was alone in the club that night, and no other man dared to attack the heckler back. That's what made me the center of his attack. I hope I never see this guy again.
Number 2.
I commute to university 4 days of the week. As a family girl who likes her comforts, I preferred commuting on the local train for my first year. It was only 20 minutes away anyway. For the first month or two, it was alright. My anxiety was muted, but still present enough. It reached sky high when I went into a busy train one early morning though. Seeing no seats, I begrudgingly leant on the railings trying to push down the paranoia of 3 people also on the rails leaning so close to me. Perhaps it's my paranoia that caught up on the weird vibe around me, or it might be the feeling of a presence behind me or something. I stood ridged as I felt hot breath on my head from this solid force behind me, as if something was smelling me. Startled, I flicked my head back quickly, fast enough to catch the person in the act. A tall, bulky man in grubby clothes and a brown jacket was staring back at me, or rather, down at me. I'm only 5'6". This guy had a good few feet on me. He had a face worn by time and thick black facial hair. His eyes widened and he put on a timid, childlike smile.
I love your lanyard,"
he stuttered in a high-pitched voice. I glanced down at my Batman lanyard and uni student card, and then awkwardly grinned. I thanked him and turned to look out the window again. I called off my suspicion of his fascination though. It seems that teenage girls liking Marvel and DC is a rare sight to some blokes. But I froze when it clicked that my hair was down and my back was to him. There was no way he could have seen it before I turned around. This guy was actually smelling me, but I couldn't move in this busy carriage though, and me acknowledging his presence, it seemed to be the go-ahead that I was his new best friend and he constantly talked to me in fractured sentences. Despite myself, I relaxed. This guy clearly has mental issues and has a childlike mind. I saw the man's carer nearby and a false sense of security washed over me. The stops were flying by, but more people got on if anything, and this man seemed to get closer to me, occasionally playing with my lanyard and hair or pressing against me slightly for support. I felt I had to ignore him and humoured him as this guy was a gentle giant despite his appearance. He reminded me of a character from the Book of Mice and Men. I didn't tell him that this was my stop as I said goodbye briskly and moved to the door, but he tried to hold me to keep me from coming off. But the man's caregiver pulled him away, shaking his head with a serious expression on his face. Then he looked at me and smiled awkwardly. I hastily left the train and tried to ignore my racing heart and put it to the back of my mind, continuing my day. This encounter doesn't seem scary, but it's what I learnt 2 months later from a few other commuters which sent shivers down my spine. A man and his friend were arrested. They posed as a caregiver and mentally unstable man to talk to girls, and occasionally young boys. The act made people let their guard down and gave this fucker the excuse to push boundaries in talking and physical contact and play it off as his illness. They were caught in their routine of luring a victim by asking for help until they reached a secluded area. In this case, the men's bathroom. A concerned commuter heard what sounded like a fight and alerted the staff. The two were restrained and cuffed as soon as the police were on the scene. These guys were arrested for sexual assault of 7 people, which consisted of women or little boys. They would do this in public places because they later admitted they got a kick out of it and would film it for some quick cash. So yeah, I was approached and targeted by a predator and his sick friend, and I got away because they got off at a different stop to me, and I left the train with no warning either. I hate to imagine if I did tell them, or if I was slower, what they would have done. I still cringe at the thought of the feeling of that hot breath on the back of my head.
Number 1.
This is the scariest thing, by far, that's ever happened to me. I live in a fairly peaceful and safe area. Nothing really bad or dramatic happens around here. I'm not like most people my age. Most people my age go out drinking, smoking, doing drugs all night, every night, but I'm not really about that. My friends and I are more of the outcasts of the social ladder. There's 3 of us, me and my 2 best friends, and for a while now, we've gone out exploring. We would go out into abandoned buildings and all sorts of derelict areas which were cool to explore. We did this all the time. It became a huge hobby of ours. We explored old factories, warehouses, supposed haunted houses. It was awesome. We had explored the majority of buildings and areas we could around our town. We started exploring deep into the forests and nature which surround us. The furthest we had ever gone was to an old abandoned house about a 45-minute walk into the forest. One Friday night, when there was a massive party on, of course, we weren't invited. We didn't want to spend Friday night inside playing Dota 2 as usual, so we decided to go out. We'd been talking to some friends who had heard rumours about an old bunker far away from here. We knew this was going to be the place we should go. So we got dressed and packed our bags. We made the mistake of not telling anyone where we were going, and this could have cost us our lives. We got on the normal bus and had been on it for about an hour until it dropped us in a remote petrol station. This was where we usually entered the forest. We took the normal route into the forest and must have spent around an hour just walking, and by this time it was getting really cold and dark. We wanted to turn back, but we had come so far, and it was supposedly really close to where we were. Another 15 minutes of walking. Bear in mind, we didn't have the slightest idea of where we were and what was around here. Things were getting freaky, but our teenage minds thought it would be cool to carry on. We didn't have any food or water. We had packed a little bit of Coca-Cola, but that was long gone. Around 5 minutes away, where the bunker was meant to be, I felt a presence, like there was someone near, watching me. It was a weird feeling, almost like a sixth sense or something. It creeped me out, but I thought nothing of it. Finally, we reached the fence in which the bunker was behind. As it was on a private property, it was all fenced off. We climbed over this fence. This was quite hard and took around 5 minutes as the fence was really tall. The fence had this really weird wobble, and every time you put pressure on a certain part, the whole pole on the side would tilt to the side and then ping back once the pressure was off. When we were over the fence and about 10 meters away from it, I looked back at the fence for some reason and saw this pole. It was in the position as if someone was putting pressure on it. It then quickly pinged back to its normal position. This freaked me out, but I persuaded myself it was just the wind or something. We finally found the bunker. It was just a concrete hole in the ground. We lifted up the lid and made sure that there was no way it could fall down. We propped it back with a spade we had found nearby and a couple of logs, and we climbed in. The ladder was rusty and cold and creaked loudly every time we climbed down a run. We all reached the bottom. The ground was soaking wet and the walls were deteriorating. Nothing more than you would expect from an abandoned place. It was pretty dark, so we used the torch on our phones to light it up. To our surprise, it looked like someone was living down there. There was an old metal bed, a cabinet with a water bottle and food wrappers on. There were a pair of shoes on the floor and a bedside cabinet. We opened the cabinet to find, not a word of a lie, some empty bullet shells and a crumpled picture of a teenage boy. Freaked out, we decided to leave. We looked at the wall to see chalking of tallies. like prisoners count how many days they'd been in prison for. There were hundreds of these markings, along with words, written very scruffy and unreadable. As we were trying to make out these words, we heard a loud crash, which made us all have a heart attack. As we looked, it was the logs and the space which were propping up the lid. They had fallen down into the bunker. I said to my friends,
"What the fuck?"
And then the expected happened. The bunker lid slammed shut, making a deafening crash. We all started to absolutely freak out. We started panicking and swearing. We were about to try the lid when we heard a creak, the exact same creak of which we heard when we were climbing down the ladder. Someone else was climbing down into here with us. The way the ladder was positioned, you couldn't see the ladder unless you were right at the bottom. My friend picked up the scrap wood on the floor and held it like a baseball bat. I prepared myself for the worst, absolutely shaking and trembling with fear. We had no idea what was going to happen. We counted the creaks as they came, and this person must have been near the bottom, when the creaking just stopped. We stood there, frozen, for about 2 minutes before we decided to look. We slowly crept over to the ladder, and we prepared ourselves to look. We turned the corner and saw the ladder. It was completely fucking empty. Once again I said,
"What the fuck is going on?"
We knew we had to leave. My friend went first up the ladder, only to find what we had all feared. The lid wouldn't budge. We all pushed together as hard as we could, and it wouldn't move. It had been locked or weighed down or something, but it was shut. We climbed back down and feared the worst. My friend started going on about how we were going to die down here, how no one would find us. We tried to call someone, but being in the middle of the forest and down a hole, we didn't have any signal. A total of 3.5 hours passed of us just being shut down there. In this time, we panicked. One of my friends cried, and we were all falling apart. We had heard various bangs and creaks while we were down there. Another 4 hours passed. We had no food or water, and we were hungry, thirsty, and scared. But somehow, we all managed to get some sleep. We propped up against each other on the bed. I had no idea how we fell asleep. It was the last thing we wanted to do, or thought we would do, but we did. And when we woke up, there was light. There was daylight flooding in through the bunker. The lid had been opened. Instantly, we woke each other up and quickly climbed out. We observed the top of the bunker, and we could see that there was no lock or weight or anything nearby. We had no idea what or who locked us down there. It took us over 2 hours to find our way back to the road. We quickly phoned our parents and explained everything. We've never gone back and don't intend to. My advice, if you go exploring, tell someone where you're going and when you'll be back, so if you're not, they know where to find you. Our parents had called the police and been out all night, as it wasn't like us to not come home. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video guys. Thanks again to the Hive members that bravely shared their
Number 5.
About 3 years ago, during the summer, when I was 12 years old, my mother and I would go bike riding on different trails as much as possible. We found a scenic trail that went through a somewhat wooded area and wasn't visible to the street. I was pretty short, so we rode back and forth many times, and at one point I sped ahead of my mum. When I got to the end, where we would usually turn around for another lap, standing near the bench was a woman somewhere in her 60s that was dirty and had raggedy clothes on. Normally, that would freak me the hell out, but I felt fine since I saw a child and his father nearby. Then, the woman said to me,
"Sir, please stop. Sir, please."
Having grown up being taught about stranger danger and things like that, I decided to just keep riding. I turned around and sped off towards the direction my mum was coming from. As I passed my mum, I yelled at her to stop, but she didn't hear me. I was too scared to go back after her because of the woman, so I rode to the start of the trail where our car was parked. I waited for about 10 minutes with an uneasy feeling the whole time. It wasn't a feeling of being watched, but more of one that something bad is happening. My mother came into view on her bike with an extremely worried look on her face. When she stopped by me, she said, "Thank God you're okay." I asked her what was happening, and she explained to me that the woman was saying that she had just been raped. My mum asked her when, and she said it wasn't long ago. So, naturally, she came to get me to make sure I was okay and hadn't been abducted or anything like that. We biked back to the woman and called the police. They showed up and told my mother to stand back since she was comforting the woman. They then put the woman in handcuffs, and of course, my mum was confused and angry. A police officer informed my mum that they recognised her and she had recently escaped from a mental institution and that she had a history of violence and was schizophrenic. The whole time this was happening, a kid around the age of 16 had come up to me seemingly out of nowhere and started talking to me. He said that he lived nearby and asked where I lived. I told him it wasn't too far from here. It occurred to me that this was an odd and somewhat unsettling way to start a conversation, but I didn't think anything of it since the police were only meters away. After that, the police asked me where I saw the woman first and things like that. When the police finished, we walked back to our car to go home, very shaken. The strange thing was that the kid that I had been talking to began to follow us on the trail. He kept making conversation, but also seemed to be sizing up my mum and I with a sickening smile on his face the whole time. He was making me very uncomfortable and seemed to have ulterior motives. We got to the car and he said goodbye with a slight grin, and then we drove off. I started to let go of my built-up tension from trying to stay natural in front of him, and nearly started crying, telling my mother that I thought the kid was going to try and rob us or something. My mother, however, thought he had something much more sinister in mind.
Number 4.
This happened a few years ago in the house across from mine in our quiet neighbourhood, and to this day, we're not entirely sure what happened. The news in our town is quite pathetic, and you get more information on local festivals than you do anything important, so it's no surprise. There was always this odd woman who lived across the street from us who had some very eccentric gardening habits, which caused her to be the butt of many jokes in our house. She would do things like water her yard when it rained, allow her weeds to come to seed and then mow them, much to my dad and our next door neighbour's annoyance. She would wrap tinfoil around the base of her trees to keep the bugs off, and one particular thing she would do was to mow her lawn at the dead of night. This itself wasn't too terribly odd because it gets very hot in the daytime, so people often mow in the evenings. However, mowing at 11 o'clock at night is a bit extreme in any case, I think. This particular habit earned her the title of the night mower in my household. She was actually a very nice lady, but there was something else about her that bothered my family, and this was not her personally, but the men she hired to help her with her yard. They were all seedy looking men who looked as though they might possibly have at one point, or still continued to, be involved in heavy amounts of illegal drug usage. From what we understood, at least one of them was related to her, and the rest were his buddies, but they were always helping her in her yard. We didn't dislike this woman. She never bothered us directly, and her behaviours were a minor nuisance, but the people who hung around her place were definitely unsettling. They never did anything bad that we knew of, but they were certainly suspicious, and at least rather redneck if nothing else. My dad claims he saw one of them take a leak in her garden at one point, which at least he attempted to cover himself with something, only this particular patch of her garden is right next to the road in front of our house. Everything ended rather dramatically one Saturday morning. I was sitting up in my pajamas in the living room with my family while my parents had coffee and talked, when my dad happened to open our wood door to look out of our glass front door. He stopped dead with a loud startled cry of, "Oh my gosh." We all looked to see that the night mower's house was on fire. All the neighbours gathered in their yards to watch, and the fire department was called. After watching for a while, I went back inside to read some more. Not to seem totally unsensitive, but I assumed that the night mower had left her home and had forgotten to unplug something which had caught on fire eventually, and the worst case scenario was property damage. I wasn't particularly worried, as it never really occurred to me what the truth would be, especially not in our small town. What had actually happened was far worse, and it's a very creepy thought to think that this happened right across the street from us, and we never even knew. When the police got there, they found our neighbour's body inside the house. I don't know all the details, but it was an obvious homicide, I was told. Someone had set her house on fire to hide the evidence. I managed to find an article online, but like I said, our local news is useless, and there was no follow-up story. All we've been able to gather is snippets from what the police were actually willing to disclose. I do know, however, that one of the men who worked in her yard was suspected, tried, and then executed. This is the article. Like I said, it doesn't give much, and there was no follow-up, but this is what I could find to verify my story. What happened to that poor woman was awful, and it took a long time for that house to be bought after it was fixed back up, due to the circumstances. It's a weird thought to think that this happened right next to us, and to a person we knew. I just hope the people who moved into that house are luckier than she was.
Number 3.
So this is a story about a friend who lives in northern Washington in the US. His name is Josh, and he's about 23, but this was when he was very young, around 8 or 9, and it's really affected him on a mental level, becoming less social and distant from almost everyone he knows. He lived in a pretty secluded country town, and he lived with his dog, father and mother who wasn't home much because of work, and his dad had job troubles, so he had to stay home and look after Josh and the house. They had been there for a long time, and Josh would wake up late at night, sometimes feeling very worried. It wasn't until weeks later that his father woke up to hear their dog, Rex, freaking out, but Josh's dad got him to calm down. He woke up later to go to the restroom and saw some guy standing in the middle of the field by their house. He was freaked out because it was such a secluded area that it was rare for people to go up there. He went back to his room after looking at the guy for a while and noticed that Rex wasn't where he was every night. His dad freaked out, grabbed his rifle and ran outside to find the guy, thinking he may have taken the dog, but he couldn't find anything. It was strange, and he jumped to the conclusion that the guy had actually left the doors open so that Rex could get out. At the crack of dawn, the dad went out looking around the field, only to find Rex's almost headless body in the middle of the field. It obviously impacted him, and he buried Rex quickly, telling Josh that he ran away chasing something last night. Josh was upset, but hoped he would come back soon. For the next 2 weeks, Josh's dad would get up every night about the same time, and he would go upstairs and look out the window, and there he was, the same guy, staring near the forest line. After a while of his dad doing this, he was fed up with this creepy fucker staring at the house every night, so he got his buddies and tried to look for this guy. They set up tents in the field, and Josh's dad saw the creepy guy in the outskirts of the field in the tree line one night. He and his 3 buddies went into the forest soon after that to try and find this guy, but after 2 hours of looking, they found nothing. But one of his buddies left early, scared shitless for some reason. He only said that something almost got him in the woods that night, and that's all he would say. Josh's dad soon after told his wife about what was going on, and she was worried about the safety of both Josh and his dad, so she'd asked the sheriff to take a look around the next day, but that night the guy came back, and he was screeching and shouting unintelligibly like a fucking demon. Josh's dad had enough of this fucker, so he took his gun and was about to go out after him when Josh woke up. His dad told him that he was going to go look for Rex, but Josh knew something else was going on because of the weird screeches minutes earlier. His dad told him to shine a light at the forest and to stay at the porch until he gets back. Just as his dad got his boots on, the creep screeched again, and Josh's dad said something like, "Oh, you're fucking done, you creepy stalker," as he sprinted towards the tree line. Josh shone the light into the forest for hours, scared and worried for his dad, when around 6 AM, his mother got home from town with the sheriff. She freaked out because her husband wasn't answering the phone and Josh was sitting on the porch still. Josh told his mum that his dad had gone out into the forest looking for Rex. His mum was frantically telling the sheriff everything after sending Josh to bed. The sheriff got some backup and started to search the forest for any sign of Josh's dad. After days of searching, only finding his glasses and wallet alongside a shredded but clean jacket, they thought the worst. They kept searching for another week, and at the other end of the forest was a fallen tree. There they found Josh's dad's rifle, along with a shredded bloody boot. They pronounced him missing, but not dead, since there wasn't enough evidence to conclude that yet. The sheriff went looking alone on the last day and saw someone at the very end of the forest across the end of the river that flowed down to the town. The guy was crouched down, eating something, and saw the sheriff and just ran away. He couldn't do much but look, since the river was separating them. The sheriff told Josh's mother, and they soon moved out of the house and the area, not knowing exactly what happened to Josh's father or that creepy man. I was told about a month ago that Josh went back to see the old town with a buddy while taking a business trip, and the buddy went to Josh's old house to check it out to confirm his story. Josh stayed in town. When the buddy got back, he was shaken and told him that they should leave soon, because the house had been closed off, but he could see from within inside that there was someone moving around inside with a lamp.
Number 2.
So, a little backstory first. My name is Peter. I'm 19 now, but this happened a few years ago when I was maybe 11. My older brother got his first summer job working as a groundskeeper each Saturday at the church. It was a huge, rural area, way more than a 14-year-old could handle alone, so our parents always came with him to help him and drive him there and back. I was allowed to come too if I wanted to help, and I would receive a little bit of money if I helped. My job was picking up sticks so that the lawnmower wouldn't run over them and be damaged. This meant that I would often be off on my own, while the rest of my family mowed the many lawns far away. One day, I was picking up sticks alone near the fenced edge of the property next to the parking lot, when a man got out of his car and walked up to me. Then he began to talk. He was tall, and not just by my 11-year-old perspective. He looked really normal, but I did not recall ever seeing him at our church before. I remember him leaning on the fence from the other side and motioning me over. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him. He smiled and politely asked me where the Heritage Museum was. Now, as I said, the church was a large area, and it also contained a small heritage museum on the property, not very far from the church itself, but still on the opposite side of the property. It had its own driveway and a sign. In other words, it should be pretty obvious to anyone where it is. I told him it was just down the road and that he should be able to see the sign. The man lost his smile and appeared distressed and asked me again where it was. I was confused. To me, its location was obvious, and I didn't understand why this man needed my help. I repeated myself and pointed in the general direction of where he should go. Then he asked me if I could lead him there. He beckoned for me to come over and walk with him there. I should mention, even if he was on the other side of the fence, I was still near the entrance to the parking lot. It would have taken maybe 7 or 10 steps for him to reach the entrance, and then there would be no fence between us. Basically, he was very close. Now, stupid 11-year-old me still doesn't have any sirens going off in my head. I'm still assuming this is just some man that needs my help. But I at least had some sense, and going with him was not something I wanted to do. Not because I was suspicious of him, but because I thought I needed to continue doing my job. Today, it just so happened was an event going on at the church that had just ended, so there were a few people who finished it standing outside the church talking. I pointed over to the church, which wasn't too far away from me. It was within shouting distance to give you a general idea, and I told him that there was a crowd of people there I could get to help show him the way. The man looked up when I said this, and apparently noticed the people there for the first time. I think I remember his mouth opening, like he was surprised or about to say something else, when he simply muttered,
"Never mind,"
and walked back to his car and drove off. He drove off in the opposite direction of the museum I directed him to. It wasn't until years later that I realized how shady this whole situation was. The location of the museum was obvious, and yet a grown man actually got out of his car to approach a young kid, alone. I'm guessing he also knew that my family was off doing their own thing, and would be unable to hear me due to the distance and noise the lawnmowers made. As I said, it would not have taken him much time to walk around the fence and to get to me if he wanted to. If I had went with him, or if there was no lucky church event happening on a Saturday, or if I had not pointed out the adults from that said event nearby, I believe I would not be here today. It's scary to think that something like this actually did happen to me, and I didn't even realize it until years later.
Number 1.
I guess if you spend enough time alone outside in the dark, you're bound to have some creepy shit happen. After trying to capture the Perseid meteor shower, I took a friend home that had come out with me for a little while. I thought about going home myself, but decided to go back to Houston Woods to see if I could actually get a meteor shot. The night was spectacular and clear. I saw several meteors streak across the sky in a few different colours. I also saw some things that I can't quite explain. Staring at the stars long enough and you'll notice the Earth moving as you see the stars travel across the night sky. From 1 minute to the next, they barely move in any appreciable amount. So when something that is the same pinpoint of light as the stars nearby starts moving in tandem with another point in the same size, it's unmistakably noticeable. I saw 2 lights, just white without any other accompanying lights, move together against the night sky. They were not flickering, and they stayed the exact same fixed distance apart from each other. They were flying at about 45-degree angles to the ground and moved across the sky this way without arcing across the midway point, about 45 degrees from the horizon, so midway between the horizon and straight up in the sky. This leads me to believe that it was not a plane seen from the bottom, and given the size of the lights, it was very high in the sky. Again, before it started moving, it was easily confusable with the stars behind it, and that's the thing. I was staring at the same spot, and those 2 lights began moving, which means the entire hour I was looking in that direction, they had just been sitting there, blending in. It moved in a mostly linear fashion until it abruptly moved downwards and then disappeared, which took approximately 5 minutes from start to finish. My mouth just dropped open the whole time. Considering that most of my jaw-dropping up to that point was from the meteors, this was really something to me. But that was far from all that happened. While I had my camera set up to shoot 33-second exposures on automatic, I was just lying on the ground, looking up. There was a trash bin that I passed on the way pulling into the spot I set up at. About 10 minutes into shooting, I heard a very loud thud, and then several knocking sounds. It was unsettling enough that my eyes watered up and my heart began racing. I heard coyotes howling and barking all night out in the woods, but didn't feel threatened. Whatever this was, it hadn't made any noise sneaking up to the area, and it wasn't making any noise after the initial startling noise. I threw all my stuff in the car and used the test mode on my camera flash to light up the area several times as I tossed stuff in. I didn't see anything at all though. When I pulled out of the area, the trash bin was missing. It was big enough that I could have easily fit inside. I think the thud sound was the sound of it being knocked over. I'm not sure what the knocks were though. But whatever removed it, it was strong enough to move it and was quick enough that it got clear of where I was within at least a minute. And where that trash can was, you couldn't walk to the edge of the woods in a minute. And something absconded with an entire trash bin without being seen and without making any noise. I noped the fuck out of there as fast as possible. On the 30-minute drive home, things didn't get any less creepy either. Every single car, without exception, that I passed stopped in the middle of the road right behind me. Just before we passed, they turned their brights on and I saw their brake lights in my rear view and watched as they all came to a dead stop in the middle of the road. I even passed a cop that was sitting on the side of the road, and after pulling out behind me and following me for a few seconds, they stopped completely in the road and turned on their high beams. There were about 10 cars total that did this. I didn't see any deer or other wildlife crossing the road either. I cannot properly explain why these people would just have stopped in the middle of the road, in the middle of the night. Also worth noting is that each of the roads I have to take home are pretty straight, in farm country, and very long, with higher speed limits than you'd find on a city street. What the hell was going on that night? G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video guys. Thanks again to the Hive members that bravely shared G'day mates, it's B-Buster here, and welcome to my Halloween special. This story was written by me and is loosely based on an apparent true demon ritual. Before this video starts, I want to thank my friend Morgan for this idea. Morgan is a freelance writer and is working on another project with me, and if you'd like to contact him after you watch the video, please get in touch with me and I'll see if I can link you guys in with him. So, this video is a Halloween special, and as such, it is certainly not a straightforward one. You're going to need to be ready for jump scares, and you also need to keep your eyes peeled to get through the entire video. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who is supporting me and the channel here. It's amazing to see how much the Hive continues to grow and how you guys just continue to shower me with so much support. I really do appreciate it so much guys, and I love making these videos, so yeah, thank you so much. And I just want to say this quickly as well guys, I'm really loving the community that's being built here. I'm really enjoying the subscriber stories as well so much, so thanks for sending those in guys. I also want to say a big thank you to Anthony Salinas for helping me to develop some of the artwork for this video. I've left a link in the description below so you guys can go share some support. So do yourself a favor and be sure to check out Anthony's work. So, with that all out of the way, I really hope you enjoy the story and I hope you're ready for Murmur. And without any further ado, let's begin. The rumours began some time ago. They began as whispers, but by the end of school, information was pouring in. Jaden had gone missing just prior to being found by authorities inside one of the wall cavities within his parents' home. There were no entry points, no broken bricks. Mysteriously, it was as if he just somehow walked into the wall. But, worst of all, when Jaden was finally discovered, his internal organs had been removed, which explains why his parents did not smell any decomposition for months. The coroner's report stated that based on the broken nails found on Jaden's fingers, and the fact that the police found scratch marks on the internal brickwork within the wall cavity, it was concluded that Jaden had struggled inside his final resting place. The coroner's examination also conjectured that Jaden's organs had most likely been removed while he was alive. But without an exit point, and with all orifices appearing untampered with, the results were inconclusive. Jaden was a good friend to you. In fact, he was like a brother to you. Reminiscing today's past, you remember Jaden was the type of person that would go out of his way to help you and others, even if it inconvenienced him. He would share everything with you, which is what made Jaden's mysterious disappearance and death so bizarre. How was it that you didn't have a single lead regarding Jaden's demise? The entire situation doesn't make any sense. 2 weeks after Jaden was found within his claustrophobic end, rumours began to emerge at school that someone had witnessed Jaden take a strange book home. The speculation at the time was that Jaden had conducted something and that whatever this thing was had ended his life. Further information that you gathered also suggests that Jordan had stumbled across an old book during a school excursion to an old temple for history lessons. As soon as you look down upon your heavy palms, you realise that what you're now holding may have been the cause of Jaden's death. The tome you hold is very plain looking, thin, white pages, a plain black leather casing, and no pictures.
Number 3.
I live on a decent sized farm, we have cows and grow corn and grapes. 2 nights ago, my dad asked me to go investigate the cornfield because he saw the plants moving. It's pitch black, so I decided to go on my gator. It's a smallish tractor. I ride into the cornfield to see that some of the plants have been pulled out of the ground. I don't think much of it because it most likely is a raccoon or some other animal like that eating our crops. As I get closer, I see that there's a trail of corn kernels going to the back shed. I'm not really a paranoid person, so I don't get scared. I pull out my rifle, ready to shoot this animal. But in the shed, there's clothing, food, and a flashlight. I look deeper into the shed and lock eyes with a person. I load my rifle and scream out,
"Come out or I'm going to shoot you."
All of a sudden, 3 huge men come out from behind the hay right behind me. They're about 6'3" each, and I'm only about 5'2". I point my rifle at one, but all of a sudden I felt the feeling of you don't want to kill them, and I froze. The 3 then grab some stuff and run out, but the last one stops and says,
"You're lucky you didn't shoot, kid."
I then drive up to my house and call the police while telling my parents. When the police come, they do a search on my property, finding 6 men in the fields. They told me if I shot that man, the other men would have likely come out behind me and strangled me or something. I am now never gonna go alone at night on my farm.
Number 2.
This incident occurred about 5 years ago in my home state of CT. To clarify, my hometown only has a max population of around 10,000 during the winter months, since it's a coastal town and is somewhat barren when the summer tourists aren't hitting up the beaches. Because of this, crime in my town virtually never gets more serious than a car accident or a Friday night drunken brawl at a bar, which made what happened on this particular night all that more terrifying. I was 19 at the time and had just gotten home from my MOS school. For those not familiar with the military terminology, it's where military personnel go to learn and receive training in their specific job for the armed forces. I had been gone for over a year, so it was good to be home. I was lying in my bed, watching a movie on my laptop, all alone in my house. My little brother and his best friend had left a few minutes earlier with their bikes because they wanted to take a ride to McDonald's for a late night snack. I didn't think it was a good idea for them to be heading there on their bikes so late. It was about 12:30 at night, but I let them go anyway since the restaurant was actually fairly close and they could make it to the place and back well within the hour. They also weren't old enough to drive, and I didn't feel like taking them, so biking was the only way. They hadn't been gone for more than 15 minutes when I suddenly got a call on my cell phone. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was my brother calling me. My immediate reaction was to ignore the call, since he had a habit of calling me randomly sometimes to just goof off, and I didn't feel like dealing with his foolishness. So that's exactly what I did, and I returned to my movie. Not a minute later though, he tried calling me again. This time, I picked up. He sounded completely out of breath and was whispering so I could barely hear him. I asked him what he wanted, and I remember his exact response to this day.
"Holland, some guy in a white car just tried to hit me and Matt. We both jumped away, but he ran over my bike and it's completely trashed. Please, come and get us."
I took a second and then laughed. I said,
"Sure bro, whatever you say."
He told me he wasn't joking though. I told him to get his stuff and come home because it was late. I then hung up on him. It sounds cold, but like I said, he had played practical jokes on me before, so I was skeptical of his story. I put my phone back down and prepared to continue watching my movie. However, almost as quickly as I had hung up, my phone rang again from an unknown number. I answered, and this time it was my brother's friend.
"Holland, Dalton isn't joking. He almost ran us over, and Dalton's bike is broken. He keeps driving back and forth looking for us, but we're hiding in a ditch off in the woods. Seriously, come and get us, please."
This immediately made my blood run cold. If my brother was playing a joke, then why would his friend call me and tell me that same story?
"Where are you?"
I asked. He told me the location, and it turns out it was only about a mile down our road.
"Please, come get us. He isn't leaving the area, and we can't move."
I said okay, and he hung up, telling me that he was worried that the guy could hear them talking on the phone. The moment he hung up, I immediately switched into marine mode. I ran to my closet where I keep my gun safe and grabbed my AR-15 and 3 30-round magazines. I also grabbed my K-bar knife, just in case, and strapped it to my belt. Once I was loaded, I got in my car and sped down the road. I reached the spot where I was told my brother and his friend were, but I couldn't find them. I got out of the car and sent my brother a text telling him that I was here and he should come out. A few seconds later, him and his friend come running out, wheeling their bikes with them. When my eyes fell on my brother's bike, I was instantly overcome with a mixture of fear and anger. His bike was completely destroyed. It looked like it had been through a trash compactor. He could barely wheel it out onto the road in the state it was in. It then hit me that whoever this guy was had to have hit that bike with some speed and intention. He knew exactly what he was doing. I told the boys to load their bikes up on my truck, and they did. As I was watching them load their bikes though, my brother pointed down the road and his face turned white.
Holland,
he breathed. I turned to look at what he was pointing at and saw a single lone car at the end of the road, right after the road curved out of sight. It was a small, white car of a common build, almost like a Honda Civic or a Toyota Camry, and it was sitting there in the middle of the road with its lights on, as if it were just staring right at us. Training kicked in. I told the boys to get behind the car and stay low. I then grabbed my rifle from the back seat and opened the driver's side door and stood behind it, placing the barrel of my rifle into the crook between the door and the car frame. I did this to help steady my aim, and to provide cover in case the guy in the car ended up having a gun of his own. Once I was in position, I steadied my breathing and took aim at the grille of his car. I was following standard operation procedure taught to us before we deployed to Afghanistan. If a vehicle is charging a checkpoint and you suspect it is a car loaded with explosives, you first fire into the grille in order to destroy the engine block or the radiator. If this doesn't stop the vehicle, then you have permission to open fire into the windshield. This was my exact plan. So, I'm taking aim at this guy's car, heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour because of a mixture of fear, adrenaline, and anger at what he did to my brother. We sat there for what must have been a good 2 minutes, but it feels like hours when you're in a confrontation like that. I don't know if the guy saw my weapon and decided it wasn't worth it, or if he just got bored, but after some time he flashed his high beams at me, honked his horn, and then spun around and drove off, tires screeching and everything. I held my aim a little bit longer, just in case he changed his mind, but he never came back. We ended up calling the police, who took a statement and everything, but nothing ever came of it. The police who responded actually ended up cuffing me since I had weapons on me. I didn't get arrested though, since my story was backed up by my brother and his friend, and Dalton's bike was there for evidence. The whole thing really freaked my brother out, and to this day he refuses to ride a bike, especially since the guy was never caught. I'll never truly know the guy's intentions. Maybe he was just drunk, but if he wasn't, he's a sick bastard, and he's still out there somewhere.
Number 1.
My son Preston will be 4 years old next month. He saved my life in every way a person can be saved. I went from a depressed, bulimic college dropout mess to a young mother holding her life's purpose in her hands. But this birth also brought some strange events. The dreams started first. I'm sure every first-time mother has had those sleepless nights and weird dreams from lack of sleep, but my dreams seemed to run on a theme. Every time I closed my eyes and drifted off into the fog of sleep, I would see the same thing. I would feel paralyzed and couldn't move, but not really afraid. As I laid motionless in my dreams, black ash would rain down from the ceiling in soft puffs. I was hypnotized and unable to look away. It would feel like days, like time completely halted. The first few weeks of my son's life, I had that reoccurring dream nearly every night. It was pretty simple. Just that black ash falling out from seemingly thin air above me. It wasn't very unpleasant, so I didn't say anything to my fiancée and didn't think much of it. When Preston turned 2 months old, we moved in with a friend to have some extra money. He had a nice place, and Preston had his own room still, so I didn't mind moving. The first night in the new place, the dreams changed. The scene shifted from our bedroom to the nursery. Now when I dreamt, I would suddenly be sitting on the floor next to my son's crib as ash fell and covered his room in a black mess. A few times, I just decided to sleep in my son's room on the floor because of my paranoia. Time passed and our son grew. I had that dream at least once a week. Preston was about 6 months old when things changed. Our roommate Terry and I were binge watching one of Gordon Ramsay's television shows. Preston had been sick the past couple of days, so he was sleeping a good amount, and I took that time to relax and do nothing really. It was a much needed little mummy break. I hated that Preston was sick, but I did like being able to sit down and be lazy for the first time since his birth. We took a break so that Terry could get ready for work. He hurried up the stairs as he shouted about being late and laughed. I turned the PlayStation 3 and television off and then took Preston upstairs and put him in his crib. As I heard Terry getting into the shower, I decided to go back downstairs and grab my Diet Coke I had left on the side table. As I reached the midway step down the stairs, I stopped and stared ahead of me with wide eyes. The television was on, and some sort of hardcore porn was playing on the television. I made a loud, disgusted noise and dashed up the stairs, banging on Terry's bathroom door.
What the hell, man? Watch porn on your own TV and not in the living room.
He opened the door with his robe around him and looked genuinely confused.
What are you talking about?
I explained to him what I saw on TV, and he shook his head, thinking I was joking. He laughed, and we both went back downstairs, only to see a blank screen, and everything turned off. Then I stopped and thought about it. Terry had gone upstairs before Preston and I. The whole exchange of the three of us going up the stairs was only a few minutes. I started feeling unnerved. Maybe it was one of my fiance's friends. They could have come in and played a prank, but that didn't make sense either. Why come into the apartment in the middle of the day just to watch hardcore porn for a few seconds, then hide or dash out the door when I came down the stairs? Terry and I tried to figure out what had happened. We turned the PS3 back on and checked to see if the internet had any recent searches. Nothing. And nothing new had been watched on Netflix either. There was nothing in the disk drive. We were stumped. Eventually, we just gave up. About a week later, I was home with Preston before work one morning when Terry came down the stairs looking as white as a ghost. He told me about a dream. The words that he said sent a chill through me that I hadn't felt until that very moment.
I was laying in a bed, and there was this black soot shit falling from the ceiling, he began.
Already, my eyes filled with tears of sudden fear as he continued.
I couldn't move. It was just layering over my body, over the whole damn room. It was bizarre. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I could move my eyes. There was this thing standing halfway in my closet. I couldn't even make out a shape because it was so blurry.
He'd been standing up, rubbing his arms in frustration, and spoke again, finally able to look me in the eye.
It tried talking to me, but all I heard was loud radio static.
That was the first time I felt afraid to go to sleep. But to my surprise, the dream stopped. I tried to forget it too, to put it out of my mind. A few more strange things happened before we moved out of that apartment. Noises, things moving around in the bathroom at night, but nothing really terrifying. We moved to a different apartment a few months after that incident. We had enough money saved, and Terry decided to go back to Michigan to live with his family. Things were normal for a long time. My fiance and I got married too. We had another baby, another boy when Preston was about 2 years old. Like clockwork though, that damn dream came back. The night we brought little Kevin home from the hospital, the dream returned. Only much, much worse. It started the same, the black ash, feeling paralyzed, how time slowed. But as it went on, I felt this ugly feeling inside of me. I felt angry and horror at the same time. I knew I was asleep and was trying to force myself to wake up. I felt tingles at the ends of all my toes. My eyes finally obeyed me to turn down and look, and this thing was there. I say thing because it had no shape really. It was moving incredibly fast and hovering around my feet. I knew it was looking at me, even though it had no eyes or face. Like a black, blinking mass of ash and rolling cloud is the best way I can describe it. I told my husband everything. He dismissed it for the most part though. I tried my best to convince him it was serious, but he and I were having problems then. Actually, our marriage didn't last much longer after that dream. Then it was just me and the boys in that apartment for the most part. And things got way worse. Looking back on it now, I think my husband kept that thing at bay. Regardless of my emotional turmoil, I was determined to keep the apartment and have a nice place for the boys and I to live. I started back up my artwork, doing commissions and comic art when I could. We got child support and we got by. My ex and I were in good terms, so things weren't too terrible. Kevin was a few months old by then. I was still having the dream though, but the day my husband picked up the last of his belongings from the apartment is when things took a turn for the worst. I was playing with Preston in my living room. We were pushing his little toy cars around on his playmat. I was playing along, making them beep and conducting traffic. He suddenly stopped and set his cars down and held perfectly still. I looked up from playing to ask him what the matter was. Then I saw it. A man. He was directly behind my little boy. A man sitting there staring at me with impossibly wide eyes and a wide open mouth. It was a man I didn't recognize, and he just sat there looking as horrified as I'm sure I looked too. I screamed louder than I ever had in my life as I yanked my son against me and fumbled to get up and run down the hall to grab my other sleeping infant. Preston was crying now. He was afraid because I was afraid. He hadn't seen the man. It was pure instinct to make sure my children were safe with me, even before I fumbled in my jeans for my iPhone. I held them to my chest as I locked the bedroom door and called the apartment security. I was convinced a crazy homeless man had broken into my apartment. An officer was there within 2 minutes, opening the front door and looking around. There was no man anywhere in the apartment. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere, and we lived in a safe area. He assured me nothing was wrong. I also convinced myself everything was fine, and I was just overtired, seeing things. I hadn't been sleeping much at all between being a full-time stay-at-home mum and doing the commissions work while the boys slept. I apologized a million times to the officer, and he was very kind and hugged me, saying everything was alright and to call if I ever needed him again. I tried putting everything out of my mind. I started reaching out to family and friends, telling them that I needed extra help. I didn't like being alone with the boys. I wanted to feel more safe, but nothing really took away that feeling of dread, like I was walking on pins and needles, like I was tiptoeing around a ghost or something. I was making dinner one night while Preston played in the hallway and little Kevin laid on his baby mat kicking and cooing. Preston suddenly ran down the hallway and leaned over the baby gate and exclaimed,
"Hi, Daddy."
Down the stairs at the front door. I looked at him, puzzled. Their father wasn't supposed to come over that day, nor did he have a key. I put down my spatula, walked over to the gate, and looking down, there was no one there. I patted Preston's head and laughed, saying something like, "Daddy's not here, silly boy." Preston got frustrated and insisted his dad was there. As I finished cooking, he stayed at the gate talking to the door as if his dad was down there. I finally got him to sit at the table as we ate. It wasn't until after dinner that I realized the chill in the apartment. I turned the heat up a bit, but it wasn't doing much to help. A few hours later, I heard a voice from the bottom of the stairs. My neighbor's voice.
"Hey, Madison, your front door's open,"
my neighbor called. I sat there confused for a second before I got up and walked down the stairs to thank her for telling me. That's why the apartment had been so chilly. I was concerned because I knew I had locked it. Later, that same night, I was putting Preston to sleep. We said our usual good nights. He always says,
"Hug and a kiss, Mummy."
And he crawled into bed. His brother had fallen asleep at the usual time of 7 p.m. It was now around 8:30, and Preston was laying in bed, mumbling to himself as he played with my hair. I was half asleep when he whispered,
"Good night, friend,"
into the darkness. I got the chills and quietly shushed him. A few seconds later, he whispered it again.
"Good night, friend."
And I did the same, quietly shushing him and soothing his hair back. He then took a deep sigh as if he was beginning to get frustrated. He looked straight ahead into the darkness of his closet and forcefully whispered,
"Good night, friend,"
as if to shush some unseen playmate. I tried my best to stay calm, but I felt instantly sick to my stomach. Preston fell asleep a few moments later, but I was too afraid to move or leave the boys alone in that room. I sat sitting straight up next to Preston's toddler bed for the rest of the night. After that night, I always had a friend stay the night. I started asking around about paranormal stuff, and up until then, it hadn't been talking to the kids, and I figured I could deal with it. I also convinced myself that most of it was just in my head, but after it talked to Preston, I wasn't taking any chances. The last incident in this apartment will haunt me for the rest of my life. I had a friend spend the night like usual. She slept on the sofa in the living room. I felt better with her there, so I was actually getting a decent night's sleep. I was asleep a solid 5 hours before I had a sickening, terrible nightmare. I heard my children crying, and I jumped up to run into their room. I couldn't get the door open for minutes. Their cries turned into blood-curdling screams. I sobbed and banged and shoved and kicked the door. Finally, I broke in, only to see my sons being thrown violently around the room by some invisible force. I was helpless to stop it. I tried to grab them, but whatever it was would yank them away and throw them against a wall. I woke up sobbing. I sat up in my bed, shaking violently. I tried to calm myself down. I finally slid out of bed and pressed my ear to their door. I heard Preston snoring happily in his sleep. I wiped my face again and went into the kitchen to get something to drink. As I took a few drinks, my friend woke up from sleep and sat up on the sofa. She asked me what was wrong. I told her I had a nightmare and finished the glass of water. She smartly changed the subject and started talking about a popular anime we both enjoyed. After a few minutes, my panic faded and we were both laughing quietly. She was in mid-sentence when she glanced behind me with an eyebrow raised.
Preston?
She murmured softly. I turned around expecting to see my son, but I didn't. What I saw was the boy's bedroom door open only a few inches.
Preston?
I asked as well, assuming my little boy was behind the cracked open door. My friend and I just stood there for a moment. I felt chills fly up my spine. Suddenly, terrified it was that thing and it was going to hurt my children. The dream could have been a warning. The door started opening further, creaking quietly. My friend sat back, looking scared. There was no one standing there when the door was open a little more than halfway.
Preston,
I said firmly and louder. Then, I was striding down the hallway. I pushed the door open all the way. The light in the hallway bathed my sleeping son in the light. My eyes darted around the room. Kevin was sound asleep in his crib. I turned to look back down the hallway at my friend. She was watching in horror. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I felt hot breath on the back of my ear. A deep, disembodied voice of a man murmured in a sick mockery.
A hug and a kiss, Mummy.
I spun around, not to look, but to grab both of my children. I ran out of that apartment without another thought, grabbing only their diaper bag and my car keys. My friend followed close behind. We spent the next few nights at my friend's place. That night, we found the number of a local psychic who came out the next morning to meet the boys and I and walk the apartment. He left a few little blessed bags in all the vents of the apartment. He said that the ventilation system would pass the protection from the bags all throughout the building. He didn't charge me a dime. All he could really tell me was that this thing would fade with time. And to my surprise, he was right. Nothing else happened after this visit. I'm not sure why those things happened. All I know is that things started up right after I had both my children and ended as they got older. I have never had a paranormal experience before or after the births of my children. No voices, no visions, no imaginary friends, and no dreams of falling ash. I've come to terms that I'll probably never really understand why it all happened or what exactly it was. I don't plan on having any more kids. Those two perfect boys are all I need. I don't want any of us to go through that again. Recently, the boys and I moved into a farmhouse. I had it blessed and cleansed before we moved in, just in case. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video guys, and how about that?
Number 4.
So, I'm 14 years old. My mum trusts me a fair amount when I use the internet. I was selling trading cards on Craigslist, and I soon got a text on my phone saying someone was interested. He made an offer of $10 and said he would meet me on Monday around 5:30. I told my mum, and she said to call her when I left the house because she works every day, and it was a Saturday. On that Monday, I went to the place where we were going to meet, and he wasn't there. I texted him if he was coming, and he said he didn't want them anymore. I said that was fine and went back to my house. I was a little disappointed considering I didn't get my $10, but anyway, I woke up the next day and played some video games and checked my emails, you know, the normal teenager stuff. I then heard the doorbell ring. We live in a fairly safe neighborhood, so I opened the door, not seeing who it was. A man, about 6 foot, was standing there. I asked if I could help him, and he said in a mumbled voice,
"Are you still selling those cards?"
I said yes, and asked why. But all this time, I was wondering in the back of my head, how the fuck did this guy get my address? Since I didn't put my address on the ad. He nodded his head and stood there. He just looked at my body moving his head up and down while giving a silent moan. I was freaked out and said, "You have a nice day, sir," and shut the door. He then started knocking and slamming into the door for around 15 seconds. Since he didn't know I was home alone, I loudly said,
"Dad, get the gun."
Even though I didn't live with my dad, that's what my mum always said to yell when someone was at the door and not leaving me alone. The banging stopped instantly, and I ran to the phone and called my mum and told her everything. The guy was gone, and we never heard anything again. My mum still lets me use Craigslist, but I'm much more careful now.
Number 3.
I was a 13-year-old girl at the time this happened. I lived just around the corner from a 7-Eleven store, and my mum and I would walk there often for snacks. One day, I had just gotten some new clothes and really liked the way I looked in them. My mum asked if I wanted to walk to the store one night. It was barely starting to get dim outside, so I agreed. I wanted to wear my new clothes out anyway. We walked to the store, and I saw a very obviously drunk African-American guy stumbling at the bus stop nearby. He was muttering to himself and laughing. He noticed us and began walking towards us. I immediately got scared, and my mum positioned me to where I was behind her. We continued walking to the door of the 7-Eleven when he met up with us. He slurred some words, and we couldn't understand much. I think he was asking for money, but my mum said that she didn't have any to spare. He then lowered his eyes to me. My blood ran cold as he stared right into my eyes.
"Your eyes are such a pretty blue. You're a very beautiful girl. Can I say that?"
he said. My heart began to beat faster as a wave of unease spread over me. Now, I know he could have just been complimenting me, but the way he said it and looked at me, it just gave me chills. My mum stepped in front of me, blocking his view, and sternly said,
"No, you can't say that."
We hurriedly walked into the store. We got some snacks and ordered a pizza as the place had just begun serving hot and ready pizzas. Normally, we would walk home and come back for the pizza, as it took around 10 minutes to cook. As my mum paid, I noticed someone stumbling near the window of the store. I crept by it and hid by the wall so the person outside couldn't see me. I saw the man waiting right by the door. He was watching my mum pay. He was waiting for us to leave. I told my mum, and we decided that we should stay in the store. Well, when the 10 minutes passed, we got our pizza, and we really had no choice but to leave. Of course, the man was right there. He had waited the whole time. He smiled, and then said,
"Hey, you're back."
We didn't look at him, and quickly started walking towards our house. I looked back and noticed something chilling. He was following us. I told my mum, and we decided to walk the long way home to see if we could lose him. We definitely didn't want him to know where we lived. We walked across the parking lot and saw him pick up some of the flowers that were planted by the store. He began stumbling quicker towards us.
"Hey, come back. I've got something for you."
I wanted to cry as he continued to shout at me. He wasn't leaving us alone, so we went inside a liquor store right next to the 7-Eleven. He stopped outside the door and paced in front of it. He still had the flowers in his hands and was saying something to himself. We told the store owner what was happening, and he just said the man was drunk and we shouldn't worry. We were still concerned anyway and decided to stay in the store until he left. He continued pacing by the door, looking at me and saying things like,
Come on, don't be like that. You're beautiful.
All in a slurred, deep voice. It was the way he was saying these things that made me feel the most uncomfortable. He wasn't saying it in a genuine nice tone. He was saying it as if he was talking to a hooker or something. After 20 minutes, he finally left and we walked the rest of the way home. I looked at myself in my new clothes and felt disgusted. I hated the fact that I had been looked over and pursued like that. Plus, I was only 13 at the time and he had no right to act like that towards me. I hope I never see that freak again.
Number 2.
When I was about 8 years old, my grandparents had recently moved to North Florida. This area was the definition of BFE. The closest town was about an hour away. My grandparents had a close family friend with a grandson that I loved to play with. My grandparents were living in an RV parked approximately an acre away on Frank's property while their mobile home was being built. Frank had about 4 acres of property. Half of it was woods, which